Chapter 251. The cry rang out in the forest, startling countless birds. Sensing the direction of the sound, Lin Xian couldn't help but speed up. If he remembered correctly, that place was the destination marked on the map. Using the dragon rebel step, Lin Xian turned into a ray of light and sped through the forest. The ground in front of him suddenly shook, and roars could be heard from time to time. There was also a strong demonic aura. Lin Xian concealed his aura and carefully advanced. He hid behind a tree trunk and frowned. A pungent smell of blood came from the ground, making one want to vomit. There were piles of demonic beast corpses on the ground, and the blood flowed like a river. At this time, there were 3 powerful demonic beasts that were looking at each other with hostility, growling. Near them, there was a cave half a meter tall, and there was a strange fragrance coming from it. Woogie woogie! The fragrance made the little white monkey cry out. It shook its body and was about to rush out. Fortunately, Lin Xian had been watching it. When it didn't move, he quickly held it down. However, the little white monkey's cry attracted the attention of the 3 powerful demonic beasts. Whoosh! A wind blade that was more than 10 meters long struck the tree trunk with a loud boom. With a stomp of his foot, Lin Xian's body abruptly shot forward before landing lightly on the ground. Roar! The 3 demonic beasts all looked at Lin Xian and roared with a strong sense of warning. Lin Xian secretly circulated his spiritual energy, and at the same time, he used his extreme purple pupil to look into the cave. There were many rocks inside, and among the rocks, there was a fist-sized green liquid that emitted a strange fragrance. It's the earth essence liquid. No wonder it attracted so many demonic beasts. Wine Lord suddenly understood. Earth essence liquid? Lin Xian's eyes flashed. He had heard of this liquid. It was formed from underground spirit veins, and each drop contained powerful spiritual energy. No matter how badly injured one was, as long as one didn't die, 1 drop of the earth essence liquid would quickly heal. Moreover, this liquid had the effect of increasing the realm of martial artists and demonic beasts. Gulp! Even though Lin Xian was used to seeing treasures, when he saw the great earth essence, he was still moved. This kind of treasure must be obtained. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed, and the aura on his body gradually became fierce. Feeling the change in Lin Xian's aura, the 3 monster beasts began to roar uneasily. They had just gone through a great battle and were all injured, which affected their strength. Whoosh! The snow-white little monkey's body flashed and directly rushed out. Whoosh! The demonic beast on the right was a huge spider as big as a house. It spat out a spider web to seal the cave entrance. Bang! The snow-white monkey was obstructed and its body was revealed. An angry expression appeared on its face. Behind him, 2 strands of sparkling and translucent spider silk quickly wrapped around the little monkey. Woogie woogie! The snow-white little monkey kept flashing around, scratching its ears and cheeks. The fact that these 3 demonic beasts were able to stand out among the thousands of demonic beasts was enough to show how extraordinary they were. Even the little snow-white monkey was blocked by them. The other 2 demonic beasts were a white-spotted demonic tiger and a blue-winged demonic wolf. The 2 demonic beasts had a thick demonic chi flowing around them, which was extremely frightening. If it were any other time, Lin Xian would definitely turn around and leave. But right now, the 2 demonic beasts were both injured, with horrifying wounds on their bodies. Lin Xian decided to give it his all. With a flick of his finger, the autumn scar sword appeared in his hand. Wind style! The sword light flashed, and the sword chi in the sky merged with the wind, stabbing towards the 2 demonic beasts' wounds. Roar! The white-spotted demonic tiger waved its claws, forming a couple of red sharp blades in the air, which were as sharp as blades. These demonic beasts were very sensitive. Although they could not see the sword chi, they could still sense it. With a leap, the white-spotted demonic tiger dodged Lin Xian's sword chi by a hair's breadth. On the other side, the blue-winged demonic wolf shook its wings, forming countless wind blades that rushed towards Lin Xian. Crack! 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 The ground and the trees nearby were all hit by the wind blades, causing countless cracks to appear. Shoo! The sword chi surged, and the sword intent surged, slicing apart the wind blades in the sky. Then, it stabbed towards the double-winged demonic wolf at an extremely strange speed. Wind Emperor's sword! After more than a month of training, Lin Xian had already mastered 60% of it, and this sword attack was extremely unpredictable. Shoo! Shoo! Almost as soon as the sword light flashed, the sharp sword chi had already pierced into the wound on the demonic wolf's stomach. The power of wind and thunder surged, quickly destroying the demonic wolf's body. That wound had already grown from half a meter to 1 meter. Awoo! The blue-winged cradle roared towards the sky, ignoring the wounds on its body as it rushed towards Lin Xian. On the other hand, the white-spotted demonic tiger pounced towards the cave. A blue light flashed, and the demonic wolf pounced towards Lin Xian like a gust of wind, bringing with it the smell of blood and overflowing demonic qi. Boom! Stomping on the ground with its forelimbs, the demonic wolf jumped high into the air and spat out countless wind blades. Lin Xian used the dragon reverse step, and his body was like a dragon swinging its tail, quickly moving away. However, the demonic wolf in the air flapped its wings and disappeared. When it reappeared, Lin Xian was only 1 meter away from it. Whoosh! Whoosh! Its claws slashed out, tearing through the void. Lin Xian couldn't dodge in time, and hurriedly used the copper thunder pattern to block this attack. Boom! It was as if a mountain had crashed into him. Streaks of thunder patterns flickered as they resisted this attack with all their might. Lin Xian's face was pale. It was obvious that this attack was very uncomfortable for him. However, he didn't let go of this opportunity. Cloud-severing sword! The long sword slashed out like a rainbow, as if it was going to cut the clouds in the sky in half. The thick sword chi landed on the demonic wolf's body, and a cracking sound could be heard. At such a close distance, the demonic wolf didn't have any chance to dodge, and the power of the cloud-severing sword landed on its body. Flesh and blood splattered, and the sword chi quickly cut down, revealing the white bones inside. Boom! Awoo! The demonic wolf fell to the ground, dying. Lightning chain! Lin Xian didn't feel at ease. He waved his hand, and 5 lightning bolts appeared in the void, connecting together and striking down. The demonic wolf didn't have any resistance, and was shattered into pieces. Lin Xian's body flashed, and he ran toward the demonic tiger. Just now, the demonic tiger wanted to take advantage of the chaos to sneak into the cave, but it was trapped by the spider's web, and it couldn't stop struggling. Cloud-severing sword! Lin Xian raised his long sword up high, and slashed down. The sword chi was like a rainbow, shaking the void, tearing everything apart, and slashing toward the demonic tiger. Roar! Although the demonic tiger was trapped by the spider web, it didn't just sit there and wait for its death. The tiger's stripes on its body lit up, forming a light above its head, and a huge tiger shadow appeared in the void. Boom! 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 The sword chi clashed with the light, and a bright light exploded. Shoo! Lin Xian's body flashed, and he disappeared from where he was. Dragon 7 steps! His body swayed like a dragon, and he stepped on the demonic tiger's head. Crack! The sound of bones breaking was heard, and blood and brain matter flew out together. The demonic tiger didn't even have time to cry out, and its body fell to the ground. Chapter 252. The snow-white monkey kept flashing, and behind it, there were always 2 sparkling spider silks dancing. Lin Xian saw this and slashed out. The dazzling sword chi was like a dragon, whistling through the air. Dang! 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 The sharp sword chi landed on the spider silks, but it only caused a few sparks. Such strong toughness! Lin Xian was surprised. One had to know that his sword contained 20% sword intent. Normal martial artists in the 7th layer of the spiritual ocean tier couldn't block it, but the 2 spider silks didn't cause any damage. The demonic beasts on this floating island were indeed abnormal. Lin Xian muttered, and at the same time, changed the direction of his sword, stabbing towards the huge body of the venomous spider. Chi! Chi! 2 fist-sized holes appeared on its body, and instantly, green blood flowed out. Hoo! Hoo! The 8 huge legs of the venomous spider danced wildly. Each leg was like a divine spear, able to pierce through everything. Lin Xian and the snow-white monkey were like lightning, leaving countless afterimages in the air. Their speed was extremely fast. Dragon counterattack 7 steps! Lin Xian's body was like a long dragon, swaying non-stop, and his feet emitted a dangerous aura. Dong! 1 foot stepped on the venomous spider's body, smashing a horrifying bloody hole. Second step! His foot landed again, and another bloody hole appeared. At the same time, the venomous spider roared at the sky, and the 2 sparkling spider silks abandoned the snow-white monkey, waving towards Lin Xian with full force. Ka! 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 Wherever the sparkling spider silks passed, the mountain rocks were cut open mercilessly, and the surrounding trees were all cut in half. Lin Xian didn't dare to be careless. Even if he used copper lace body, he still felt a heart-shaking aura. With a leap, he left the venomous spider's body. Another sword light flashed, and this sword cut right on the bloody hole. More than half of the sword chi pierced into the spider's body. The power of wind and thunder surged, and the long sword cut the venomous spider's body in half. Hoo! Hoo! Chi! Green blood spilled in all directions. Everything around quickly withered, and horrifying wounds appeared. Lin Xian held his breath, took down the 2 sparkling spider silks, and then quickly rushed towards the cave. Puff! With a slash of his sword, Lin Xian bent his body and prepared to enter. Suddenly, a cold light flashed under his body and shot up into the sky, piercing his chest. At this moment, Lin Xian could feel the aura of death. The sword intent in his eyes surged as he slashed out together with the sword of soul. Ding! The cold light was blocked, and its speed slowed down for a moment. However, in the blink of an eye, it once again stabbed towards Lin Xian. Ding! Boom! The sharp tip pierced his chest, bringing with it a strange rotating force. The lightning mark flashed and condensed a thick lightning defense in front of Lin Xian's chest. However, this sharpness was too sharp. It actually drilled out a fingernail-sized hole and pierced under the lightning pattern. Puff! Lin Xian spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot as if he had suffered a heavy blow. His body slammed into the wall and flew out along with the rubble. Whoosh! A translucent figure appeared in a flash, holding a star-like dagger in his hand, flickering with a cold light. Jie! Earth's spirit liquid! Wooji wooji! The little white monkey saw Lin Xian flying out and shouted anxiously. Its body swayed and disappeared. You're courting death! The translucent figure was suddenly enraged. The dagger in his hand suddenly pierced towards the top of the earth's spirit liquid. Wooji! With a flash of white light, the little white monkey quickly escaped. The translucent figure sneered and looked at the earth's spirit liquid. His face instantly darkened. The fist-sized earth spirit liquid was reduced by half. Damn monkey! The translucent figure let out a low growl. He took out a jade bottle and stored the remaining earth spirit liquid. Even the land on the ground had been taken away by him. After doing all this, he looked at Lin Xian in the distance. To be able to kill 3 rank 5 demonic beasts and have a strange monkey, your identity must be extraordinary. Let's see if there's anything good. Like a ghost, the translucent figure floated over. Whoosh! The pale white palm gradually materialized and finally became no different from an ordinary person. The palm slowly reached out and grabbed Lin Xian's storage ring. At this moment, Lin Xian suddenly opened his eyes. Soul fire! An invisible flame flew out from his left eye and landed on the translucent figure. It immediately burned. Ah! A scream rang out. The translucent figure immediately retreated and escaped into the distance. There were still flames dancing on his body. Trying to run? Lin Xian's body swayed and his sword pierced out like a shooting star. Ding! The translucent figure raised the dagger in his hand to block, cutting off the dazzling sword chi and colliding with the sword edge at the same time. Boom! Lin Xian's body swayed and dispersed the strange power. The translucent figure also retreated a few steps and gradually revealed a human face. Impossible! How can you still be alive after being hit by the cold star? The voice was filled with shock. After hiding for so long, you actually made a move at the last moment. You're indeed sinister. Lin Xian's voice was cold. Fortunately, he had obtained a mystic-level high-grade armor from Purple Heart, which saved his life. Kiki, brat, scram, or I'll kill you! After saying that, he waved the dagger in his hand. Soul fire! Lin Xian did not waste time and directly attacked. An invisible flame flew out, causing the translucent figure to scream again. It's useless, you can only injure me, but you can't kill me! The translucent figure shouted. Soul fire has a strong side effect on the eyes. Let's see how many times you can use it. After saying that, he actually endured the pain of his soul and rushed forward with the dagger in his hand. Soul sword! Lin Xian continued to merge the great dragon sword intent and finally succeeded after more than 10 times. Xiao! Dragon-shaped sword chi flew out with a destructive aura. Impossible! The translucent figure finally panicked. His soul seemed to be extinguished at any time. Pooh! The soul sword mercilessly slashed down. Together with the soul fire, the translucent figure's soul was destroyed. Boom! A figure appeared and landed on the ground. Lin Xian, on the other hand, covered his eyes and frowned. As he used the soul fire and soul sword, he realized that the damage to his eyes was increasing. It seemed that he could only use it as a trump card. Lin Xian sighed. Fortunately, he could still use illusions and other eye techniques. I was careless this time. Lin Xian covered his chest with a look of lingering fear. Until now, his chest was still aching. Through his soul power, he could sense that there was a needle-sized hole in his mystic-level high-grade armor. This dagger is really good stuff. Lin Xian took the man's dagger and storage ring. His soul power reached out, and a jade bottle appeared in his hand. Inside, there were dozens of drops of emerald green liquid that emitted a shocking aura of life. Wooji wooji! The snow-white monkey jumped onto Lin Xian's body and spat out dozens of drops of Earth's spirit liquid. Then, it pointed at the dagger and transparent spider silk. Chapter 253. This dagger was dark blue in color, as deep as the stars. The 2 words, Cold Star, were carved on the hilt. To be able to pierce through his copper thunder mark and leave a mark on a profound grade upper grade armor, this Cold Star was obviously not an ordinary weapon. Conservatively speaking, it should be a profound grade upper grade artifact. Of course, it could also be a profound grade upper grade artifact. The spider silk was extremely tough. Even his autumn scar sword could not cut through it, making it even more precious. However, Lin Xian agreed without any hesitation. Firstly, he did not need to use a dagger. This cold star would be more useful in the hands of the little monkey. Plus, there were 2 strands of spider silk. Lin Xian did not feel bad about giving away 1 strand. After all, if the little monkey became stronger, it would be beneficial for him as well. Moreover, the benefits of the Great Earth's spirit liquid were far greater than these weapon materials. Only when he became stronger would it be the most realistic. After a tough battle, Lin Xian had some enlightenment. He wanted to go into seclusion for a few days. He found an empty cave and blocked it with a huge rock. Then, he took out the cold platform. Raising his head, Lin Xian dripped a drop of Great Earth's spirit liquid into his body. That rich life essence filled every pore of his body, constantly cleansing his body. The 6 spiritual seas in his body surged, wrapping around the drop of Great Earth's spirit liquid and quickly absorbing the energy within. Meanwhile, Lin Xian's cultivation was increasing at a visible speed. 2 hours later, some black impurities were expelled from his body. Lin Xian's body had been refined by the profound ice chi and the ice fire flame wine. It had already surpassed the normal sea of Soul Realm. Now, with the nourishment of the great earth spirit liquid, his body was already comparable to a half-step harmonious spirit realm warrior. Forming a seal with both hands, the power of wind and thunder surged, shaking off the impurities on his body. Changing the seals, Lin Xian closed his eyes and absorbed the energy of the great earth spirit liquid. On the side, the little monkey also swallowed a drop of great earth spirit liquid. Then, its eyes became blurry and it fell into a deep sleep. Just as Lin Xian was in seclusion, the 5 people from Star Peak sect met the people from Purple Extreme Demon Palace. Without any warning, the Star Peak sect's cultivators attacked with all their might, beating up the Purple Extreme Devil Palace's disciples. This unlucky disciple was Zi. His eyes had already recovered, and his cultivation had also improved quite a bit. But even so, he was still unable to withstand the attacks of the 5 people. Purple Demon Eyes! Zi used her bloodline power, released a large-scale illusion, and then quickly fled. Hand over the golden egg, or Levitating Island will have no place for your Purple Extreme Demon Palace. Su Xiao shouted. What bullshit demonic beast egg? I don't know. Zi cursed angrily. Humph, although you didn't take it, your fellow sect member did. If you know what's good for you, then cooperate with us and find that brat together. Another person shouted. Zi didn't believe their nonsense at all. He unleashed his bloodline power with all his might, and turned into a streak of light to escape. Could it be that someone else stole it? Zi thought. There were 4 of them this time. Other than him, the other 3 were his senior brothers. One of them was a half-step harmonious spirit cultivator. Whoosh! The sound of the air being torn apart rang out again from behind. The 5 people from the Star Peak sect had caught up, and formed a stellar sword formation to besiege Zi. The sword light fell from the sky like a meteor, exploding towards Zi. That terrifying presence was enough to annihilate an ordinary martial artist in the 7th layer of the spiritual C tier. Purple Extreme Demonic Shadow, Blood Fiend Descent! The bloodline power in Ziye's body rumbled as he unleashed his strongest attack. His body transformed into a blood demon as he fought against the falling meteor shower. Rumble! Great stars fell one after another, smashing into the ground. Countless trees collapsed, and mountain peaks were shattered. Violet Knight was heavily injured and vomited blood. However, by relying on the power of his bloodline, he was able to withstand this wave of attacks. However, the next wave of sword rain and shooting stars was about to arrive. Soulfire! He clenched his teeth and used his eye technique to interfere with the Star Peak Pavilion martial artist. Taking advantage of the chaos, he fled. Star Peak Pavilion, I'll remember you! Ziye's voice drifted over from afar. Senior Brother Fong! The disciples of the Star Peak Pavilion exclaimed loudly and quickly rushed to the injured warrior's side. It's actually a soul attack, damn it! Damn Purple Extreme Demonic Palace, we definitely can't let them off this time. Let's go meet up with Senior Brother Qiming. We must eliminate them. The disciples of the Star Peak Pavilion left aggressively with the injured disciple. 3 days passed in a hurry. Lin Xian finally completely absorbed the drop of earth spirit liquid in his body. With the addition of the ice platform, the effect reached the extreme. Merely 1 drop raised his cultivation to the peak of the 6th layer of the spiritual C tier. However, Lin Xian didn't consume it again. Continuous advancement wasn't good. He needed battle to consolidate. Putting away the ice platform, Lin Xian discovered that the snow-white little monkey beside him was still asleep. Shaking his head, Lin Xian threw it into the demonic beast's pouch. Then, he seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes flickered. Finally, Lin Xian clenched his teeth and dripped a drop of earth spirit liquid onto the demonic beast egg. A violent mental wave spread out as the washbasin-sized egg absorbed the earth spirit liquid, releasing a faint golden light. I hope you won't disappoint me. Lin Xian was full of expectations for this demonic beast egg. After all, it showed signs of atavism, and now with the nourishment of the earth spirit liquid, its future growth was limitless. Putting away the demonic beast's pouch, Lin Xian walked out of the cave. Finding the next destination on the map, Lin Xian set off again. However, he didn't gain anything this time. There was a deep hole in the ground. Obviously, a stock of spirit medicine had been dug out. Could it be a coincidence? Lin Xian's heart sank as he went to the next marked location. Similarly, the item had been taken away. Looks like I'm not the only one with a guide. Lin Xian sighed. He guessed that some disciples of large sects should have the same information. Sorting out his emotions, he set off again. There's a stone door here. Let's go take a look first. Lin Xian found a conspicuous location on the map. He paid special attention to some stone objects because he still had a stone key that might come in handy. In a valley far away, the Star Peak sect disciples finally found the Mu family martial artist. That aura is very weak. Looks like it's been sealed. But don't worry, I've already sensed that aura. Where is it? The Star Peak sect martial artist asked anxiously. It was moving at high speed. It looked like Ingu was heading to the Stupa sect. A young man said. This young man was handsome, and his black hair was casually draped over his shoulders. He looked very dashing. Surrounding him was a thick layer of soul power, allowing him to float in the air. Thank you, Brother Mu Chun. The Star Peak Pavilion disciple said gratefully. There's no time to lose. Let's go to the Stupa sect immediately. The Stupa sect was an important place on Sky Island, and it was about to open. At that time, all the martial artists would probably go there. Mu Chun said lightly. We're going there too. Let's go together. Chapter 254. Stupa sect was one of the oldest existences on Floating Island. It was like the symbol of Floating Island, standing there all year round. It was as if it had existed for tens of thousands of years. No one knew when it appeared. Just like Floating Island, it was always a mystery. However, this didn't stop people from paying attention to it. It was said that this was a gate of fortune with countless treasures inside. Every time Floating Island opened, the sealing power of Stupa sect would be weakened to its weakest. It wouldn't take long before today to completely open it. At that time, all the experts on Levitating Island would gather there and wait for their fortunes. Who would obtain it? Other than luck, one must have great strength. Lin Xian met disciples of other sects along the way and used illusion techniques to obtain this information. Now, he was rushing towards Stupa sect. From afar, Lin Xian could see a stone gate that towered into the clouds, standing on the ground like a mountain peak. As he got closer, he could feel the vicissitudes of time. Lin Xian praised in his heart when he felt the obscure qi. Could this Stupa sect be related to Emperor Feng? He was doubtful and expectant at the same time. This should be the ruins of a sect, Wine Lord said in a deep voice. But it has been lost for a long time. Probably tens of thousands of years. Wine Lord's voice was a little low. Tens of thousands of years? Lin Xian sucked in a cold breath. One should know that experts who entered the three spirit realms only had a few hundred years of life. Compared to 10,000 years, it was like comparing an ant to an elephant. What could be left behind after such a long time? Lin Xian suddenly felt a little worried. Your sword of Emperor Feng is only an incomplete inheritance. If you can obtain the complete inheritance here, it will greatly increase your strength. The complete inheritance? Lin Xian was a little tempted. This was indeed possible. After all, he came here because of that strange key. As he moved forward, he could see figures flashing and all kinds of air-piercing sounds could be heard. Each of them had a strong qi. The weakest was at the 6th sky of Spirit Sea Realm. Most of them were at the 7th sky. Some of them were even above the Spirit Sea Realm. Half-step harmonious spirit. Lin Xian's expression changed slightly. He didn't expect to see a half-step harmonious spirit expert here. He had used all of his trump cards to kill a half-step harmonious spirit expert. With the increase in his cultivation and the 2 new martial skills that he had learned, he might be able to contend against them. However, it would still be difficult to kill him, unless he entered the 7th layer of the spiritual ocean tier or achieved small success in sword intent. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian rushed forward. On the way, gazes swept over him from time to time, and when they saw his cultivation in the 6th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, they all quickly retreated. Lin Xian smiled and didn't take it to heart. This was even better. He didn't need to draw attention to himself. However, if someone really treated him as an ordinary martial artist in the 6th layer of the spiritual sea realm, he wouldn't mind giving them an unforgettable lesson. As time passed, more and more people gathered around the stupa gate. With so many people here, it was inevitable that there would be some friction, but so far, no one had fought. Most of it was because of the stupa gate. The chi it emitted made people revere it from the bottom of their hearts. Lin Xian's eyes flashed. He roughly calculated that there were about 300 people here, and there were more coming. These people wore different sect uniforms, so it was easy to recognize them. In fact, other than Xia Country, Shadow Country, and other remote countries, the countries in the center of Tiannan region sent many disciples. Firstly, it was because of the region, and secondly, the strength of these places was different. Although they were all 3-star sects, there was still a huge gap between them. Everyone waited quietly. Suddenly, a violent spirit energy fluctuation came from afar. Several figures rushed to the vicinity of the stupa gate, attracting the attention of almost half of the people. Because they fought all the way here. Saber chi swept across with a sharp aura, as if it was going to break through the sky. That chi dispersed the pressure from the stupa gate. Is this saber intent? So strong, who is this person? I don't know. Looking at his clothes, he doesn't look like someone from the big sections. Could he be a martial artist from the border region? The nearby martial artists discussed animatedly, all of them staring at the young man with the long saber. Lin Xian raised his head and looked over as well. Then, a look of surprise appeared on his face. It's him? Lin Xian rubbed his chin. He knew this young man and had even fought with him briefly. He was Yidaolong from the Snow-Seeking sect, the genius who had comprehended saber intent. A dazzling saber light lit up, like a heavenly saber, and came crashing down. A murderous aura filled the air, bringing with it a chill that split the ground. Behind him, a huge fist, like a small mountain, came crashing down on the saber light and exploded. The sound was like a thunder tribulation, making everyone's ears go numb. Oh no, retreat! Damn, it's too scary! Many martial artists covered their ears with their souls and retreated rapidly. Lin Xian tapped his feet lightly, his body floating like duckweed. Bastard! Hand over the spiritual medicine! The person behind him was furious. I got the spiritual medicine, I can't give it to an outsider. If you don't accept it, just fight. I'll take it. This guy is really arrogant. He doesn't even care about someone at the peak of the 7th layer of the spiritual sea realm. Comprehending saber intent at such a young age, he must be a genius. How can such a person admit defeat? Brat, keep being arrogant. When my Black Wind Sect's experts come, I'll let you know what regret is. The black-clothed disciple snorted. He's actually a disciple of the Black Wind Sect? Everyone was shocked, looking at the black-clothed martial artist in awe. Feeling everyone's fearful gaze, the black-clothed youth said proudly, Offending my Black Wind Sect, you're dead. It won't be long before senior brother Lingfengzi comes. At that time, he'll kill you like a dog. When he comes, we'll fight. Yidaoling's voice was cold like ice that hadn't melted for 10,000 years. Humph, you're about to die and still dare to be arrogant. The Black Wind Sect's martial artist stood aside with a cold expression. Yidaoling ignored him and walked forward. Hua, the nearby martial artists dispersed, afraid of being involved with Yidaoling. Yidaoling wasn't afraid of the Black Wind Sect, but that didn't mean they weren't. The Black Wind Sect was powerful, a top existence among the 3-star sections. Moreover, Lingfengzi was among the disciples that came this time. He was one of the strongest geniuses. Seeing this, Yidaoling's face was cold as ice, and he walked past quickly. Brother Ling, here. Suddenly, a hearty voice came from the crowd. Everyone was stunned, not daring to believe their ears. Yidaoling had already offended the Black Wind Sect, and everyone avoided him. Now, someone actually greeted him so warmly. Didn't they know how to write the word death? The surrounding martial artists all looked back and finally saw a young man in the crowd. Dressed in green, his black hair was like a waterfall. A calm smile hung on his face, and his eyes were as deep as the starry sky. Such a handsome young man! Everyone praised in their hearts. Chapter 255. Whose kid is this? Even if you want to harm someone, you can't harm them like this. That's right. Although I'm standing close to him, we're not related. I don't even know him. The martial artist who was originally standing near Lin Xian tried his best to explain. Lin Xian rubbed his nose helplessly. Was the Onyx Wind sect really that scary? It's you? Ling Yidao turned his head and looked over. I didn't expect to meet you here. Seeing how your cultivation has increased so quickly, I think the battle between us will come soon. Lin Xian broke out in cold sweat. This guy was really a battle maniac. The Onyx Wind sect's disciple's face turned cold as he stared at Lin Xian like a murderous knife. Kid, how dare you walk together with the enemy of the Onyx Wind sect? You're courting death. I'll give you a chance. Get out of here, or I'll kill you too. The Onyx Wind sect's disciple was very arrogant. Lin Xian frowned. Inscriptions flashed in his right eye like a black vortex that wanted to devour people. Plop! The Onyx Wind sect's disciple knelt on the ground. His forehead was covered in cold sweat, and his face was frighteningly pale. Fuck, what happened? It seems like that kid took a look and the Onyx Wind sect's disciple became like this. So evil. Could it be some demonic art? For a moment, the nearby martial artists all looked at Lin Xian in horror and involuntarily took a few steps back. Ling Yidao was also very surprised. He knew that Lin Xian had comprehended sword intent, but he didn't expect him to know eye techniques as well. I heard that the Purple Demon Palace of the Shadow Country has a very powerful eye technique. Could it be that you're related to them? Lin Yidao asked. I'm related, but it's not a friendly relationship. Lin Xian smiled. Junior brother Leng, you're here. A cold voice sounded. Lin Xian? The voice was filled with surprise. The two of them turned around and saw a beautiful figure behind them. She was like a snow lotus on an iceberg, cold and unparalleled. So it's the Ice Fairy. Lin Xian smiled and greeted. The three of them gathered together and discussed their respective opportunities. At this moment, a commotion broke out in the crowd behind him. Many people automatically opened up a path for him. Several figures slowly walked over, followed by a formless pressure on the soul. They're actually from the Purple Extreme Devil Palace. Lin Xian's expression darkened slightly. He swept his gaze across and discovered Violet Knight. Although Violet Knight hid it well, Lin Xian could still sense that he was injured. Could it be that this Violet Knight has offended someone powerful? A gloating smile appeared on Lin Xian's face. Speaking of which, they were old rivals, but now Lin Xian was confident that he could defeat him in 3 moves. However, when his gaze landed on the young man at the front, his eyelids suddenly twitched. He sensed the same aura as the dead purple heart from the young man. In fact, it was even stronger. Half-step harmonious spirit. Worthy of being a 3-star sect, we can see 2 half-step harmonious spirit experts in such a short time. Lin Xian was vigilant. The other 2 were also at the peak of the 7th level of Spirit Sea Realm. When the 4 of them stood together, they were definitely a powerful force. Half-step harmonious spirit experts were the strongest here, so when Violet Knight and the others arrived, the crowd once again opened up a space for them. Brat, it's you? You're not dead! Violet Knight saw Lin Xian outside the crowd and his pupils shrank. The 2 people beside him also had a slight change in expression. As disciples of the Purple Extreme Devil Palace, they naturally knew about Violet Heart's pursuit of Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian was standing there unscathed, while Violet Heart was missing. The result was obvious. Seeing the conflict between the 2 sides, the surrounding martial artists consciously retreated far away. Why are you still alive? Where's senior brother Violet Heart? Looks like you're not smart. Lin Xian sneered. Me being alive naturally means Violet Heart is dead. Impossible, senior brother Violet Heart is a half-step harmonious spirit expert, how could he die? Violet Knight roared. The more the surrounding martial artists heard, the more frightened they became. A half-step harmonious spirit expert was chasing a 6th-level Spirit Sea Realm martial artist, but was killed instead. No way, that's a half-step harmonious spirit expert. Even if several 7th-level Spirit Sea Realm martial artists attacked him together, they wouldn't be able to harm him. It should be fake, that brat might have used a secret technique to escape. These people didn't believe that Lin Xian could kill a half-step harmonious spirit expert. The people of the Purple Extreme Devil Palace obviously didn't believe it either. Although we don't know what method you used to escape, today is the day you meet your death. Violet Knight, take a step forward. I will let you know that I am the number 1 of the Inscription Tower. You. Not interested. Lin Xian curled his lips. An injured loser, don't jump around in front of me. If you want to fight, he's more suitable. Lin Xian looked at the half-step harmonious spirit expert in the middle. Everyone's heart jumped. This guy is crazy. He dares to challenge a half-step harmonious spirit expert. The young man in the middle had a cold light in his triangular eyes, and purple patterns appeared. A terrifying aura gushed out, as if he was being stared at by hundreds of poisonous snakes. Arrogant! Senior brother Wang Shi doesn't need to do anything, I can deal with you myself. Violet Knight's body swayed, changing into a purple shadow, and quickly rushed toward Lin Xian. A purple glow appeared on his hands. They were like 2 razor-sharp saw teeth. 2 beams of light shot out from his eyes, like a divine spear, piercing through the void. What kind of power is this? Why am I trembling? Too scary, retreat quickly! The surrounding cultivators retreated like a receding tide, creating a vacuum. Lin Xian wasn't afraid, he took a step forward, and his body appeared above Violet Knight. Die! Violet Knight put his palms together, and 2 sharp saw teeth quickly slashed toward Lin Xian, emitting a dazzling light in the air. Boom! With just one stomp, Lin Xian had crushed the purple saw that was tens of meters long with just one stomp. I don't believe it, die for me! Violet Knight's eyes moved, the light in his eyes was like a divine sword, sweeping across the void. Clang! Clang! Another 2 steps landed on the light beam, creating an earth-shattering sound. The void trembled, Violet Knight suffered a violent impact, his body kept retreating, and each step he took cracked the ground. Is he still a human? He didn't even make a move, he just used his feet to disperse such a terrifying attack? Violet Knight was very sullen. Lin Xian's attitude was even more arrogant than the last time. This made him want to vomit blood. Bloodline power! The blood in his body surged, and a heart-palpitating power was quickly recovering. However, before this power could fully awaken, a black shoe landed on his chest, sending him flying. Puff! Violet Knight rolled out like a dead dog, his blood spilling all over the place. Everyone stared at Lin Xian in a daze, listing him as one of the people they couldn't afford to offend. Although his cultivation was average, he couldn't stand up to Lin Xian's combat strength. The martial artists of Purple Extreme Demon Palace were both shocked and furious. One she stared at Lin Xian with murderous eyes, while the other 2 went to save Violet Knight. If you have any last words, leave them. Chapter 256. Lin Xian, the opponent is a half-step harmonious spirit expert. Why don't we retreat first? Ice Fairy whispered to him. Do you need help? Yidaoleng was full of fighting spirit. Thank you both. I can handle it. Lin Xian shook his head. He didn't want to get Snow's sect involved. Wang Shi saw that Lin Xian still dared to resist, so he didn't say anything. The purple pattern in his triangular eye rotated, and a strong soul fluctuation was emitted. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk the soul power turned into a giant purple python, biting down ferociously. Soul power materialization? Lin Xian was shocked. This kind of technique was terrifying. It should be a technique that only a 3rd-grade inscription master could use. Thunder Rush! the lightning pattern on his body surged. Lin Xian threw out a punch, colliding with the soul's serpent. Asterisk bang! Asterisk the two forces disappeared. Lin Xian took a few steps back, and his eyes were gloomy. Wang Shi's eyes became colder. Not bad. You can actually withstand my attack. No wonder you have the right to be arrogant. But you're too naive if you want to fight against the purple extreme demon palace with this little ability. The purple pattern in his triangular eye condensed into a three-petaled flower. It rotated rapidly, and a tidal wave of soul power rushed towards Lin Xian. Great Dragon Sword Intent! Lin Xian's eyes became sharp, and there was a faint sword light. An extremely powerful sword intent gushed out from his body. The clouds in the sky were split open, and a strong wind blew in all directions. Wang Shi's eye technique attack was also blocked. It could not move forward within 30 feet of Lin Xian no matter how hard it tried. Asterisk clang! Asterisk asterisk clang! Asterisk many martial artists' weapons trembled, and wanted to fly out, causing chaos. Damn, it's sword intent! Isn't this brat too terrifying? Genius, a genius in sword Dao! Other than Yi Daolin, who was still calm, the others went crazy. Even Wang Shi was surprised. Interesting, but it's not enough. His feet flashed, and a purple light flashed. Wang Shi disappeared. Lightning storm! Lin Xian was surrounded by lightning and wind, like a terrifying sea of lightning. Whoosh! Like a piece of cloth being torn apart, the violent sea of lightning was split into two halves, and a vacuum appeared in the middle. Whoosh! Purple spiritual energy surged and turned into several poisonous snakes, forming a huge palm that suddenly fell down. When the surrounding sea of lightning came into contact with the purple palm, it began to melt rapidly, emitting sizzling sounds. What a strong poison! It can actually corrode! Lin Xian didn't dare to be careless. He used dragon counterstep and stabbed out with the long sword at his waist. Cloud severing! As the sword light flashed past, the purple palm was cut into several pieces and exploded in the air. The sharp sword chi rushed towards Wang Shi in an even sharper manner. The three-petaled purple flower in Wang Shi's eyes spun and formed a light screen, blocking Lin Xian's sword chi. At the same time, he clenched his fist, and the surrounding air suddenly condensed, then quickly rushed towards Lin Xian. Borrowing the power of heaven and earth, what a terrifying method! The surrounding martial artists exclaimed. The reason why harmonious spirit realm martial artists were powerful was because they could borrow the power of heaven and earth. Although Wang Shi was only a half-step harmonious spirit realm martial artist, he could still borrow the power of heaven and earth with a secret technique. Lin Xian's body tightened. He felt that the surrounding air was like 10 big mountains that wanted to squash him. Ka! Lin Xian's body flickered with copper lightning patterns. His body was incomparably strong. With the nourishment of the great earth spirit liquid, the toughness of his body was 3 times stronger than a half-step harmonious spirit realm martial artist. Wind lightning sword wave! A sword wave that was infused with the power of wind and lightning quickly flew in all directions. The condensed space was cut open, and the invisible pressure disappeared instantly. Seeing that Wang Shi's move didn't trap Lin Xian, the surrounding crowd exclaimed again. There was a gap of 1.5 realms between the two of them. Moreover, Wang Shi was a half-step harmonious spirit realm martial artist, which was far stronger than a sea of soul realm martial artist. Fighting against those with higher realms, this is a true genius. Many people were envious. It seems like your ability is not even as good as Xian. Lin Xian sneered. Now, it's my turn to attack. Thunder! Sword light soared into the sky, and sword intent surged. In the sky, the clouds rolled, and the faint sound of thunder could be heard. This is the power of heaven and earth. How is this possible? He is only at the 6th sky of Sea of Soul Realm. Sword skill, it must be a high-grade sword skill. The surrounding martial artists went crazy. They couldn't wait to capture Lin Xian and study him thoroughly. Wang Shi's triangular eyes also showed a dignified expression. He realized that he had underestimated Lin Xian. Thunder, the second move of the green cloud sword art. It attracted the lightning from the 9 heavens to kill the opponent. Lin Xian had the lightning attribute, so it was easier for him to attract lightning. Such a violent lightning power, and your soul power is also very strong. This voice was like a spring breeze, drifting into everyone's ears. Lin Xian and Wang Shi's bodies shook. They could naturally feel the strength of the person who came. Fight, fight! At that time, the Stupa sect will have 2 less competitors. This voice had a hint of schadenfreude. Wang Shi snorted, and his body floated backward. Lin Xian also stopped his sword skill and looked at the person who came with caution. The 2 figures landed, completely ignoring the gazes of the surrounding people. You are Lin Xian? I heard that you bullied my sister? The voice of the person who came was filled with dissatisfaction. Everyone was stunned, and then looked at Lin Xian blankly. How many people did this guy offend? The one who spoke was a smiling young man. Beside him, there was a girl with big eyes, staring at Lin Xian. Could it be that this fellow did something wrong to her? It's possible. Look at that girl's resentful eyes. Lin Xian was speechless. These people's imaginations were too rich. With a flip of his palm, Lin Xian picked up the snow-white monkey and threw it to the beautiful girl. You can play with it for 2 hours. Would ye? The snow-white monkey rubbed its sleepy eyes and whimpered in dissatisfaction. Everyone's face darkened. The owner of this little monkey was too heartless. Holding the snow-white monkey, Jiang Ryua's eyes narrowed into crescents. It seems like it has the power of bloodline? The smiling young man beside her was surprised. No wonder you can't forget it. Good little white, I'll give you some spirit fruits. Jiang Ryue took out a pile of spirit fruits. It's actually the Jiang siblings. This Buddha gate has indeed attracted many experts. What's the background of this kid? He can actually invite the disciples of the Jiang family. A group of people whispered to each other, as if they were afraid of Jiang Ryue and her sister. Many thanks. Lin Xian cupped his fists. He knew that the Jiang siblings were afraid that he would be at a disadvantage. 6th sky of Spirit Sea Realm, able to fight against a half-step harmonious spirit. No wonder my sister was at a disadvantage, the smiling young man said. Humph, kid, consider yourself lucky. But you won't be so lucky next time. Wang Shi snorted and walked to the side. He was afraid of the smiling young man who just appeared. The most important thing now was to wait for the opening of the Buddha gate. Everything else could be put aside. Lin Xian's expression was calm. If they really fought, he wouldn't be afraid. Even though he couldn't kill Wang Shi, the other party couldn't do anything to him either. Asterisk swoosh swoosh star. Chapter 257. Not only were there people from the back, but there were also people from the left and right. Some of the auras were extremely powerful, not losing to Wang Shi, Jiang Xiaofeng, and the others. Buzz! A white figure flashed past, and the swords and sabers below were buzzing and trembling. What a powerful sword intent! Everyone exclaimed. Lin Xian frowned. He was very familiar with this sword intent. It could be said that it was unforgettable. Lin Feng! Lin Xian clenched his fists, making cracking sounds. He took a deep breath. The sudden arrival of these cultivators startled everyone below. Swish! Dozens of figures landed on the ground, bringing with them a powerful gale. These people's robes fluttered like a gale, emitting a terrifying aura. The person in the front had an even more powerful aura. He was like the source of the wind, driving the surrounding air. Ling Fengzi, the #1 disciple of the Black Wind sect. Many cultivators in the crowd looked at him with reverence. It couldn't be helped. The Black Wind sect was too famous. This could be seen from everyone's performance. Ling Fengzi was the #1 disciple of the Black Wind sect. He could be said to be one of the top cultivators on the floating island. Feeling the gazes from all around, the disciples of the Black Wind sect were proud. Ling Fengzi, on the other hand, was expressionless. It seemed that with his strength, he should be pursuing a higher realm, not a false reputation. Lin Xian looked at the figure that was like a gale, and his heart was beating rapidly. Wind intent! He had felt this kind of feeling from Shadowless in the Inscription Tower competition. However, Ling Fengzi's aura was clearly much more powerful. It seemed that he had completely comprehended the wind intent. But to what extent? Sword intent and saber intent were also considered a type of intent. It was just that they were more inclined to attack. Swish! Just as everyone was shocked and envious, a sword light tore through the gale and flashed through the air. The sword light disappeared, and a youth in white appeared in front of everyone. Arrogant and sharp, like a peerless divine sword, showing off its sharpness. His eyes emitted a powerful self-confidence, as if he didn't put anyone in his eyes. Who is this person? What a powerful aura! It doesn't seem to be any weaker than Ling Fengzi. I don't know. He's not a disciple of the Central Region. Could he be from the Border Region? Everyone was puzzled, revealing a pondering expression. However, after seeing this person, Lin Xian's gaze suddenly turned cold. Lin Feng! It's really him! Half-step harmonious spirit, small success sword intent, said Lin Xian coldly. Lin Feng's strength had exceeded his expectations. Lin Feng was a peerless genius. It's still a bit difficult for you to fight him now, Wine Lord said slowly. Indeed, whether it was in terms of strength or battle prowess, Lin Xian still had a big gap between them. There's still time. I'll definitely defeat him at the clan assembly. Lin Xian wasn't blindly confident. He had the Great Earth Spirit Elixir, the Ice Platform, and other heaven-defying resources. He also had the guidance of a mysterious expert like the Wine Lord. As long as he was given time, he would definitely grow. After all, strictly speaking, Lin Xian had only cultivated for slightly more than a year. In just over a year, he had reached the 6th Spirit Sea realm from a martial disciple, and his battle prowess was comparable to a half-step harmonious spirit expert. Such a transformation had never happened before in the world of cultivation. What a strong sword intent! This person is not simple! Jiang Xiaofeng stopped smiling. Wang Shi and the others also felt a bit gloomy. It seemed like there were more experts than they had imagined. It's Lin Feng. His strength has become stronger. Ling Yidao and Ice Snow Fairy also looked solemn when they saw Lin Feng. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk boom. Asterisk a ball of flame fell on the ground, causing the whole ground to tremble. A heatwave like a sea of fire quickly spread in all directions. Apart from Lin Feng, Jiang Xiaofeng, Ling Fengzi, Lin Xian, and a few other experts who could resist the heat, the others all activated their spirit power armor. So hot! Damn, what's that? Could it be a shooting star? Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk the flame dispersed and a tall man in red clothes appeared. His muscles were like a dragon, filled with explosive qi. Meng Yan, he has also become stronger, Ling Yidao said with a trace of battle intent. Meng Yan was the first in the hidden dragon ranking list of the Great Xia. His reputation was even higher than Lin Feng's. His strength was unfathomable. Lin Xian's eyes twinkled. He didn't have a good impression of these two people. Meng Yan had fought against him because of the dragon fruit. There was a deep grudge between the two of them. Wah! When the little white monkey saw Meng Yan, it suddenly made a funny face. It looked very funny. Everybody was surprised and started to worry about the little white monkey. Meng Yan's strength was at the same level as Ling Fengzi's. Such a person's reputation was very important. As expected, when Meng Yan saw the little white monkey's mockery, his expression changed. A few days ago, it was that little monkey who had stolen his dragon fruit. Now, it had appeared again. Meng Yan glanced around and saw Lin Xian. As expected, it's you, little boy. Nobody can save you today. Meng Yan took a step forward. His qi was like a burning flame. Little bastard, hand over the egg. Otherwise, I'll kill your entire clan. Another angry shout spread in the air. It sounded like a rolling thundercloud. Everybody's eardrums were shaking. The people from the Xingfeng sect are here. And the Mu clan. many martial artists in the crowd exclaimed. Their voices were filled with excitement. Lin Xian squinted his eyes and looked up at the sky. A group of martial artists landed slowly. Among them, a young girl glared at Lin Xian with a murderous look in her eyes. Hand over the egg! Su Xiao gritted his teeth and pointed the red sword in his hand. For a moment, the atmosphere was extremely tense. There were actually two forces that wanted to touch Lin Xian. Including the Purple Demon Palace, there were three forces. Who is this kid? He actually provokes so many enemies. I don't know. I only know that he's dead for sure. Sigh, what a pity! Many people felt that it was a pity, but more people were here to watch the show. Jiang Ryue rolled her eyes at Lin Xian and said angrily, Little White, your master has provoked so many people. He's dead for sure today. Why don't you follow me? I'll give you spiritual fruits to eat every day. Wha? The little white monkey nodded its little head and blinked its black gem-like eyes. Jiang Xiaofeng also looked at Lin Xian strangely. Brother, you've provoked so many experts. You've got guts. Lin Xian smiled bitterly. He didn't want to make enemies for no reason, but these people had gone too far. It wasn't that no one had gone against them, but those people were all dead. Only he was capable of contending against these forces. Grudges in the pugilistic world are inevitable, but I've never done anything shameful. On the other hand, they've done many dirty things. What did you say? Su Xiao was furious. You snatched our egg and you still don't admit it. You said I snatched it. Then let me ask you, did I snatch it from your hands? No way. Lin Xian snorted. It's right there. You can't get it, so you blame it on me. What kind of logic is that? You're talking nonsense. Su Xiao gritted his teeth. I saw it first. Chapter 258. You saw the stupid gate first, so others can't enter? Lin Xian sneered. Chasing others when you can't get it? Is this the style of your Star Peak Pavilion? Nonsense, I'll kill you! Su Xiao screamed. Brat, no matter what you say, we won't let you go! And your Purple Demon Palace, don't blame us for being merciless for having such a disciple. What nonsense are you talking about? He's not from our Purple Demon Palace. Not from your Purple Demon Palace? He clearly used an eye technique. Looks like your Purple Extreme Devil Palace is full of nonsense. Pooh! Hearing this, Ziyi spat out another mouthful of blood. He had been chased for so many days because of Lin Xian. Thinking of this, Ziyi had the urge to go crazy. The others from the Purple Demon Palace also had ugly expressions. Wan Shi's face was gloomy, and his triangular eyes looked like they were about to spit fire. Everyone, he's not from our Purple Demon Palace. On the contrary, he's our enemy, Wan Shi said in a low voice. If you want to kill him or beat him up, our Purple Extreme Devil Palace will not interfere. Lin Xian was going to die anyway, so it didn't matter who did it. Besides, he knew that Lin Xian was a tough nut to crack. The Star Peak Pavilion had chased them before, so it wasn't a bad idea to let them suffer a little. For a moment, Lin Xian became the center of attention. Lin Feng's eyes moved, pausing on Lin Xian for a moment before leaving. A cultivation of the 6th layer of the spiritual C-tier wasn't worth his attention. As for Lin Xian returning to the clan in half a year to participate in the clan meeting, Lin Feng thought it was a joke. On the other hand, Yidaoling and Ice Fairy were worried. Lin Xian's enemies were all difficult to deal with. Humph, let me see how strong a shameless thief like you is today! A person walked out of the Star Peak Pavilion and quickly charged at Lin Xian. Star Fist. This young man was called Zhang Qing, and his cultivation had reached the peak of the 7th layer of the spiritual C-tier. He threw out a punch, and it was like a falling star, carrying a terrifying aura. Fuck, it's actually a mid-grade spirit-ranked martial art. Look at this punch, it should be at 60%. Although they had seen Lin Xian's strength, they still couldn't help but exclaim. Crack! Crack! Lin Xian was like a thunder god descending to the mortal world. His entire body was filled with violent thunder and lightning. He stretched out his hand, and the lightning in the sky gathered, forming a huge palm of lightning that was dozens of meters long. Boom! This hit happened to hit the weak point of the astral fist, and broke the fist technique with one hit. Then, a huge palm of lightning grabbed the young man. Impossible! Zhang Qing resisted with great difficulty. His handsome face had turned the color of pig liver. What do you want to do? My fellow disciples are all here. If you touch me, you're dead. Really? Looks like you still haven't figured out your situation. Lin Xian's expression darkened slightly as he exerted force in his palm, squeezing Zhang Cheng's bones until they creaked. It's broken! I'll kill you! Crack! Thunder and lightning surged, instantly roasting Zhang Cheng's body. The smell of roasted meat wafted in the air. Bastard, how dare you touch him? You're courting death! The people from the Star Peak Pavilion were furious. Someone dared to make a move in front of them. This was a slap to their faces. For such a large sect, face was the most important thing. However, they seemed to have forgotten that if they hadn't started it, they wouldn't have been slapped in the face now. What, you want to hit me, but I'm not allowed to fight back? Lin Xian sneered and threw Zhang Qing out. Plop! The people from the Star Peak Pavilion caught Zhang Qing, trembling with anger. You're finished. No one can save you. Break his limbs and make him kowtow to junior brother Zhang. This kind of person should be crippled of his cultivation so that he can't do evil anymore. The people from the Star Peak Pavilion were agitated and shouted coldly. If you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. Lin Xian shouted. Come at me if you want to. Don't think you're so great. I'll let you know the difference between us. Don't talk nonsense with him. Let's capture him together. 3 martial artists with powerful auras flew out, planning to attack at the same time. Shameless indeed, but I accept your challenge. Finishing, Lin Xian actually took the initiative to attack. Wind and Thunder Sword Ripple. His fingertip flicked out a sword ripple, containing a fierce dragon sword intent. A deep dragon roar sounded, mixed with the power of wind and thunder, quickly rushing towards the 3 martial artists from the Star Peak Pavilion. Big Dipper Star Screen. The 3 joined hands and shot out a bright light screen in front of them. It flickered with starlight and blocked the wind and thunder sword ripple. Dang! 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 The rippling sword chi hit on it, forming numerous cuts. The power of wind and thunder quickly tore apart the star screen. That power was frightening. However, it was 3 martial artists at the peak of the 7th layer of the spiritual ocean realm after all. Their defense surpassed the scope of the spiritual ocean realm, and wasn't so easy to break through. As expected, the wind and thunder sword ripple pierced in halfway and disappeared. Kid, you can't break through our joint defense. The 3 stood in a row, and the starlight screen turned into a large net, covering Lin Xian. Dragon counter steps 7 steps. Lin Xian leaped up like a swimming dragon. Ta! Stepping out, he hit the top of the martial artist on the right, and a dragon claw shadow appeared on the soles of his feet, stomping down fiercely. Pun! The star screen shattered, and a bowl-sized hole appeared. That martial artist seemed to have been hit by 100,000 mountains, and everything below his waist sank into the ground. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. How terrifying was the power to cause such an effect? The disciples of the Star Peak Pavilion in the distance frowned, their hearts hanging in the air. They couldn't understand why a martial artist at the 6th layer of the spiritual ocean realm was so powerful. This far exceeded common sense. Their eldest senior brother Qiming's face was also gloomy like ice. Ta! Ta! Stomping the martial artist on the right into the ground, Lin Xian disappeared again. 10,000 miles of starry sky. Milky Way illuminates. The remaining 2 disciples were scared, and hurriedly sent out 2 attacks. A fan-shaped light appeared in the middle, dotted with stars, as if it was a real starry sky, but it contained a terrifying killing intent. The disciple on the left waved out a palm wind like the Milky Way, covering the sky and earth with shocking power. These two killing moves were enough to kill any martial artist below half-step harmonious spirit realm, but they met Lin Xian. Although his cultivation was only at the 6th layer of the spiritual ocean realm, his battle prowess was enough to look down on half-step harmonious spirit realm martial artists. Lin Xian's body was abnormally agile, like an azure dragon, shuttling through the clouds. Twisting his body, his right foot suddenly stomped down like an azure dragon swinging its tail, carrying a force as heavy as 10,000 pounds, mercilessly stomping down. Rumble! Puff! Lin Xian took 2 steps consecutively, and the 2 martial artists below were sent flying as if they were heavily injured. 3 peak 7th layer spiritual ocean realm martial artists were taken care of by Lin Xian with just 3 kicks. This guy, how can he be so abnormal? Ziye's voice was trembling. Despicable guy, he's become even more powerful. Jiang Riyue pouted. Meng Yan looked at Lin Xian and laughed loudly. Looks like that fire dragon fruit is indeed extraordinary, actually allowing you to grow to such a level. Chapter 259. Meng Yan's words caused an uproar among the crowd. It seemed like Lin Xian was from the same sect as the man with the monstrous sword intent. What kind of sect is this? How could they have 2 geniuses with sword intent at the same time? However, Lin Feng only glanced at Lin Xian indifferently. Trash like him, no one will avenge him if he dies. The crowd shuddered. It seemed like the relationship between the two wasn't that good. A mountain can't accommodate 2 tigers. Many people lowered their heads and sighed. Meng Yan smiled. That's good. Little brat, how dare you steal from me? I'll burn you to ashes today. The disciples of Star Peak Pavilion and Purple Demon Palace laughed cruelly. With a half-step harmonious spirit expert, Lin Xian was dead for sure. Yi Daoling and Ice Fairy's expression changed. Meng Yan was the first in the Hidden Dragon ranking. His strength and reputation were like a mountain pressing down on them. Now that Meng Yan was going to personally attack, Lin Xian was doomed. Lin Xian squinted his eyes and said with a cold expression, Seems like you're going to kill me? Killing you is as easy as slaughtering a dog. Meng Yan shouted. Flames rose from his body, forming a sea of fire. A violent and ferocious qi quickly spread out, setting off waves of heat in the air. Last time, someone stood up for you. Let's see who can save you this time. He threw out a punch that turned into a fireball that was dozens of meters long. Not good, retreat! The crowd retreated in all directions, afraid that they would be affected. Brother, should we save him? Jiang Riyue held the snow-white monkey in her arms. She was worried. I don't think he will be defeated that easily. Let's wait a little longer. Jiang Xiaofeng seemed to think highly of Lin Xian. Bronze Thunder Body! Lightning flashed on Lin Xian's body, forming a complicated lightning mark that carried a crazy aura. Thunder Fist! Lin Xian didn't dodge and threw out a punch as well. Lightning danced in the air. The azure lightning ball turned into a light pillar and rushed into the distance. The lightning and fire collided, creating a dazzling light. 100 meters deep pit appeared under their feet. Countless cracks spread out in all directions. Lunatic! He must be a lunatic! He can actually fight against a half-step harmonious spirit expert? Meng Yan was slightly stunned, and then his face turned gloomy. Body refining technique? Is this what gives you the right to be arrogant? In the face of absolute power, everything is futile. Flaming palm! Meng Yan raised his hand and pressed forward. A fiery red palm of light appeared in the sky. At first, it was only the size of a millstone, but as the surrounding spiritual energy continued to pour in, the fiery palm of light grew larger and larger until it was the size of a house. In front of the power of heaven and earth, you are just an ant. Die! The flaming palm came crashing down like a burning mountain, causing the void to collapse. Wait until you become a true harmonious spirit realm warrior. Lin Xian's black hair danced wildly in the wind. His body was suffused with a sharp sword intent. It was as if a dragon was roaring inside his body. Wind Emperor's sword! The sword pierced into the sky, and the surrounding wind danced. The power of wind and thunder turned into a shocking sword chi that soared into the sky. Rumble! The flaming palm slammed down mercilessly and landed on the ground, leaving a huge handprint. "Where's that kid? He's not dead, is he?" Everyone's face palpitated. The power of a half-step harmonious spirit realm warrior made their hearts tremble. Bang! Just as everyone was guessing, a sword light flashed and illuminated the surroundings like a cold light. Lin Xian stood proudly with the autumn scar sword in his hand. His black hair danced behind him, and he was not injured at all. "No way, even a half-step harmonious spirit realm warrior can't hurt him." The surrounding warriors were stunned, and those powerful warriors were also frowning. Lin Xian was like an exception. Time and time again, he challenged their understanding of him. "This kind of guy, since he is our enemy, we must get out of here before he grows up." The disciples of Purple Extreme Demon Palace and Star Peak Pavilion had the same thought. Even the disciples of Black Wind's sect had killing intent in their eyes. "Half-step harmonious spirit realm, #1 in the hidden dragon ranking?" Lin Xian sneered. "It seems like you've been sitting high and mighty for too long. How about I take your place?" "You!" Meng Yan sneered. "Although you have sword intent, it's not invincible." Buzz! With a flick of his wrist, a fiery red spear appeared in his hand. Meng Yan's aura rose again, reaching an unimaginable height. "This aura, could it be a high-grade profound rank treasure?" Ling Yidao's voice was trembling. Wang Shi, Jiang Xiaofeng, and the others were also slightly shocked. Even Lin Feng was staring at the spear. "If that's all you've got, then go to hell! Flame kill!" The spear stirred up the wind and clouds. It emitted a blazing light that looked like 5 fiery dragons dancing in the sky. The whole sky was dyed red, and the air between heaven and earth was turbulent. Before the spear had arrived, Lin Xian felt his body burning. The spiritual energy in his body seemed to be evaporating, and was quickly draining away. "Dragon counterattack 7 steps!" Like a dragon, Lin Xian's body turned into a ray of light. Stomp! With one step, the shadow of a dragon claw appeared in the air, grabbing at the fiery spear. Rumble! Lin Xian took 3 steps in a row. The air shook like thunder, and everyone's heart was beating wildly. Humph! Several cold snorts sounded. Lin Feng, Wang Shi, Ling Feng, and the others quickly cut off the connection. But ordinary warriors couldn't do it. Some of the weaker ones even spat out blood. However, this was only the aftermath of the dragon counterattack steps. The real power was all surging toward Meng Yan. "Flame spirit armor!" Meng Yan's face was pale. He didn't expect Lin Xian to know such a technique. His body bloomed with light. Spiritual energy surged out, forming a fiery red light armor on the surface of his body, and it kept growing bigger. In the end, a light giant covered in flames covered Meng Yan. This giant was dozens of meters tall. Its movements and expression were exactly the same as Meng Yan, but its power was several times stronger. Puff! The hand the size of a house grabbed down, and it had the power to break mountains and rivers. Lin Xian's eyes burst with a shocking sword light, and his body disappeared again. 5th step! Boom! The huge fiery arm broke, as if it was cut off by someone. Meng Yan's face was ferocious, as if he was severely injured. "Flame spirit spear!" he roared, and a fiery spear condensed in the air, with a shocking momentum. But Lin Xian was faster. He was like a green dragon swinging its tail, and took another step. Behind him, a giant dragon shadow appeared, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. The might of this step also exceeded that of the previous few steps. The flame spear in the air suddenly became much dimmer. Clang! Bang! The two collided, and the ground shook violently. The surrounding warriors all retreated quickly. Huge cracks appeared on the ground, and spread into the distance. In the air, a storm of lightning and fire intersected. It was like a destructive ball of light, spreading to the surroundings. "This momentum is comparable to a harmonious spirit realm expert." Many people showed a shocked expression. Lin Xian and Meng Yan retreated quickly, but the light in their eyes shone brighter. Chapter 260. The stupa gate is about to open! It was unknown who shouted, but immediately, the black mass of people rushed into the distance. At this moment, no one cared about the battle between Lin Xian and Meng Yan. Everyone rushed to the stupa gate. The Purple Demon Palace, Star Peak Pavilion, Black Wind Sect, and other sects also left without hesitation. Kid, consider yourself lucky today! Meng Yan shouted coldly. His body turned into flames and rushed into the distance. The copper lightning runes on Lin Xian's body gradually disappeared, and the sharp sword intent also dissipated, lying dormant in his body. Is it going to open? Lin Xian looked into the distance, and there was a trace of passion in his eyes. Swoosh! The snow-white monkey jumped back onto his body, and its big eyes blinked non-stop. Jiang Ryue pouted at the side, and she was very dissatisfied. However, she was pulled away by her brother, Jiang Xiaofeng. Brother Lin, go and fight for the opportunity! Swoosh! Lin Xian's body flashed, and like a sharp sword, he disappeared from the spot. The 1,000-meter-tall stone gate was covered with marks of vicissitudes. Lines of runes appeared on it, and quickly formed a huge pattern. During this process, the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth rushed toward the stupa gate, forming a terrifying spiritual energy vortex. It's finally open! Everyone was excited. Go in and seize the opportunity! Some disciples rushed in quickly. Ling Fengzi took out a stone token, and it emitted light, forming an inexplicable connection with the stupa gate. What's that? Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect Ling Fengzi to have such a move. In the distance, the young man from the Mu family also took out a token, and it also emitted light. Everyone's eyes were burning with greed as they looked at the two of them. However, no one dared to move. They had heard of the Black Wind Sect's reputation for a long time. Mu Chun from the Mu family was an existence that even the Star Peak Pavilion had to treat with respect. Just when everyone thought that there was no hope, Lin Xian's body also emitted light, and a palm-sized token appeared above his head. Swoosh! Countless eyes looked at Lin Xian, and they couldn't hide their greed. Why does that kid have one too? I don't know, but he definitely won't be able to keep it. Brat, hand over the token and we'll leave your corpse intact. The people from the Purple Extreme Devil Palace and Star Peak Pavilion shouted coldly. Hee, Lin Xian, I didn't expect you to have such a treasure. Meng Yan laughed cruelly. Give me the talisman and I will consider letting you go back to Jianxi Palace, said Lin Feng coldly. In addition, countless gazes were fixed on him. Damn it! Lin Xian had the urge to stomp his feet. Firstly, he didn't know that the stone token would appear on its own. Secondly, these people were too despicable. They actually dared to have designs on him. Little Xianzi, don't take it head on, Wine Lord transmitted. But Lin Xian was unwilling, but he had no chance against so many experts. I'll try to see if I can draw out the thing inside, Wine Lord said in a low voice. But there's only one chance. Even if it doesn't work, we have to leave. Fine, Lin Xian said through gritted teeth. Buzz! Without any warning, the stone token above Lin Xian's head emitted a dazzling light like a small sun. What's happening? Everyone was puzzled because only Lin Xian's token had changed. Ling Fengzi and Mu Chen's tokens hadn't changed. Rumble! While everyone was still in a daze, a blurry black shadow suddenly appeared in the vortex above the stupa gate. Oh no, it's that brat! Maybe it's a treasure. We can't let him get it! Everyone came back to their senses and madly pounced on Lin Xian. At this moment, apart from Ling Yidao, Ice Fairy, and the Jiang siblings, the rest of the people moved. A black shadow appeared above Lin Xian's head, carrying an ancient qi. Whoosh! Boom! Sword qi surged, tearing the sky apart and piercing towards Lin Xian. Saber qi flashed and turned into a waterfall, mercilessly slashing down. In a flash, all kinds of terrifying attacks surged towards Lin Xian. Dragon counter step! Lin Xian's body flickered and moved quickly, shuttling back and forth in all kinds of light. The illusory figure above his head gradually became real. Slash! Dazzling sword chi flashed and slashed towards Lin Xian. This sword was so amazing that Lin Xian had nowhere to hide. Buzz! Lin Xian's body flashed with thunder marks, and at the same time, he quickly slashed out with his sword. Clang! The two collided. Lin Xian kept retreating, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. The shadow above his head stopped moving and gradually disappeared. After one successful attack, Lin Feng slashed out with his sword again. At the same time, Meng Yan and the others quickly attacked. They couldn't wait to tear Lin Xian to shreds. He's injured. Hurry up and help. Brother Lin, run! We'll help you block them. Lin Yidao, Ice Fairy, the Jiang siblings and the others all rushed to help Lin Xian. Ah! Lin Xian raised his head to the sky and roared. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and he quickly slashed out with his sword. However, he was met with even more attacks. A few of the gasoline blasted his body, causing quite a bit of damage. Hurry up and run! Wine Lord secretly grabbed a wooden box from the shadow above Lin Xian's head. This wooden box was surrounded by multicolored light and emitted a terrifying qi. Lin Xian grabbed the wooden box and looked around. Today, you chased me to kill me. In the future, I'll pay you back 100 times. Lin Xian's voice was as cold as sword light. You think you can escape? Meng Yan laughed wildly. Kill him and take his treasure box and talisman. The others roared. Boom! The flaming spear pierced out like a fire dragon. I will take back what belongs to me. And you, wash your necks and wait for me to come back. A black vortex appeared on Lin Xian's body and kept expanding. Die! Lin Feng attacked with his sword. Wan Shi attacked with his purple pupils and many other people attacked together. The space was about to shatter, but the black vortex quickly disappeared and took Lin Xian away. Damn it! Ah! The treasure is mine! Many people raised their heads to the sky and shouted. Brother Mu, what is that talisman? Asked Fang Qiming from the Xingfeng pavilion. Everybody was looking at Fang Qiming and Ling Fengzi, waiting for their answer. But a token. After Ling Fengzi said these 3 words, he didn't say anything else. Mu Chen slowly said, I don't know how to use the Buddha talisman, but from what happened a moment ago, Lin Xian didn't take all the treasures. Indeed, everybody had seen that Lin Xian had only taken 1 treasure box. By the way, that bastard still has my bag, we can find him, said Su Xiao quickly. Hearing this, the people from the Star Peak Pavilion were overjoyed. Even the others revealed excited expressions. If they get the Buddha talisman, they'll get endless treasures. That little boy is cunning, let's capture him together. Many people wanted to form an alliance with the Xingfeng Pavilion. After that, apart from the Black Wind sect and the Mu clan, everybody else was extremely anxious. During that time, Ling Yidao, the Ice Snow Fairy, the Jiang clan's brother and sister went to the Buddha Gate. The others followed Mu Chen's instructions and started looking for Lin Xian. Lin Feng's eyes were twinkling as he entered the Buddha Gate. Some cultivators chose to wait near the Buddha Gate. As long as Lin Xian was alive, he would definitely come back. An hour later, Ling Fengzi and Mu Chen entered the Buddha Gate with their talismans shining brightly. 1,000 miles away, in a dense forest, tigers roared and apes cried. Chapter 261. This figure was Lin Xian. He escaped here with the help of Wine Lord. Puff! As soon as he landed, Lin Xian spat out a mouthful of blood. Previously, there were dozens of people who attacked him together, and there were even a few half-step harmonious spirit experts among them. It was already a miracle that he was still alive. Recover my strength first. Lin Xian didn't hesitate. He found a safe place and took out the ice platform and a drop of Great Earth Spirit liquid. As soon as the drop entered his mouth, Lin Xian circulated the art of long life and started to heal his body. The drop of Great Earth Spirit liquid contained terrifying life essence. Under the effect of the mysterious technique, it quickly merged into Lin Xian's body. Multicolored light overflowed, and a vast amount of energy wrapped around his body, rolling continuously. Half a day later, the wounds on his body disappeared. As for the drop of Great Earth's spirit liquid, only half was consumed. Lin Xian didn't open his eyes, but continued to circulate the art of long life. He wanted to break through the seventh sky of spiritual sea layer in one go. Spiritual energy surged, Lin Xian constantly changed seals, and a surge of energy was constantly brewing. One day later, a rumbling sound came from his body, like the roar of waves, and an abnormally tyrannical aura spread out. Seventh spiritual sea layer! Lin Xian opened his eyes, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Lin Feng, Meng Yan! And Purple Extreme Demon Palace, Star Peak Pavilion! Those who attacked me, I will cut them down one by one with my sword! Calming down, Lin Xian took out the treasure box. Feeling the terrifying aura on it, Lin Xian gently rubbed it. Let me see what kind of treasure it is. He opened the treasure box with hope. Chi. Just as he opened a small gap, a terrifying aura soared into the sky, like a peerless divine sword awakening, wanting to tear people apart. Ka. Countless terrifying sword marks appeared in the cave, and it was a ghastly sight. Lin Xian bore the brunt of it, as if he was stabbed by thousands of swords. 1. The copper thunder rune appeared immediately, blocking the terrifying killing intent. The great dragon sword intent in his body rumbled, resisting the sword intent in the treasure box. Buzz! As if it had been stimulated, the sword intent within the treasure box resonated and emitted an even more dazzling light. Rumble! The entire cave was pierced through, and countless boulders fell down. Terrifying sword wounds appeared on Lin Xian's body. Bang! Lin Xian's body surged with lightning, forming a 10-meter-long protective shield. He quickly rushed out of the cave. Crack! He used all his strength to close the box. In an instant, all the terrifying sword intent disappeared. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief and wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead with lingering fear. Instead of being beaten to death by those people, he was almost killed by this box. What is this? It can't be a trap, right? Lin Xian's face fell. In that split second, his bronze thunder body had almost been pierced through, and that was only by a sliver. Idiot, this is good stuff. Your improvement in sword intent is all thanks to it, Wine Lord said. Improvement in sword intent? Lin Xian muttered. He had indeed felt a shocking sword intent from the box. This sword intent was much stronger than Lin Feng's small success sword intent. It can't be large success sword intent, right? Lin Xian's expression changed. But how can I improve it? I can't bear it at all. You want to gain without taking the risk. How can there be such a good thing? Wine Lord despised. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. As for whether you want to try it or not, you decide. If people surround and attack you again, I can't guarantee that I can take you away again. Lin Xian remained silent. He knew Wine Lord's situation. He couldn't act rashly. Moreover, he didn't want to be surrounded and attacked by a group of people just because he was weak. He didn't want that to happen again. Let's do it! I don't want to be humiliated like today! Lin Xian's eyes were resolute. All right, let's set up a formation to prevent the sword intent from leaking out and causing unnecessary trouble, Wine Lord said. Lin Xian nodded and was about to leave when he suddenly frowned. They actually chased me here. Are they going to chase me to the end? Lin Xian's expression was very ugly. Whoosh! His body flashed, and he left the place. A moment later, dozens of people appeared. It was the Star Peak Pavilion and the others. There are remnants of sword intent here and some blood. It seems that he was seriously injured. Chase! We can't let him escape, Fang Qiming said in a low voice. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Lights flashed, and these people chased after him. To the left! In the crowd, a young man in a white robe was constantly giving orders with a cold expression. He was not Mu Qin, but another disciple of the Mu family, Mu Yi. You can't escape, Everything is under my control. Mui sneered and held a round plate in his hand. Suddenly, he frowned and his face darkened. Originally, there was a moving red dot on the round plate, representing Lin Xian. But now, the red dot had disappeared. Mui felt as if he had been slapped in the face. His face was burning. He had just said that everything was under his control, and then Lin Xian had disappeared. This was undoubtedly a slap to his face. Damn it, he must have used some method to hide his aura! Mui roared in exasperation. Don't worry, let's split up. He's injured, so he can't have run far. Fang Qiming was calmer than Mui. Li He, you take a group to the left. Wu Dong, you take a group to the right. The rest of you follow me. Suddenly, the entire group split into 3 groups and rushed in 3 directions. In the primitive forest, Lin Xian's face was dignified. He had just used the method Wine Lord had taught him to temporarily seal the aura on the demonic beast bag. That was how he had escaped. They've split up. Let's collect some interest first. Lin Xian rushed out like a cheetah. These people were crazy. They had chased him for thousands of miles. Naturally, he would not be lenient. Picking a group that did not have any half-step harmonious spirit experts, Lin Xian used his soul power to cover his aura and quietly approached. The breeze blew, and the leaves rustled. The grass on the ground swayed like a green ocean. A group of 8, led by Li He, was quickly searching. There seems to be traces of being stepped on. Someone in the group exclaimed. Search carefully, Li He coldly said. The 8 of them spread out in an arc. Their bodies glowed as they carefully searched. This kind of formation could not only increase the efficiency of searching, but also quickly form a defense to prevent sneak attacks. However, they still underestimated Lin Xian. Moreover, Lin Xian's injuries had not only healed, but his cultivation had also advanced by a level. Lin Xian hid on the tree trunk and seized the opportunity to suddenly attack. His sword flashed, and a sharp sword wave rushed out, cutting the 2 closest to him in half. Everyone be careful! Li He shouted. Form the formation! At the same time, he let out a long whistle, calling for the others. Boom! Lin Xian did not speak nonsense. He slashed out with his sword. The sword light flashed. Li He clutched his neck and fell down. His eyes were filled with unwillingness. Boom! Lin Xian punched out with his left fist, and a person beside him was blasted into a bloody mist. Lin Xian's face was cold. If he did not kill, these people would kill him. In order to survive, he had no other choice. Wind lightning sword wave! Sword chi surged. Fine sword waves rushed out in all directions. Puff! 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 3 people were too slow and their bodies were cut into pieces. Run! The remaining 2 were scared. They ran in the opposite direction. Chapter 262. Swoosh! The sword light flashed as fast as lightning, leaving a dazzling trail of light behind it. The warrior's head flew away, leaving a trail of blood behind. The other warrior was already 100 meters away. He was confident that he could escape from this place. Suddenly, he felt a chill on his back, followed by a piercing pain. No, this is impossible! The warrior slowly lowered his head, his eyes filled with disbelief. From the left side of his heart, a sharp cold light pierced out. Whoa! A snow-white figure flashed, and a little monkey jumped around with a dagger in its hand. Its eyes were filled with disdain. Boom! The warrior fell to the ground dead. He still couldn't believe that a little monkey could kill him. Let's go! Lin Xian waved his hand, calling the little monkey back. He then changed into a sword light and quickly left the place. Swoosh! Swoosh! Not long after Lin Xian left, Fang Qiming and the others arrived. But when they saw the corpses on the ground, they gasped. Li Yi! The crowd couldn't believe what they saw. Some of them even shouted out loud. There are still remnants of sword intent on these wounds. It should be that brat's doing. Fang Qiming's face darkened. Most of these were his Star Peak Pavilion's disciples. Now that they were dead, how could he not be heartbroken? This is impossible. Isn't he injured? How could he kill all these people? Even if he couldn't win, he could at least run away, right? He must have a helper. Fang Qiming glanced around and found the corpses of his disciples 100 meters away. The distance between the two was more than 200 meters. At this distance, only a harmonious spirit expert could kill them at the same time. What should we do now? Should we just let him go? Spread the news and let more people look for him. We'll follow behind and reap the benefits, Fan Qiming said in a deep voice. I feel that his strength has increased again. You guys be careful. Then, he squatted down and touched the terrifying sword mark. His eyes flashed. Brother Mui, we'll have to rely on you to track this guy's whereabouts. Don't worry, I'll contact the others. I absolutely won't let him escape, Mui said with hatred. Not long after, all the people who were chasing after Lin Xian received the news. Many of them rushed towards the Star Peak Pavilion, forming an even more powerful alliance. After Mui, the Mu family once again produced a powerhouse. This was a beautiful young girl. Her name was Mu Rong, and her strength was above Mui. With the two of them working together, they finally found Lin Xian's tracks again. This time, we must take him down. We must not let him escape. Other than those from the Star Peak Pavilion, there were also disciples from the Purple Extreme Devil Palace and Black Wind sect. There were also disciples from other sections. There were 50 of them in total. Each of them had a powerful aura. If they worked together, they could even fight against a harmonious spirit expert. Hoo! 50 people set off together, and the spiritual energy that covered the sky and covered the earth joined together. It was like raging waves, and their momentum was vast and mighty. When they got close to where Lin Xian was hiding, they stopped. This is the Mu clan's Qi concealing talisman. Take it, Mu Rong said coldly. 50 people concealed their aura and divided into 5 groups, advancing in an encirclement. Lin Xian was hiding in a big tree. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. Lin Xian's eyes flashed as he looked around. His face immediately turned gloomy. The 5 groups were all within 100 meters of him. They would be able to reach him in a few breaths. Damn it! Lin Xian cursed under his breath as he took out the Autumn Scar sword. Someone had concealed their aura. Looks like you have met your match this time. Wine Lord transmitted his voice. Want to kill me? It's not that easy, Lin Xian sneered. If he wanted to break out of the encirclement, these people would not be able to stop him. Taking a deep breath, his body flashed as he quickly retreated. Swoosh! 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 The 5 groups of people moved in a flash, blocking his path. In all directions, 50 people formed a huge encirclement, trapping Lin Xian in the middle. Kid, just give up! You should be proud to have so many people chasing after you. Lin Xian, you killed my Star Peak Pavilion's disciple. Today, I will capture you. Hand over the token, and I will leave your corpse intact. Angry shouts came one after another, covering the sky. Lin Xian did not try to be brave. Facing so many people at the same time, even a half-step harmonious spirit expert would not be enough, unless they were a true harmonious spirit expert. Using the Dragon Rebel step, his speed reached the extreme. Set up the formation! A loud voice resounded, and light shone in all directions. This time, I will not let you escape! Fan Qiming roared as he punched out like a meteor. Lin Xian's body flashed continuously, and he quickly arrived at the edge of the encirclement. Big Dipper formation! The 7 disciples of the Star Peak Pavilion formed a sword formation with their hands. One after another, huge stars fell down like mountains, bringing with them endless astral winds, tearing the void apart. Get lost! Lin Xian punched out with his left hand and slashed out with the long sword in his right hand. The power of wind and lightning surged, his fist turned into a roaring thunder dragon, and the sword light shone brightly. Asterisk boom! Asterisk clang! Asterisk the 7 disciples of the Star Peak Pavilion swayed, their faces pale. However, even though they were injured, they still managed to stop Lin Xian. In the blink of an eye, 2 half-step harmonious spirit experts came from behind. One of them was Fang Qiming of the Star Peak Pavilion, and the other was Wang Shi. "Ha ha, here I come!" Another fiery red light appeared, and Meng Yan descended with a sea of fire. 3 half-step harmonious spirit experts gathered together, their aura combined into an ocean, crushing one side of the encirclement. This formation was enough to fight against the harmonious spirit expert. "I didn't expect you to improve your cultivation in just a few days," Meng Yan sneered. "But so what? Even if you are a half-step harmonious spirit expert now, you still can't escape. With the protection of the experts of the Mu clan, it's enough to cut off your whirlpool." Fang Qiming was full of confidence. "Kiki!" Wang Shi's triangular eyes revealed a murderous glint. This was a situation of certain death, but Lin Xian was not afraid. "Want to kill me? It's not that easy. Don't you want this?" Finished speaking, he took out the treasure box. Everyone's heart was burning, and they stared at him. "Everyone, be careful, don't be fooled by him. As long as we kill him, the box will be ours sooner or later," Fang Qiming reminded them coldly. "Don't worry, no matter what, we won't let him go. Arrogant bastard! Today, I will share this treasure box with you." Lin Xian's eyes revealed a trace of madness. Lightning runes flashed all over his body, and he activated the armor on his body. Lin Xian exerted force in his palm, opening the treasure box slightly. When the void trembled, and a sharp aura filled the air. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts, as if there were thousands of sword lights hanging above their heads. Lin Xian opened 1/3 of the treasure box, and suddenly, a shocking sword intent rushed out. This sword intent turned into a solid sword light, and it rushed in all directions. Run! Like the birth of a heavenly sword, it swept in all directions. Dozens of martial artists were too slow, and they were killed by the sword intent. Chapter 263. The faces of the 3 experts turned green. At such a close distance, all the hair on their bodies stood on end. "Damn it, why does he have such a terrifying thing? Is this a treasure box or a demon box?" The 3 of them retreated quickly, raising their speed to the limit. However, the sword intent was even faster. Lin Xian held the bottom of the box and aimed the crack at the 3 of them. The terrifying sword intent cut through the surroundings, threatening Meng Yan and the other 2. Poof! Meng Yan's shoulder was pierced, and blood sprayed into the sky. Poof! Poof! A terrifying sword mark appeared on Fang Qiming's abdomen, and his intestines were about to fall out. Wang Shi's soul was the most sensitive, so he left in advance. Even so, there was still a cross-shaped sword mark on his chest. At this moment, whatever protective spiritual armor he had was of no use at all. This sword intent seemed to be able to destroy heaven and earth, making one's heart tremble. Whoosh! Whoosh! After a wave, the terrifying sword intent attacked again. An aura of despair welled up in everyone's hearts, and they fled in all directions. Lin Xian did not care about those small fries at all. Instead, he stared at Meng Yan and the other 2 martial artists from the Mu clan. He hated the 5 of them to the bone. "Why do you have to kill all of us? We are disciples of a 3-star sect. Even if you kill all of us, you won't be able to escape. Think about your family. Can they withstand the wrath of a 3-star sect? Lin Xian, I don't want your things anymore. Let us go!" Whoosh! Whoosh! Lin Xian was expressionless as he charged at the 5 of them with the sword intent treasure box. At this critical moment, Meng Yan and the others took out their life-saving tools and blocked in front of them. Clang! Clang! A piece of dark red broken armor enlarged beside Meng Yan and blocked the terrifying sword intent. Fang Qiming, on the other hand, took out a stone that looked like a star. It emitted a misty light that protected him. Wang Shi took out a purple inscription and activated it crazily, forming a dense array of runes around him. The two martial artists from the Mu clan worked together to form a yellowed picture scroll that formed a mountain and river, blocking everything. Poof! Lin Xian was the closest to the treasure box, and in the process, he received a lot of sword intent attacks. Fortunately, he was at the back of the treasure box and wasn't directly hit by the sword intent. However, that aura wasn't something he could withstand for long. He's injured. This is a good opportunity. Let's exhaust him to death. Wan Shi's eyes emitted a vicious light. Let's go! The five of them joined forces and walked over step by step. Let's see who dies first. Lin Xian's eyes revealed a hint of madness. He widened the gap on the treasure box and at the same time, used the great dragon sword intent to stimulate it. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sword will erupted like a volcano, forming a terrifying sword-chi space within 1,000 meters. Ah! Wan Shi swung his sword again, and his body was dyed red with blood. Madman, this is a madman! Could this be the great success sword intent? Meng Yan's eyes were filled with fear. Retreat! Mu Rong said coldly. That kid won't survive. No one can resist sword intent at the phenomenal stage. The five of them retreated, pushing their protective treasures to the limit as they quickly retreated. Stay here for me! Lin Xian's body flashed with lightning runes, and the armor on his body emitted a light. He even had a drop of earth spirit liquid in his mouth. He held the sword intent treasure box and raised his speed to the limit. No, you can't come over! Meng Yan and the rest were finally afraid. They had never seen such a crazy person. 5 figures soared into the sky and flew in all directions. Each of them fled in a different direction. Buzz! Buzz! Behind them, 5 streaks of sword intent with a destructive aura surged and rushed toward the 5 of them. Ah! 5 screams rang out, and the sky was dyed red. It was a tragic sight. However, no one died. Meng Yan and the rest quickly escaped. More than half of the disciples with average strength were killed by the terrifying sword intent. Whoosh! Lin Xian stopped his pursuit. He stood on the spot, not daring to move. Within 100 meters, there was not a single living thing. Several terrifying sword wounds appeared on his body, and in some places, white bones were exposed. Damn, this is too terrifying! Lin Xian could not hold on any longer. Buzz! Boom! The 2 sword intents collided constantly, and a destructive aura was emitted in the void. The surrounding mountains and trees were cut into countless pieces, and some were even turned into powder. Puff! Lin Xian spat out blood again, and there were a few more sword wounds on his body. In order to protect himself, Lin Xian used all his strength to close the treasure box. Ka! Ka! The copper thunder rune on Lin Xian's palm became dim, and the terrifying sword intent left deep cracks on it. Drip! Drip! Blood kept flowing. Fortunately, Lin Xian had the great earth elixir, which was full of vitality, and had consumed it in advance. Otherwise, he would have died from blood loss alone. Lin Xian seemed to have used up all his strength to close the treasure box by a third. Try to reach the small success stage of sword intent? Wine Lord transmitted his voice. Okay. Lin Xian gritted his teeth and agreed. He used all his strength to activate the great dragon sword intent to resist the sharp sword intent in the treasure box. The invisible forces collided, forming a world of sword light. The clouds in the sky were cut into countless pieces. Roar! Behind Lin Xian, a dragon's head vaguely appeared. It was ferocious and terrifying, and it roared towards the sky. 1. The sword intent in the treasure box became even more intense. It was like an indestructible heavenly sword, rushing in all directions. This process continued, and Lin Xian seized the precious opportunity to quickly comprehend and perfect his great dragon sword intent. New wounds appeared on Lin Xian's body constantly, while the old wounds were healed by the great earth elixir. A day later, a loud dragon roar resounded, shaking the surroundings. A violent and unruly sword intent soared into the sky, as if it was going to tear the sky apart. The dragon behind Lin Xian roared ferociously. Besides the dragon's head that was more realistic, it also had sharp dragon claws. Small success stage of sword intent. Lin Xian laughed loudly. With the sword intent on his body, he closed the treasure box. His body was still bleeding, and the terrifying wounds were densely packed together. However, there was a smile on Lin Xian's face. This was the sword intent that he exchanged with his life. Using his spirit energy to seal his wounds, Lin Xian used all his strength to refine the great earth elixir in his body. His body disappeared from the forest. A few days passed in a hurry. The news of Lin Xian using the treasure box to fight against the experts spread everywhere. While people were amazed, it also aroused a deep desire. That treasure box was only one of the many treasures, but it was already so powerful. How powerful would all the treasures be? If they could obtain the stone token, they would be able to possess all the treasures. At that time, they would be able to kill even harmonious spirit experts. For a moment, the search party for Lin Xian became even more powerful. This was because there was news that Lin Xian had been killed by the terrifying sword intent. Whoever could find his body would be rich. In the terrifying forest, a vacuum zone suddenly appeared. There were no trees, no rocks, and the ground was filled with terrifying sword marks. It was like the scene after an earthquake. This was the place where Lin Xian fought against the 5 experts. And now, many warriors had appeared. Chapter 264. While everyone was searching for Lin Xian's body, on the other side of the forest, Lin Xian was trying his best to heal his body. Lin Xian was sitting in a pool of water with a waterfall behind him. His body was constantly overflowing with sword energy. The sword intent in the treasure box was not only extremely sharp, it was also very difficult to get rid of, as if it had an indestructible will. Fortunately, Lin Xian had the great dragon sword intent, which could quickly erase the indestructible sword intent. One day later, he had completely erased the indestructible sword intent in his body. After resting for another half a day, Lin Xian's body was back to normal. To be able to recover from such a serious injury in just 2 days, this speed was shocking. Perhaps even a harmonious spirit realm warrior might not be able to do it. There were 3 main reasons why Lin Xian could do it. First, he had the great dragon sword intent in his body, which could quickly erase the indestructible sword intent. Secondly, Lin Xian had the great earth spirit liquid, which was the essence of life. His recovery speed was heaven-defying. As for the essence of life, besides the little white monkey, Lin Xian also gave half of it to Wine Lord. As for the golden egg, Lin Xian had also dripped a few drops on it. Now, Lin Xian only had a small bottle left. It was used to save his life. Lastly, the art of longevity that he cultivated also had the effect of rapid recovery. These effects combined were what allowed Lin Xian to recover in such a short time. However, the others might not be able to recover in such a short time even with the help of spiritual herbs. Lin Xian had calculated this point. He was prepared to catch them off guard. As for how to find them, that was even easier. The indestructible sword intent was very special. It was like the stars in the night sky, very obvious. Lin Xian had a strong soul force, so it was not difficult to find them. Swoosh! He turned into a sword light and left the waterfall. In the dark cave, 2 purple flames were flickering like will-o'-the-wisps. If one looked closely, they would find that these 2 will-o'-the-wisps were the eyes of a person, and this person was Wang Shi. He activated his flame of the soul and continued to burn the remaining inextinguishable sword will in his body. Suddenly, Wang Shi frowned. The purple flames in his eyes kept changing, turning into purple pupils. Whoosh! He slapped the ground with his palm, and his body flew 10 meters away. At the place where he was originally sitting, a sword light flashed. The sword intent surged, and the entire cave collapsed. Whoosh whoosh! 2 figures soared into the sky and flew out from the rubble. Lin Xian! You're not dead? Wang Shi looked at the figure in front of him, his pupils constricting. He couldn't help but be shocked. Lin Xian's injuries that day were much more serious than his own. There were many places on his body where white bones could be seen. But now, he was still recuperating, while the other party had already fully recovered. Looks like you must have some divine healing medicine. If I kill you, I'll be able to recover immediately. Wang Shi's eyes were burning with passion. Kill me? Do you have the ability to do so? Lin Xian sneered and looked at him with disdain. Brat, you're courting death. Wang Shi was furious. His triangular eyes flashed with a terrifying light. Ah! Just as he was about to explode in anger, a cold light flashed behind him and stabbed into his body. He used all of his power to support his spiritual armor, and swept his hand behind him. Whoosh! A white figure flashed past. The snow-white monkey was holding the cold star dagger with a proud face. Damn monkey, I'm going to kill you! Wang Shi's face was horrifying. A bloody hole appeared behind him. Ha! You won't have the chance! Lin Xian raised his speed to the extreme, and a sharp sword light shot out from his body. He waved his arm, and the autumn scar sword shot out quickly, drawing a strange trajectory in the air. At the same time, a shocking sword intent poured out like a huge dragon's roar. Ha! This is... Wang Shi, who was furious, suddenly changed his expression. Small success sword intent. You've broken through again. He almost bit off his own tongue, and his body was a bit sluggish. He could be considered a genius, but compared to Lin Xian, Wang Shi felt like a piece of trash. Lin Xian's growth speed was something that he didn't even dare to imagine. The sword light flashed, and was about to hit his body. Extreme purple inscription! Wang Shi's eyes kept changing, and a purple rune flew out, forming a purple light screen in front of him. Ding! 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 The sword chi clashed with the purple light screen, producing a series of ding-dong sounds. This purple light screen was indeed Wang Shi's life-saving item. Back then, it had even blocked the undying sword intent, and now, it had blocked Lin Xian's small success sword intent. However, that huge power still made Wang Shi take a few steps back. I don't believe that you can keep using it. Lin Xian sneered, and kept waving his long sword. Wave after wave of horrifying sword chi landed on the purple light screen. Wang Shi was very regretful right now. Why didn't he ask Ziyi and the others to protect him? However, he was suspicious by nature, and would not meet others when he was seriously injured, especially if they were from the same sect as him. This also gave Lin Xian a chance. Wind Emperor's sword! The autumn scar sword became unpredictable, and the sword seemed to have merged with the wind. Shoo! The long sword pierced towards the purple light screen, and this time, it was not blocked. The hilt was outside the purple light screen, but the tip of the sword appeared inside. This sword could be said to be the sublimation of the wind art. A purple light flashed in Wang Shi's eyes, and his soul fire floated out, landing on the sword as he backed off. Dang! The long sword shook, and the tip of the sword deviated from its original direction. However, the dragon sword intent had triggered the undying sword intent in Wang Shi's body, and at the same time, a numbing feeling came from his body. Wah! The snow-white monkey laughed proudly. The dagger is poisonous! Wang Shi's face darkened. He activated all the spirit power in his body, trying to expel the poison out of his body. However, Lin Xian did not give him the chance. He kept waving his long sword, and at the same time, throwing out thunder fists, attacking the purple light screen. Wang Shi felt his body go soft, and he could not muster up any strength. Even if he was injured, he had to expel the poison out of his body. After making up his mind, Wang Shi suddenly stopped, planning to take on Lin Xian's attack head-on. Sword Spirit Space! Lin Xian stabbed out, and at the same time, the inscription in his right eye flashed, performing the illusion space. Wang Shi was originally anxious, and he was careless. The poison that had just gathered in his body spread out again, and his soul suffered a heavy blow. Wang! The purple light screen faded, and disappeared in front of him. Cloud slash. Lin Xian raised his long sword up high, and the sword intent condensed. A terrifying sword light flashed, and it quickly slashed towards Wang Shi. No! The moment the sword aura slashed on Wang Shi's body, his soul also regained consciousness. Using his last bit of strength, Wang Shi's body moved a foot away. The sword aura that was supposed to cut him in half only cut off his arm. However, Lin Xian did not plan to let him go. Almost 60% of the Wind Emperor's sword, and the small success of the Dragon Sword intent, finally cut off Wang Shi's head. There was a terrifying sword mark on the ground, and Wang Shi's body fell into a pool of blood, and his head rolled far away. With a wave of his hand, Lin Xian kept Wang Shi's storage ring. Next. Chapter 265. Lin Xian quickly moved through the forest. This time, he was going to attack Meng Yan. Because the disciples of the Mu family were too mysterious, Star Peak Pavilion must have a group of warriors protecting them. Only Meng Yan was alone. Moreover, this Meng Yan had bullied him several times by relying on the title of number 1 in the Hidden Dragon ranking. This time, he even joined forces with others to kill him. If he didn't get rid of Meng Yan, Lin Xian wouldn't be at ease. In the west of the primitive forest, there was a fiery earth vein with terrifying magma underneath. That temperature could instantly turn a 7th-layer Spirit Sea Realm warrior into ashes. Whoosh! Lin Xian landed on the ground. Feeling the temperature from the ground, a cold smile appeared on his face. His eyes flashed, and he quickly found Meng Yan's hiding place. Cloud slash! The sword light flashed, and the small mountain in front of him trembled and quickly split in half. Whoosh! A figure came out with disheveled hair. There was a sword hole on his left shoulder that couldn't be healed. Lin Xian! You didn't die? Meng Yan was shocked when he saw Lin Xian. When he found out that Lin Xian's strength had increased again, he decisively retreated. Can you still run? With a tap of his foot, Lin Xian became one with his sword, turning into a long dragon and flying out quickly. Chi. The sword Chi tore through the void and instantly arrived behind Meng Yan. Meng Yan's expression changed. Lin Xian's strength was higher than he expected. He didn't dare to be careless, and a broken dark red armor appeared behind him to protect his vital parts. Dang! The sword Chi hit the broken armor and made a clanging sound. Although your strength has increased, you are still not my opponent! Meng Yan shouted coldly. I'll spare your dog life today. Get out of here! I think you can't do it anymore! Lin Xian sneered. Small success sword intent rushed out and quickly invaded Meng Yan's body. Small success sword intent! Meng Yan's expression changed again. The fiery red spirit power poured into the broken armor, preventing the small success sword intent from invading. Flame God Fist! Throwing out a punch, Meng Yan's right arm was wrapped in a fiery red spirit power, like a real flame, dancing. At this moment, his half-step harmonious spirit realm strength was fully displayed. His fists were as fast as lightning, and the fiery red fist wind was like a sharp blade, hitting Lin Xian's body with a crackling sound. Lin Xian's lightning runes appeared all over his body, blocking this sharp fist wind. At the same time, his body swayed, dodging this fist. Boom! The fist wind was vast and mighty, and the fiery red light was like a sea of fire, blowing away the trees in front. Lin Xian's purple demon eyes flashed as he quickly searched for Meng Yan's weakness. The long sword in his hand pierced out like a gust of wind. The sword transformed into a myriad of sword lights that enveloped Meng Yan's entire body. Each of the sword rays contained the lesser success sword intent. The power was terrifying, and it was like a rain of swords. Meng Yan's expression changed as he pulled up his broken armor to resist. His injuries had yet to heal, so he was unable to use his full strength. Coupled with Lin Xian's terrifying aura, he was momentarily at a disadvantage. Clang! Crackle! Countless sword scars appeared in the surroundings. Meng Yan shrank behind his broken armor and retreated continuously. The myriad of sword lights destroyed everything in their path. Lin Xian's aura was getting stronger and stronger. His long sword turned into lightning, forming a sword curtain in the air. The two continued to clash, causing the earth to tremble and energy to explode, forming a storm of thunder and fire that swept out in all directions. Don't think that you're the only one with the mentality. Meng Yan spat out blood as a trace of madness appeared in his eyes. He held the broken armor in his left hand and the flaming long spear in his right. The spiritual power on his body burned and jumped continuously. Mentality of fire, spear destruction. The flames were monstrous, burning in all directions, turning all the trees in the vicinity into ashes. Meng Yan thrust out his long spear, bringing with it a scorching light, rolling up a wave of fire that was dozens of meters long. Lin Xian moved quickly in the air. Sword chi surged and sword lights spread out, clashing with each other continuously. Thunder! Sword chi soared into the sky, forming a layer of black clouds above. The horrifying thunder and lightning spread out. Lin Xian's body was also surging with thunder and lightning, as if he was the god of thunder. Destroy! The autumn scar sword fell, and a bucket-sized thunder and lightning struck out from the dark clouds in the sky. Wherever it passed, everything was turned into dust. The ground cracked, and the rocks shattered. Meng Yan's surroundings turned into a sea of thunder and lightning. When everything disappeared, Meng Yan held the broken armor up high, looking like it was about to fall. Lin Xian, even if I die, I will drag you down with me. Meng Yan activated his secret art, burning all the spiritual power in his body. Like a huge fireball, he shot out quickly. Flying fire shooting star! The mentality of fire surged, and the long spear was like a fire beast, stabbing out rapidly. Third movement of the green cloud sword, moon shattering. The long sword swept out, forming a strange trajectory in the air. A half-moon-shaped sword chi flew out. Rumble. After an intense collision, the moon-shattering sword chi tore apart the flaming long spear at the last moment, piercing into Meng Yan's body. Dang! The broken armor was blown away, landing in the distance. Meng Yan was still in his charging posture, but his body had been cut in half. The number one martial genius of the hidden dragon rank had finally paid for his evil deeds. Who? Lin Xian let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Meng Yan's injuries hadn't healed yet, or else it wouldn't have been so easy to kill him. Putting away Meng Yan's storage ring, the broken armor, and the flaming long spear, Lin Xian drank a cup of spirit wine and moved out again. Now time was life. He had to make his move before the remaining 3 people recovered. In a valley filled with birds and fragrant flowers, dozens of Star Summit Pavilion's disciples were constantly patrolling. Eldest senior brother's injuries haven't healed yet? It's all that Lin Brat's fault, causing eldest senior brother to suffer such heavy injuries. That brat was already killed by the terrifying sword intent. He got off too easy. Several Star Summit Pavilion's disciples conversed, their words full of malice. Someone's coming! A disciple at the peak of the 7th layer of the spiritual ocean tier frowned. Who's there? Stop! Stop! This is our Star Summit Pavilion's territory, get your ass over here. But that figure didn't seem to hear, still moving quickly. Do it, kill him! That disciple at the peak of the 7th layer of the spiritual ocean tier said. Now was the crucial moment for their eldest senior brother to recover his strength, and they definitely couldn't let outsiders disturb him. That. The expressions of the disciples at the front suddenly changed, as if their necks were being pinched by someone. Don't talk nonsense, do it. Lin Xian, it's Lin Xian. That's Lin, he's still alive. The 2 disciples at the front shouted in terror. Impossible? That terrifying sword intent. Eldest senior brother was heavily injured even after using a secret treasure, so how could Lin still be alive? Unfortunately, I'm really alive. A faint voice rang out between them. Retreat! Informed the others, formed the formation. The peak of the 7th layer of the spiritual ocean tier roared. Wind and thunder sword ripple. A circular terrifying sword ripple spread out, cutting the surrounding Star Summit Pavilion disciples in half. Now that Lin Xian's sword intent had reached small success, these people weren't his match at all. Pu. In an instant, 5-star Summit Pavilion disciples were killed, and Lin Xian quickly walked into the valley. Who's there? The disciples inside quickly rushed out, and when they saw Lin Xian, their expressions changed drastically. Chapter 266. Lin Xian's arrival caused an uproar. All the cultivators in the valley almost went crazy. However, these people came from a big sect, so their ability to adapt was very fast. After a few breaths, the Big Dipper 7-star formation was formed, approaching Lin Xian. A monstrous aura was emitted, as if there were real meteorites in the sky, causing people's hearts to tremble. Moon Break! Lin Xian used his ultimate move, a crescent-shaped sword she quickly slashed out. Boom! The Moon Break sword she slashed on the Big Dipper 7-star formation, causing a loud explosion. Don't think that I can't do anything if you don't come out! Lin Xian sneered, and his body suddenly disappeared. Not good, quickly protect senior brother! A group of Star Peak Pavilion's disciples quickly deployed a formation, forming a curtain of stars, covering the place where Fang Qiming was in seclusion. Lin Xian, do you really want to kill all of us? A weak voice sounded. Kill all of us? I'm afraid this is what you did to me. Lin Xian sneered. More than 50 people chased after me, and 5 of them were half-step harmonious spirit cultivators. What a big deal! Lin Xian, I admit that I was blinded by greed, but now I'm also injured. Are you still not willing to stop? Fang Qiming's attitude was very humble. I, Lin Xian, am not a bloodthirsty person, but I have my principles. Lin Xian's voice was firm. A drop of water, a spring of water will be repaid. Those who bullied and chased after me, I will return it 100 times. Lin Xian, Star Peak Pavilion is a 3-star sect. You won't be able to escape even if you kill us. Moreover, your family will also suffer the wrath of Star Peak Pavilion. Don't use my family to threaten me. Tiannan region is so big. Whether you can find it or not is another matter. Moreover, my family is also a 3-star sect. Not just anyone can bully us. So, you can die in peace. After Lin Xian finished speaking, he slashed out with his sword. Sword chi that was nearly 100 meters long came crashing down, splitting apart a small mountain. Although I'm injured, I'm not someone you can kill. Fang Qiming seemed to be angry. Lin Xian, this will be your burial ground. Whoosh whoosh. 2 figures flew out from the cave, forming a monstrous aura. Although I don't know why you're fine, as long as we kill you, all the secrets will be ours. Fang Qiming's face was cold. Beside him was a disciple of the Mu family, Muyi. What about the other woman? Come out together! Lin Xian was not afraid at all. These people were all injured and their combat strength had been reduced. Lin Xian was more than capable of handling them. The 2 of us can kill you! Muyi coldly snorted. Die for me! Big Dipper sword formation! Fang Qiming shouted. Lin Xian's eyes flickered as he summoned Qing Nu. At the same time, he ordered the snow-white little critter to secretly search for the last Mu clan's disciple. Whoosh! A green figure appeared. The chi on his body was abnormally strong. There's a helper? Half-step harmonious spirit! Fang Qiming and Mui's face turned ugly, but they believed that with the 2 of them working together, they could protect themselves. Qing Nu, you go and deal with the Big Dipper sword formation, Lin Xian ordered. Whoosh! The green figure flashed and rushed towards the sword formation, while Lin Xian faced Fang Qiming and Mui. If we work together, we might be able to kill him. Mui's eyes were filled with greed. Mountain River Painting Scroll! Both of his hands moved, and a hazy painting scroll appeared in midair. On top of it was a painting of magnificent mountains and rivers. Giant Mountain Suppression! A black mountain that was over 100 meters tall appeared in the air and crashed down on Lin Xian. At the same time, Fang Qiming also activated the Starstone, attacking fiercely. Wind Slayer! Moon Breaking! 2 swords she rushed out, the sword light enveloped the valley. Boom! The black mountain shook for a while and flew out. On the other side, The moon-breaking sword chi and the star-fist wind collided, forming a terrifying storm. Dragon-defying steps! Lin Xian's body glowed with light, pushing his speed to the extreme. Dragon-defying 7 steps! Lin Xian quickly rushed towards Mu Yi like thunder, as if there was a giant dragon claw pressing down. The 7 steps all landed on the mountain river painting scroll. The huge force made Mu Yi's body tremble. He was already injured, so he couldn't resist, and with Lin Xian's speed, Fang Qiming couldn't save him in time. Outer Sky Flying Star! Kicking the mountain river painting scroll away, Lin Xian used his most powerful sword technique. Small success sword intent condensed at the tip of the sword. Lin Xian's body flashed and appeared on the other side. Mu Yi's pupils dilated, he felt his life force quickly disappearing. The Mu clan will not let you go! Boom! Mu Yi unwillingly fell to the ground. In his chest, there was a transparent bloody hole. Lin Xian opened his palm and took the mountain river painting scroll into his hand, and then quickly put it away. All of this happened in an instant. By the time Fang Qiming reacted, Mu Yi was already dead. Impossible! This was his first thought. Although Mu Yi was injured, it wasn't so easy to kill him. You're dead! The Mu clan will not let you go! Fang Qiming thought of the terror of Mu Qin, as if he could see Lin Xian's future. You should worry about yourself first! Lin Xian sneered. Sword of Soul! The inscription in his left eye flashed, and an invisible sword chi pierced towards Fang Qiming's soul. Lin Xian did not hesitate to use the Sword of Soul, because he wanted to end this battle quickly. Ah! Fang Qiming screamed, the star stone on his body dimmed. Chi! Puff! The sword light flashed, and a head flew out. Elder Senior Brother is dead! Everyone run! The disciples in the distance saw this scene, and were scared to death. 111! Qing Nu smiled cruelly, and her 3,000 strands of hair turned into sharp arrows, piercing in all directions. Puff, puff, puff. The bodies of the disciples were pierced, and their flesh and blood quickly disappeared. The aura of the green-haired man became even stronger. Not good! Lin Xian's face sank. He looked at the green-haired man, and he still had such a method. Humph! Lin Xian snorted, and his hands formed a seal, making the slave mark in Qing Nu's body clearer. Master, don't worry. I won't betray you! Qing Nu begged in a low voice. At this moment, the little white monkey turned into a white light and rushed back. Behind it, a beautiful woman's body turned into a blur as she fled into the distance. Stay! Lin Xian sneered, and quickly chased after her with Qing Nu whoosh whoosh whoosh. Lin Xian used the dragon rebel step, and his speed reached the extreme. But the Mu clan disciple, Mu Rong, burned her blood essence, and desperately fled. With a sigh, Lin Xian locked his eyes on the figure, and the soul sword flew out. Ah! With a scream, the figure paused, and her expression was one of pain. Lin Xian, the Mu clan won't let you go! Mu Rong cut off an arm, and used the blood-dissolving mystic technique, and her body quickly disappeared. This is the power of bloodline! Lin Xian was slightly stunned. He sensed for a while, and indeed, he couldn't find Mu Rong's aura. I didn't expect the Mu clan to have the power of bloodline. It seems like I have to be careful. Lin Xian was vigilant. Although one of them escaped, the result of this battle was shocking. Among the warriors who chased after him, only Mu Rong escaped with serious injuries. The others were all killed by his sword. Chapter 267. The disciple of the Mu clan, Mu Rong, escaped from the valley and returned to the Stupa sect. Half a day later, the news of Lin Xian killing Star Peak Pavilion and Mu Yi spread, shocking everyone on Levitating Island. The Mu clan was the most infuriated. The strongest expert of Star Peak Pavilion had been killed, and the rest had no hope of defeating Lin Xian. However, the experts of the Mu clan were still there, and Mu Qin had also entered the Stupa sect. On this day, the news came from the Stupa sect. The Mu clan was going all out to hunt down Lin Xian, and they were calling for other forces to join the hunt. In a short time, a group of people had gathered. However, these people did not act rashly. They knew that Lin Xian was very strong, and could even kill a half-step harmonious spirit expert. They would not be able to do anything if they acted rashly. If Lin Xian wants the rest of the treasures, he will definitely return to the Stupa sect. We only need to set up an inescapable net here and wait for him to come. These people began to set up a formation near the Stupa sect. 10,000 miles away, Lin Xian sat cross-legged on a huge rock, and began to organize the storage rings in his hand. Meng Yan and the rest were the elite disciples of big sects, and they were extremely wealthy. The most important things were their life-saving treasures. Meng Yan's high-grade profound rank treasure was even better than the Autumn Scar sword. Unfortunately, Lin Xian did not use a spear, but it could be sold for a good price. There was also a piece of broken dark red armor. It was extremely hard and could even block the undying sword intent, so it must be extraordinary. He wore the broken armor close to his body to protect his vitals. Other than that, there was also Fang Qiming's starstone and Mi's painting of mountains and rivers. Lin Xian had refined all of these things and engraved his soul imprint on them. Until now, Lin Xian's wealth had increased, and he now had the capital to fight against the top experts. The disciple of the Mu clan had escaped. It seems like the news of me killing these people has spread. These people did not come after me, so they must be preparing in secret. Lin Xian kept thinking. If I want to take back the treasures that belong to me, I will definitely go to the Stupa sect. These people are probably waiting for me there. He knew very well that as long as he showed himself, what awaited him would be a fierce battle. Looks like I still need to increase my strength. Lin Xian thought of the sword intent treasure box. He took out the red flame great sword and activated the third rune on it, forming a sealing array. Holding the sword intent treasure box, Lin Xian took a deep breath and slowly opened it. A heart-shaking aura gushed out. Lin Xian closed his eyes and carefully sensed it. Danger and opportunity coexisted. Lin Xian risked his life to comprehend the sword intent. Finally, he gained something again and improved his sword intent to 40%. It's time to move! With a flash, Lin Xian left the place. The 1,000-meter-tall Stupa gate exuded an ancient aura. Damn it, why isn't that brat here yet? Why are you in such a hurry? Wait a little longer. No, I'll wait one more day. If he doesn't show up, I'll join the pagoda sect. Some martial artists were obviously getting impatient. However, just as they were getting impatient, a figure quickly approached from afar. A white monkey, is that Lin Brat here? He's wearing a black robe, I can't see clearly, but that's definitely the monkey. Someone whispered. Everyone, get ready! Woodgie woodgie. The little white monkey sat on the black-robed man, its black gem-like eyes rolling around. The person in the black robe wasn't Lin Xian, but Qi knew. From afar, Lord Alcohol could sense that the array formation set up by those people was extraordinary. That's a formation called the Inescapable Net. It's very powerful. If a Sea of Soul Realm martial artist uses it, it can easily kill a harmonious spirit expert. Lin Xian's face was gloomy. If it wasn't for Wine Lord, he might really break the formation. If that happened, what awaited him would be death. For safety's sake, Lin Xian asked Qi Nu to disguise as him and let the little white monkey follow him. He's coming. Everyone, stay alert. The people hiding in the dark were excited. As long as Lin Xian entered, they would make sure that he wouldn't be able to return alive. Swoosh! The snow-white little monkey disappeared in a flash, and Qi Nu entered the array completely. Activate. Boom! Dozens of figures flashed, activating the formation. Qi Nu let out a terrifying cry. The little white monkey returned to Lin Xian's side and quickly entered the storage ring. Lin Xian sneered. He put on a purple robe and rushed toward the Stupa sect. The battle ahead was intense, so no one paid attention to the others. Just like that, Lin Xian swaggered into the Stupa gate in front of everyone. The dark red land exuded a desolate aura as if it had been like this for 10,000 years. Swoosh! Swoosh! Suddenly, ripples appeared in the sky above the land. The space twisted continuously, forming a small whirlpool. Swoosh! A figure landed, stirring up a cloud of dust. So empty, so desolate. This figure was Lin Xian. He looked around and sighed. He didn't expect there to be another world behind the Stupa sect. Swoosh! Swoosh! A few more figures came in and landed on the ground in a sorry state. Lin Xian tightened his purple robe, hiding his entire body. He didn't want to expose himself yet. As expected, those people only looked at Lin Xian in surprise and left in a hurry. Little Xian, see if you can sense anything with the stone token. Wine Lord asked. Lin Xian nodded. He held the stone token and sensed carefully. Indeed, he felt a summoning aura. Over here. He stepped forward and flew out. It had to be said that this land was too desolate. Apart from some weeds, there was almost nothing alive. Caw! The pile of white bones on the ground suddenly trembled violently, forming white skeletons one after another. Swoosh! The white bone claw slammed down abruptly, crushing the void with its claws. Lin Xian dodged quickly, a trace of horror on his face. These should be martial artists who died in the past. They're at least at the 7th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. Coupled with the environment here, these dead creatures are even more terrifying. Wine Lord explained. Lin Xian understood and punched out. Boom! The violent power instantly scattered the 3 white skeletons. However, their bones didn't shatter. They just fell apart. Lin Xian was also surprised by this situation. He didn't expect these white bones to be so tough. However, now wasn't the time to study these things. Lin Xian used the Dragon Rebel step and quickly flitted past. Swoosh! A huge bone claw, more than 10 meters long, shot out from the ground and grabbed at Lin Xian. The air trembled as if it was being torn apart, emitting a sharp sound like the screams of ghosts. The momentum was terrifying. Scram! Lin Xian used his fingers like a sword and slashed behind him. A cold light flashed. The huge sword she was like a silver river, hanging upside down in the 9 heavens and emitting a terrifying aura. Boom! The huge white bone claw wasn't afraid and slapped down at the sharp sword intent. Clang! Clang! Chapter 268. Rumble. The ground trembled and split into 2 sides. A skeletal creature that was dozens of meters tall crawled out from the ground and roared at the sky, its sound waves shaking the heavens. Ripples of air swept out in all directions, blowing away all the weeds and rocks on the ground. Poof! Poof! The surrounding ground split open and dozens of skeletons appeared, their movements extremely stiff. Crack, crack, crack. The moment these skeletons appeared, the entire space creaked. These sound waves carried a terrifying aura that swept over. Countless gullies appeared on the ground as if it had been cut by a sharp weapon. It was terrifying. 1. The sound waves were like a tide, shaking the air as they rushed towards Lin Xian. Copper thunder pattern! Mad lion roar! Lin Xian's body surface was covered with mysterious lightning patterns. At the same time, he roared out the mad lion roar to fight against the skeletal sound waves. The formless sound waves were as sharp as swords, overturning the surrounding ground. The two collided and exploded in the air. The overflowing sound waves hit Lin Xian's body like swords, bursting out countless sparks. Fortunately, the copper thunder body was extremely tough and resisted the sound waves. However, the skeletons on the other side were not so lucky. The overflowing sound waves cut them into countless pieces, and all kinds of bones splattered on the ground. Roar! The huge skeletal creature held a huge bone blade and roared angrily. Boom! With a slash, the air in front of him was sucked dry. The violent blade pressure rushed towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian's body turned into a sword beam and ran into the distance. The further he ran, the darker the aura became. Lin Xian felt uncomfortable all over. He looked around cautiously and raised his guard. There were stone tablets erected around him with ancient words written on them. This can't be a cemetery, right? Lin Xian pursed his lips. You guessed right. Be careful, there's a big guy down there. Don't wake it up, Wine Lord said in a deep voice. Big guy? Lin Xian was stunned and secretly circulated his spirit energy. Roar! The huge bone blade slashed from behind, as if it wanted to split everything. Fuck, won't this kind of movement wake it up? Lin Xian was unsure. He swept his sword horizontally, blocking the descending bone knife. Boom! The two enormous forces collided like two small mountains crashing together. The bone blade bounced off. The skeletal creature seemed to have sensed the difference in this place, and kept growling in a low voice. A dark and terrifying aura came from underground, causing people's hearts to tremble. Those stone steels glowed with a faint red light, and zombie-like figures came out from them. The flesh on these people's bodies had already decayed, but they hadn't completely disappeared. Their bodies glowed red as they quickly rushed towards Lin Xian. One! The skeletal creature's body shook, and a red glimmer appeared in its eye sockets, flickering like a candle. Not good, he's being controlled. Let's get out of here, Wine Lord reminded. Lin Xian identified a direction, and his body flashed out like a rainbow. Hoo hoo hoo! The rotting corpses were clearly much stronger than the skeletons from before. They crashed straight into Lin Xian. Before they even arrived, Lin Xian smelled a rotten stench, and he suddenly felt dizzy. His sword intent surged and quickly destroyed the gas. Lin Xian's body glowed, and he flashed to the side. What a terrifying aura! It can actually disturb my mind. These should be the sex disciples from back in the day. Be careful. Wine Lord's voice had a hint of seriousness. People from back in the day? Lin Xian was stunned. Didn't they die tens of thousands of years ago? Lin Xian looked at the rotting zombies cautiously, and subconsciously wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Fighting with people from 10,000 years ago, this was too fucking exciting. Don't fight them head on. There's a stone steel behind you. Go there, Wine Lord said quickly. Lin Xian tapped his feet, and his body flew backwards. Who? He arrived in front of a stone steel, and focused his attention in front of him. As expected, the rotting zombies were pacing back and forth in front of him, not daring to move forward. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief, and looked at the stone steel beside him. This stone steel was glowing blue, and it was very eye-catching in the sea of red. Before Lin Xian could finish heaving a sigh of relief, an old figure appeared beside the blue stone steel. This was an old man who couldn't be any older. His skin was dry like firewood, and it was full of wrinkles. However, his eyes were abnormally deep, as if they could see through the void. Lin Xian's hair stood on end, and he felt his heart beating wildly. It was as if this old man could kill him with just one look. It's the remnant consciousness of a supremacy. Wine Lord's tone was unusually serious. Don't act rashly. This isn't something you can handle. Lin Xian was silent. He quietly looked at the illusory figure, and he was as still as a statue. Can we discuss the Tao? A low voice sounded. Why not? Please. Wine Lord spoke through Lin Xian. The two mysterious figures began a Tao discussion through Lin Xian. After a long time, the illusory figure sighed. If one hears the Tao in the morning, one can die in the evening without regrets. The old man's figure gradually faded, and he finally disappeared from the world. The blue stone steel beside him turned into a ray of blue light, and it enveloped Lin Xian, and they left the graveyard. Supremacy? What's that? Lin Xian asked curiously when he arrived at a safe place. Supremacy is above the three spirit realms, Wine Lord said slowly. Lin Xian shook his head. These were too far away for him. Let's go. His body swayed, and he ran into the distance. Buzz! The void in front of him trembled, and a terrifying aura could be felt. It's saber intent. Could it be Lingi Dao? Lin Xian's eyes flashed, and he planned to go take a look. When he was besieged that day, Lingi Dao, Snow Fairy, and the others had saved him, and he was grateful. Lin Xian used the dragon counterstep, and his body turned into a ray of light. All right, Black Wind Sect. Prepare to die. I said that I won't let you leave alive. Ha ha. Kid, stop. Otherwise, this little beauty's life will be in danger. A group of mocking voices echoed in front of him. Damn it. Put down Senior Sister Snow. I'll fight you to the death. An angry voice sounded. Who do you think you are? You think you're worthy of fighting us? I'll give you a chance. Break your arms and kneel down to beg us. Otherwise, we'll enjoy this little beauty on the spot. Kill them with one slash. Don't worry about me. Rip. There was the sound of cloth being torn, followed by a series of exclamations. Lin Xian appeared. He saw Ling Yidao, who had a ferocious expression, and Snow Fairy, whose dress was torn. Brother Lum! Don't panic! Lin Xian appeared beside Ling Yidao. Kid, it's you. You're not dead? The martial artists in front of him exclaimed. There were dozens of figures there. 2 of them were holding chains made of spiritual power, binding the Ice Snow Fairy. Her skirt was torn apart, revealing her seductive long legs. Kid, hand over the Buddha token and break your arms. Otherwise, we'll put on a good show. A few of the Black Wind sect's disciples looked at the tied-up Frost Fairy with greed in their eyes. I'll give you a chance. Let her go. Chapter 269. Brat, it seems like you still don't know the situation here. Fine, I'll open your eyes. After saying that cultivator laughed wildly and approached Icy Fairy. How dare you! Yidao Ling's eyes turned red. His body emitted a sharp saber intent, pressing forward like a heavenly saber. Humph! In the opposite group, a young man wearing a half-mask sneered. A cold black whirlwind gushed out from his body, resisting the saber intent in the sky. The black wind whistled like a sharp blade, colliding with the saber intent, causing the void to tremble. Don't think that you can be so arrogant just because you comprehended the saber intent. You're nothing in front of us. The disciples of Black Wind sect laughed wildly. They did have the right to be arrogant. As the top existences in a 3-star sect, their strength was much stronger than Star Peak Pavilion. Among them, the masked young man had the strength of a half-step harmonious spirit expert. Other than that, the chi of the others was unusually strong, far stronger than the disciples of other sections. In front of us, Black Wind sect, even if you're a dragon, you'll have to crouch. Moreover, you're just 2 worms. I don't want to kill anyone. Don't provoke me. Lin Xian's voice was as cold as a blade. Kill? Ha ha! Don't think that you can be so arrogant in front of us just because you killed a few trash disciples. You're not qualified. These disciples of Black Wind sect had been chasing after Yidao Ling and Icy Fairy. They didn't know that Lin Xian had killed 4 experts in a row. You're courting death. Don't blame me. Lin Xian sighed. Blame your grandpa. What are you pretending for? Before the disciples of Black Wind sect could finish their words, they felt a shocking sword intent attacking their souls. This chi? How is this possible? In a trance, they felt like they were facing Ling Fingzi. Quickly, use that woman to threaten him! A disciple shouted. 2 cultivators tried to grab Icy Fairy. One of them even placed a long saber on her neck. However, before they could do anything, a white light flashed past. Puff, puff, 2 heads flew up. Blood spurted out like a fountain. The cultivators beside Icy Fairy fell down powerlessly. What? The nearby Black Wind sect disciples were all dumbfounded. They didn't even see the white light clearly. Only the masked young man snorted coldly and stretched out his hand to grab at the void. Whoosh! The sword light flashed and forced the masked youth to retreat. Lin Xian's body glowed like a god of death. He appeared in front of the masked youth and punched out with his left fist. His fist contained a terrifying amount of energy. The air exploded, and lightning surged toward the masked young man. On the side, Yidao Ling let out a long roar and slashed out several times with his saber. The saber radiance swept out and sent all the warriors who were rushing towards Ice Fairy flying. Crack! Breaking the chains on Ice Fairy's body, Ling Dao quickly retreated with Ice Fairy. 3 lowly insects, you've offended the Black Wind sect. Only death awaits you. The masked young man roared madly. Leave this person to me. You guys take care of the others, Lin Xian said in a low voice. Black Wind Garrote, said the young man with the mask while smiling evilly. A black wind emerged from his hand and collided with Lin Feng's lightning fist. Boom! The two collided, and a dazzling light burst out in the air. The masked young man trembled and took a few steps back. Crack! A foot-deep footprint appeared on the ground, and countless cracks spread out around it. What a terrifying strength! The masked young man's expression changed slightly. He could not suppress Lin Xian. The rest of the warriors' eyes popped out when they saw this scene. That was a half-step warrior, but he was forced back by Lin Xian with one punch. Go away! Die! The masked young man was furious. A black wind blew from his body, and the sound of metal vibrating could be heard in the air. Moon break! A sword light, like a hazy half-moon, flew out from the tip of the sword and slashed toward the masked young man with lightning speed. Black Wind Kick! The masked young man moved and rose into the air. His legs danced, and a strong wind blew around him. Shadows of his legs, like mountains, rushed toward Lin Xian with the black wind. The Moonbreak sword she flashed and cut the black wind in half. Impossible! The masked young man was frightened again. Lin Xian could easily break through his defense, and he felt that things were out of his control. Wind Slayer! While he was still in shock, another sword light flashed past his face like a fleeting shadow. Why did I see my back? The masked young man was stunned at first, and then he felt incomparable pain. Puff! A head flew far away and landed on the ground. Lin Xian's sword was too fast. It was so fast that the masked young man did not feel any pain when his head flew up. Clang! Clang! Seeing the masked young man die, the other Onyx Wind Sect warriors were stunned. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Devil! Lunatic! After a few screams, the remaining warriors fled in all directions. Tempest Sword Ripple! The long sword slashed out, and fine sword waves spread out in all directions like water ripples. Puff! 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 Ling Dao and Ice Fairy were stunned. Lin Xian's performance was completely different from a few days ago. A few days ago, Lin Xian could barely resist a half-step harmonious spirit expert, but now, he could kill a half-step harmonious spirit expert as if he was slaughtering a chicken or a dog. Are you all right? Lin Xian put away his long sword and asked. Ice Fairy was very grateful. Thank you, young Master Lin, for saving us. Brother Lin, you must be careful of the revenge of Onyx Wind Sect, Ling Dao reminded. It's fine. Even if I don't kill them, Onyx Wind Sect will still be my trouble. Lin Xian did not care too much. With the improvement of his sword intent, he was no longer the young man who could be bullied by others. Now, even if he was surrounded, he could still retreat calmly. The three of them set out together, heading deeper into the forest. Half a day later, a magnificent building complex appeared in front of them. Every house was like an ancient ferocious beast, suffused with a gloomy cold metallic light, and carried an icy cold aura. Rows of palaces, plazas, and pavilions were arranged in picturesque disorder, just like a giant city. Worthy of being an ancient sect, they actually used metal to build their buildings, Lin Xian exclaimed. Their current palaces were all built with stone, which was very different from this place. Walking on the path paved with black gold, the three of them looked around curiously. I wonder if the people of Onyx Wind Sect and Mu Clan are here? Lin Xian was puzzled. He knew that the two of them had the Buddha token. Forget it, let's find my own treasure first. Lin Xian sensed the Buddha token, and he unexpectedly felt the aura of the concept of wind. Could it be related to Wind Emperor's sword? Lin Xian was puzzled as he looked into the distance. There was a tall bronze tower, emitting a faint golden light. It was about 100 meters tall. Lin Xian felt that the qi of wind in his body became restless, as if it was very excited. What's wrong? Ling Yidao and Ice Fairy looked at Lin Xian. I found something that seems to be related to me, Lin Xian said in a deep voice and went over to take a look. Chapter 270. The brass tower was so eye-catching that it naturally attracted not only Lin Xian and the other two, but also many disciples from other factions. Lin Xian's appearance undoubtedly caused an uproar. Many martial artists were like birds that were startled by the twang of a bow as they hurriedly avoided him. The others also looked at him in awe. The news of Lin Xian killing the 4 great experts had spread among all the factions. Most of the martial artists had labeled him as the #1 ruthless person. Unless it was absolutely necessary, no one should provoke him. Ling Yidao and Snow Fairy were shocked once again. They followed beside Lin Xian and sighed as they watched the crowd disperse to both sides. In front of them, the thick brass door opened and revealed a gap. On the stone door, there were various carvings that seemed to be describing something. However, those carvings had become very dim. Time is the most merciless. It can obliterate all powerful things. Lin Xian sighed and walked in. The 3 of them paused for a moment before walking through the brass door. After a long time, the others quickly followed. It was dim inside, but it wasn't a problem for Lin Xian and the other 2. Lin Xian's brows gradually furrowed as he quickly walked up the spiral staircase. This aura. Could someone have been here? He couldn't help but increase his speed. After about a dozen flights of stairs, Lin Xian and the other 2 finally arrived at a large hall. A majestic statue stood in front of them. It was like a peerless expert that looked disdainfully in all directions. This stone statue is very similar to the stone statue in the Trial of Blood and Fire. Lin Xian was surprised and excited. It was the stone statue in the Trial of Blood and Fire that imparted the Wind Emperor's sword to him. Ling Yidao and Snow Fairy also looked at the stone statue in surprise. They felt the pressure that came from their souls. It's just a stone statue, but I can't breathe. What is this place? Ling Yidao's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He carefully searched the surroundings and even used the Buddha token to try to communicate. However, nothing unusual happened. There are footprints on the ground. Someone has been here. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed as he found some clues. Let's continue and take a look. Brother Lin, I would like to comprehend here, Lin Yidao said. All right. Lin Xian didn't force him. He quickly went up alone. Finally, when he reached a dozen flights of stairs, he found other auras. Above was a spacious hall that was at least 100 meters wide. There were many martial artists standing inside, their auras surging like the tide. It's the Black Wind sect. When Lin Xian's eyes were filled with vigilance. However, he didn't see Lin Xian's the blackened fire, but from their auras and their attitudes. The 2 sides faced each other and surrounded a stone statue. Wine Lord chuckled. Looks like you already have an idea. I'm looking forward to your performance. The corner of Lin Xian's mouth curled up. His body flew out quietly like a leopard. He didn't make any noise during the whole process. Even his aura was completely concealed. Lin Xian's eyes flashed as he looked forward. There were many stone statues there. One of them was the size of an ordinary person with a cloak draped over its body. They should be fighting for that cloak, Wine Lord said slowly. Cloak? Lin Xian's eyes narrowed as he looked at the surrounding stone statues. The black cloak was as thick as ink. There were dark red patterns on it, and a strange aura was flowing around it. This should be a support-type treasure. It's at least a top-grade profound rank treasure. Wine Lord transmitted his voice. Top-grade profound rank treasure. Lin Xian's heart trembled violently. Even a true harmonious spirit expert would be tempted by it. No wonder the atmosphere was so tense. I can't let the Black Wind sect get this treasure, Lin Xian thought. He had a grudge against the Black Wind sect. In the future there would be a fierce battle, and this treasure would play a decisive role. If he had this treasure, he would have a higher chance of winning against Ling Fingzi. Speaking of which, this treasure should be a Wind Attribute treasure. It will be helpful for you to comprehend the Wind Emperor's sword, Wine Lord said slowly. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. Then, he couldn't give it to the Black Wind sect. Moreover, he noticed that the wind aura in his body was restless, as if it was very excited. After adjusting his state of mind, Lin Xian waited patiently. He planned to make a move at the crucial moment. In the front hall, the people of the Black Wind sect were confronting the people of the other side. Their expressions were very unfriendly. Bai Ling, you better think about the consequences of starting a war with our Black Wind sect. A martial artist with a scar on his face said. His name was Du Fei, a half-step harmonious spirit expert. Since Ling Fingzi wasn't here, he was one of the leaders. What's wrong with the Black Wind sect? Is it that great? The beautiful girl smiled sweetly. Others might be afraid of you, but we aren't. Moreover, all the treasures here are ownerless. Of course, only those with strength can have them. Only those with strength can have them? Du Fei snorted coldly. We have broken the seal, and now you want to interfere. Don't you think it's ridiculous? Haven't your Black Wind sect done this kind of thing before? Bai Ling covered her mouth and chuckled. I'm just learning from you. Of course, I'm not as shameless as you. This cloak is a Wind Attribute treasure. It's compatible with our Black Wind sect's cultivation technique. Miss Bai, why don't you be more magnanimous and help others? Another martial artist called Ningxuan said. Bullshit. Only your Black Wind sect has the Wind Attribute? This old lady has also been cultivating a Wind Attribute martial art recently. Why don't you let me have it? Bai Ling raised her eyebrows. Why are you wasting your breath on her? Just take her down. Du Fei's face turned gloomy, revealing his killing intent. Stop them. I'll go get the treasure. With Du Fei's order, the dozens of martial artists behind him pulled out their swords and sabers. The aura on their bodies surged like a tsunami, slashing towards the people of Yuhua sect. You're courting death. Bai Ling shouted. Her body turned into a white light and rushed towards Du Fei. The martial artists behind her went to meet the disciples of the Black Wind sect. Rumble! The spiritual energy in the air surged, and an explosion occurred. Fortunately, the brass hall was very sturdy, and there was no damage. Dozens of people were fighting together, and the battle was very intense. However, Lin Xian did not pay too much attention to it. His gaze was on Du Fei and Bai Ling. Ling Fingzi isn't here, and you guys dare to be so presumptuous? Bai Ling shouted. The white satin on her body flew out, turning into a terrifying silver waterfall. Like the Milky Way hanging upside down, the air vibrated and turned into ripples, spreading in all directions. Jade Flower Thousand Ripples Hands! Bai Ling stepped on the waterfall, and her jade-like hands waved in the air like a butterfly. Chapter 271. To be able to reach the 4th level of the Thousand Waves Hands, it seems that your talent is not bad. Du Fei laughed evilly. But this is not enough to scare me. Black Wind Divine Kick! A black gust of wind appeared and condensed on Du Fei's leg like black silk, emitting a terrifying aura. Swoosh! 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 Thousands of palms waved in the air and collided with the gigantic black leg shadow. The collision caused a terrifying spiritual energy fluctuation. Crack! The gigantic leg shadow pressed down like a mountain, but tiny cracks appeared on it like a spider web. So strong! I'm afraid that these two are even stronger than Meng Yan. Lin Xian's eyes flashed, and he was shocked. Meng Yan could be said to be the representative of the younger generation in Xia country, one of the top martial artists. But in this place, such terrifying martial artists could be seen everywhere. Some of them were even stronger than Meng Yan. Sure enough, only by going out could one meet stronger martial artists. The two of them were evenly matched, and it would be difficult to determine the winner in a short period of time. Lin Xian touched his chin and was ready to make a move at any time. Eh? There's someone on the roof! Lin Xian used his soul power and found something strange. In the dark, there was a shadow-like shadow that was quickly approaching the statue. This aura, it should be someone from the Black Wind sect. Lin Xian's heart sank. They were indeed a group of insidious people. However, this statue seemed to have a final seal that he could help break. Lin Xian sneered and flew out like a ghost. His eyes flashed, and he used an illusion. This illusion was used on him so that martial artists would not be able to discover him. With a light tap of his feet, Lin Xian took several steps in the air. His body flew out like a rainbow and landed lightly beside the stone statue. His soul power completely hid his aura. Unless it was a third-grade inscription master, no one would be able to discover him. Lin Xian carefully avoided all the spiritual energy attacks and lingered near the statue. That black shadow continued to swim, completely oblivious to Lin Xian who was beside it. He quietly took out a few small black flags and inserted them around the stone statue. Then, he placed dozens of mid-grade spirit stones. A wind magic art was sent in, and the entire space trembled slightly before returning to normal. Under normal circumstances, such a small fluctuation would not have escaped the senses of Beiling and the others. However, the situation was chaotic now, and the spiritual energy fluctuations were unstable, so no one would notice it. Du Fei looked at the stone statue meaningfully, then led Bai Ling away from this place. Obviously, he was aware of the situation. The moment the array was formed, Lin Xian's body tensed up. His right hand was already on the hilt of his sword. He thought that the array formation was meant to deal with him, but fortunately, Wine Lord was knowledgeable and stopped him in time. This was an illusory formation, and its power was equivalent to the illusory technique cast by a third-grade inscription master. Wine Lord said slowly. Outsiders could not see the real situation inside the illusion array. Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat, and he looked around with some surprise. In fact, the reason why he could hide without others noticing was because he used the principle of the illusion array. However, Lin Xian did not have the ability to cast such a large area, so he could only cast it on himself. With the illusion array set up by the black shadow, the people outside could not see their movements. In other words, the black shadow could break the seal without worry. Beiling saw that Du Fei had been pulling her away from the stone statue, and she was a little confused. She looked at the stone statue, but there was nothing unusual about it. Even the black cloak behind him was fluttering slightly. Beiling was relieved and began to fight Du Fei with all her strength. However, there was a terrifying energy fluctuation near the stone statue. The black shadow turned into a short warrior, and he was breaking the seal greedily. Strange objects appeared one after another, and Lin Xian was dazzled. He could feel that the stone statue's seal was weakening bit by bit. With a slight smile, Lin Xian stood aside and waited quietly. As long as the seal was broken, he could make his move. The short warrior tried his best to break the seal, and he even stopped to think for a while. It seemed that the stone statue's seal was very difficult. However, the smile on his face grew wider, which meant that the seal was broken successfully. After half an hour, there was a slight sound like a mirror breaking, and it disappeared immediately. Lin Xian felt that the power of the seal had completely disappeared. The short warrior laughed wildly, and his small eyes were full of light, as if he had seen a beauty bathing. Just as he was about to grab the black cloak, a sharp sword light pierced the back of his head, and at the same time, a strong hand grabbed the black cloak. Whoosh! The short warrior's body darkened, and he turned into a black shadow, dodging the sword by a hair's breadth. However, when he raised his head, the black cloak had already disappeared. Who the hell stole my thing? The short warrior roared angrily, and his eyes were red, as if he could eat someone up. Hee hee, good technique. Thank you for this. A faint laughter came from behind. Whoosh! The short warrior suddenly turned around, and a black light as thin as a cow's hair shot out from his body, as fast as lightning. If it was an ordinary warrior, they would not be able to dodge it. Even a half-step harmonious spirit warrior might be hit, because the attack was too sudden, and the hidden weapon was small and fast. However, Lin Xian's soul force was outstanding, and he had already sensed the short warrior's abnormal movement, so he had already made his move the moment the hidden weapon flew out. Ding! 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 Sword light flashed, and a translucent sword screen was formed in front of him, turning the small hidden weapon into powder. It's you, Lin Xian! The short warrior obviously knew Lin Xian. You've ruined Black Wind Sect's business several times, are you tired of living? The short warrior flew into a rage. When you were chasing me, did you ever think about today? Lin Xian was in a good mood. I just want to ask, how does it feel to have your thing stolen? I'm so angry, I'm going to kill you! The short warrior's body darkened, as if he had turned into gas, and quickly blended into the air. Swoosh! Sword light flashed, forming a terrifying sword wave that surrounded Lin Xian. The short warrior seemed to have hit a metal wall, and a clanging sound was heard. The black figure also reappeared. Don't waste your energy, Wind Emperor's sword! Lin Xian shouted in a low voice, and his long sword moved, ready to pierce out. The short warrior did not dare to be careless, and quickly turned into gas. However, the sword light that he expected did not appear, and Lin Xian's body had already retreated far away. Damn it, how dare you lie to me? The short warrior looked up to the sky and roared. He put away the illusion formation, and the terrifying roar spread in all directions. Ah! Lin Xian, I'm going to kill you! The surrounding warriors who were still fighting were stunned, and they all turned around. When they saw that the black cloak behind the stone statue had disappeared, their faces became extremely ugly. Chapter 272. The cloak is gone? Both sides were stunned. Bai Ling's expression changed when she saw the short cultivator near the stone statue. Du Fei, how dare you steal the cloak behind our backs? Hand over the cloak! The disciple behind Bai Ling shouted. However, before Du Fang could speak, the short cultivator from afar shouted crazily. It's Lin Xian, stop him! Lin Xian! Everyone was slightly shocked. They had naturally heard of Lin Xian's deeds. He was a ferocious person. However, Du Fei couldn't care less at this moment. His eyes were fixed on Lin Xian as if they could spit fire. From afar, Bai Ling and the other disciples of Yuhua sect were also looking at Lin Xian cautiously. Brat, we didn't look for you, but you came to us yourself. Hand over the cloak and the Buddha token, Du Fei said coldly. You want the Buddha token? Lin Xian smiled faintly. Are you worthy? As for the cloak. He touched the cloak with dark red patterns and said slowly, I'm already wearing it. How can I take it off? Arrogant! Du Fei's face turned green. His voice was like the cold winter wind, blowing into people's bones. You're the first one who dares to steal from Black Wind Sect. I'll let you know that there are some people you can't afford to offend. A black whirlwind emerged from Du Fei's body and gradually grew bigger. In the end, it formed a tornado that was more than 10 meters tall, dancing wildly in the hall. The surrounding cultivators retreated and looked forward with fear. This level of battle wasn't something they could interfere with. I didn't expect him to be Lin Xian. Senior Sister Bai, what should we do? A disciple of Yuhua sect asked softly. It's said that Lin Xian killed a few half-step harmonious spirit experts. Although those people were severely injured, his strength shouldn't be underestimated. Bai Ling said slowly. We'll wait and see, but we can't let Black Wind Sect get the cloak. After receiving Bai Ling's warning, the disciples of Yuhua sect began to gather together and watch the battle silently. On the other side, Du Fei was in the midst of the black gale, his face showing a hint of wildness. Brat, don't think that killing a few half-step harmonious spirit experts is a big deal. Today, I will let you know the true strength of a half-step harmonious spirit expert. With a wave of his hand, 4 10-meter-tall black hurricanes rushed towards Lin Xian. Wherever they passed, the ground would emit the sound of metal clashing. Fortunately, it was a very hard brass floor. Under such a violent storm, there were only scratches. If it was an ordinary floor, there would have been terrible cracks. Lin Xian lightly tapped his feet and floated backwards. However, at this moment, a black shadow quickly rushed towards Lin Xian, and a fine black light appeared in the air. Copper thunder pattern! With a low roar, Lin Xian's body was surrounded by lightning, interweaving into a solid defense. He was like a thunder god. Clang! 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 The black light might be small, but it was very powerful. It hit Lin Xian's body and formed a terrible impact. Fortunately, the copper thunder pattern's defense was unparalleled. Lin Xian successfully blocked the black light that filled the sky. However, he was in a situation where he was attacked from both sides. Haha, with the help of 2 senior brothers, that brat is dead for sure. How dare he steal our Black Wind Sect's things? We will torture him to death later. The Black Wind Sect's disciples sneered. Facing 2 half-step harmonious spirit experts at the same time, I'm afraid that Lin Xian is in danger, a Yuhua Sect's disciple said. Bai Ling's eyes moved, and suddenly smiled tenderly. Does young Master Lin need help? We can help you fight off the enemies. Beauty, I appreciate your kindness, but I alone am enough to deal with them. Lin Xian smiled and refused. This brat is too arrogant. The Yuhua Sect's disciple snorted. Even Bai Ling was stunned. The Black Wind Sect's disciples shouted crazily after hearing Lin Xian's words. They couldn't wait to fight 300 rounds with him. Wait until I peel off your skin, I hope you can still be so stubborn. Du Fei summoned 4 tornadoes and rushed towards Lin Xian. The short martial artist behind him also attacked crazily without saying a word. Swoosh a blood-red long whip that was as agile as a poisonous snake turned into a red shadow in the air and suddenly lashed down. Boom sword intent erupted from Lin Xian's body. 40% of the great dragon sword intent formed a terrifying sword intent whirlpool, resisting the black tornadoes in front of him. At the same time, his arms swayed, and a picture scroll of mountains and rivers appeared in midair. It summoned the shadow of a mountain peak and a rainbow-like galaxy. The Mu clan's mountain river scroll! Du Fei cried out. This was the Mu clan's treasure. Who would have thought that it would appear in Lin Xian's hands? Go! Lin Xian waved his hand, and a huge mountain pressed down on Du Fei. The hall trembled and rumbled. The mountain peak above them was too huge, filling up the entire space. Rumble the mountain peak and the violent tornadoes collided, forming a terrifying energy wave. Lin Xian turned around indifferently, and swung his sword 18 times in a row. The resplendent sword light was like a rainbow in the sky, illuminating the entire hall. The short martial artist's body turned into a black mist and floated around. Great dragon sword intent, cut through the void! The sword intent surged, and Lin Xian's aura underwent a shocking change. It was like a divine sword, giving people an endless sense of oppression. Whoosh the sword slashed out like a dragon's roar, and the air rumbled with an ear-piercing sound. The sword light was resplendent, like a galaxy slashing down, unstoppable. The black mist rolled, as if it was locked on. Impossible! Finally, the black wind transformed into the short martial artist's figure again. His face was filled with horror. The sword chi was as dazzling as the sun, but the shocking killing intent made people's hearts tremble. Boundless black wind, rotating heaven and earth! The short martial artist's eyes were filled with determination. He kept changing his hand seals, forming a huge black rotating wheel, whistling in the air. Boom! The sword light fell, tearing everything apart. The black rotating wheel collided with it, and the sound of metal clashing could be heard. The black rotating wheel shattered instantly, and the sword chi in the air became even more intense, making people unable to look at it directly. The short martial artist didn't even have time to scream before he was drowned by the sword light. Clang! The sword chi's aftershock hit the bronze wall, causing the whole pavilion to tremble as if it would collapse at any time. Everything happened in an instant, so when Du Fei resisted the huge mountain above his head, the short martial artist had already been slashed by the sword chi. Good foam! Looking at the short martial artist who was split in half, Du Fei screamed crazily. The surrounding martial artists were stunned. They knew that Lin Xian was powerful, but they didn't expect him to be this powerful. That was a half-step harmonious spirit expert, but he was killed by a single sword strike. Gulp, gulp, the disciples of Yuhua sect swallowed their saliva crazily, and even Beiling's face turned pale. Du Fei was even more unbearable. After he screamed, a deep fear arose in his heart. In the past, he thought that Lin Xian killed Fang Qiming and the others because they were seriously injured. But now, it seemed that it wasn't the case at all. Even if they weren't seriously injured, Lin Xian could still kill them easily. The short martial artist, Ge Feng, was a good example. Chapter 273. Du Fei's expression changed again and again. As a half-step harmonious spirit expert, he couldn't bring himself to beg for mercy. However, Lin Xian's strength was far beyond his expectation. If he insisted, he might be killed. Senior brother Ling Fingzi is very strong. Even 10 Lin Xians wouldn't be his match. On the contrary, Lin Xian might be killed by senior brother Ling Fingzi. Du Fei calmed down as he thought of this. It's on Lin Mountain, Du Fei said in a deep voice. It's 3,000 miles east. You will see it when you get there. Young Master Lin, Du Fei is right. Bai Ling said, Lin Mountain is a sacred place in the Pagoda sect. It's also the place where the ancient sect's martial arts are passed down. There are a lot of martial arts there. As long as you can get in touch with the Lin Mountain, you will be able to get the martial arts there. Oh, so magical? Lin Xian was surprised. I wonder what grade the martial arts are. Now that his family was rich, he didn't care about ordinary low-level spirit-ranked martial arts. Lin Mountain has different levels of martial arts. However, the lowest level is still a low-level spirit-ranked martial art. As for the higher-level ones, it's said that there are earth-ranked martial arts. Earth-ranked martial arts? Lin Xian's pupils shrunk. He was shocked. That was a legendary martial art. He was afraid that there wasn't a single complete Earth-ranked martial art in the whole of Xia country. Sure enough, it's a good place. He was overjoyed. Bai Ling pondered for a while and continued, but the qualification to communicate with the Lingwu Mountain is limited. It will be a fierce battle when the time comes. Moreover, there are some special items that can strengthen the connection with the Lingwu Mountain. For example, the pagoda token. So, young Master Lin must be careful. Thank you? Lin Xian smiled. Then, he looked at Du Fei and squinted his eyes. There was a trace of coldness in his eyes. I have already told you about senior brother Ling Fingzi's itinerary. You won't go back on your words, right? Du Fei panicked. He could feel a killing intent. I said that I won't kill you. I won't go back on my words. Lin Xian said in a deep voice, but people like you will only bring harm to others if you keep your martial arts. It's better to be an ordinary person. Whoosh! With a flash of light, Lin Xian quickly rushed towards Du Fei. You dare! Du Fei was so scared that his face turned pale. This was the rhythm of crippling his martial arts. Divine Wind Art! A ruthless look appeared in Du Fei's eyes. Black wind surrounded his body like a demonic beast. Boom! A shining star stone smashed towards him, instantly tearing apart the black wind around him. The huge impact hit his body, causing him to spit out a few mouthfuls of blood. At this moment, Lin Xian's figure appeared in front of Du Fei. His sword will surged as he slashed out with his finger. Sword light with a sharp aura crushed Du Fei's spiritual sea. Ah! Du Fei screamed as his body fell to the ground. If you dare to cripple me, senior brother Ling Fingzi will not let you off! His blood-curdling screams reverberated throughout the hall. The others were also trembling, not daring to make a sound. This method was too terrifying. One of the two half-step harmonious spirit experts was killed and the other was injured. It really shocked these people. Don't let me see your Black Wind sect doing evil again, or else I will not let you off next time! Lin Xian snorted coldly. He shook his cloak and ran downstairs. After Lin Xian left, the hall returned to normal. This guy will be a strong opponent for senior brother Zhao Jie in the future. Bai Ling was a little worried. The disciples of Black Wind sect lifted Du Fei up in a panic. The fear on their faces had not faded away. Let's go, we need to go to Lin Wu Mountain. The group quickly left. When Lin Xian passed through the 13th floor, he went to see Ling Yidao, an ice snow fairy. Ling Yidao sat cross-legged in front of the stone statue, lost in his thoughts. Ice Snow Fairy was guarding beside him. After telling Ice Snow Fairy about Lingwu Mountain, Lin Xian left a few talisman treasures before leaving. He found these talisman treasures in Ningyan and the other storage rings. They were useless to him, so he might as well give them away. You want to go to Lingwu Mountain? I'm afraid there'll be a fierce battle, Wine Lord said. Lin Xian knew. However, he had to take the risk for an Earth-rank martial art. An Earth-rank martial art was a martial art that only existed in legends. The entire Great Xia country did not have it. Even the top 3-star sects only had a few fragments at most. Therefore, Lingwu Mountain was a place that everyone yearned for. If I'm not wrong, to obtain an Earth-rank martial art, you need at least a Buddha token. Furthermore, you might need other conditions. Let's not talk about other things, just the Buddha tokens alone are probably not many. You have to prepare for the worst, Wine Lord reminded. Indeed, there were not many Buddha tokens. So far, only 3 had appeared. An Earth-rank martial art was too tempting. At that time, martial artists with Buddha tokens might be attacked by groups. When he thought of a group of genius martial artists fighting for Buddha tokens, Lin Xian felt a trace of excitement in his heart. Lin Xian shook the cloak behind him. His body turned into a ray of light and rushed out. This cloak had been appraised by Wine Lord. It was an incomplete spirit rank treasure. Its grade was even higher than Lin Xian's estimation. With this black cloak, Lin Xian's speed had increased by at least 3 times. His current speed was probably unparalleled. Ordinary half-step harmonious spirit realm martial artists might not even be able to match him. Apart from that, this cloak had other uses. When Lin Xian was refining it, he discovered that there were secret techniques such as invisibility, clone, and blood sacrifice to speed up. However, this cloak was only a half-finished product. Currently, he could only use the blood sacrifice to speed up the process. In Earth-rank martial art, this might be the key to defeating Lin Feng. Lin Xian's heart was burning with passion. He increased his speed once again. Not long after, a majestic mountain appeared in his vision. The mountain had 5 peaks that were connected together like a human palm. On top of the peak, Lin Xian felt a strange aura. It was like a sleeping lion that contained a power that made people's heart palpitate. This should be the Linwu Mountain. Lin Xian slowed down and floated forward. On top of the towering Lingwu Mountain, there was no vegetation. It was full of strange stones. Looking from afar, these stones formed a strange pattern that was mysterious and unpredictable. Feeling the ancient aura from the mountain, Lin Xian's heart trembled. This mountain is not simple, Wine Lord said in a deep voice. I seem to feel a familiar aura. It's been too long, I can't remember it. But you have to be careful. Lin Xian nodded and walked towards the Linwu Mountain. At the foot of the mountain, there were many martial artists gathered. It was a dark mass that formed a terrifying aura. However, compared to the aura of the Linwu Mountain, this aura was like a mayfly trying to shake a tree. It was not worth mentioning. The most conspicuous people in the crowd were the Black Wind sect and the Mu clan. These 2 groups had occupied the best positions and were on guard against each other. Among them, Ling Fengzi and Mu Qin were surrounded by a myriad of stars. That kind of extravagance made people speechless. Apart from them, there was also a white-clothed silhouette sitting alone. His surroundings were filled with sword qi. Nobody dared to get close to him. Lin Feng! Lin Xian looked glum. He could feel that Lin Feng's sword energy had increased again. It was on par with his own. It seems like this guy also had a fortuitous encounter. Lin Xian took a deep breath. Even though he wasn't sure if he could defeat Lin Feng couldn't do anything to him either. Lin Xian's eyes were twinkling and he clenched his fists. Back then, when you expelled me from the Sword Lake Palace, I will make you pay for this humiliation at the clan meeting. Lin Xian's eyes were filled with determination. The sound of a dragon emerged from his body. What he wanted was not to be evenly matched, but to be completely crushed. He wanted to beat down this person who had framed him. Chapter 274. Lin Xian? He actually dares to appear! Countless people cried out in alarm. Then, greedy eyes gathered on his body. In the distance, the disciples of the Mu clan saw Lin Xian, and their eyes were filled with killing intent. Especially Mu Rong. Her beautiful eyes seemed like they could spit fire. Her left arm was empty, and her sleeve was fluttering in the wind. Lin Xian, you will pay a painful price! Brother Mu Qin, that little brat killed Mui and cut off my arm. You must avenge us! Mu Rong gnashed her teeth and said. The young man in the middle opened his eyes. His pupils seemed to contain stars. He looked at the distant figure of Lin Xian and said in a low voice, Don't worry. When the Lingwu mountain opens, I will take his life. Mu Chen's voice was low and steady. It was as if he was talking about a trivial matter. Mu Rong also calmed down. Although Lin Xian was strong, in front of Mu Chen, he was not strong enough. The Mu clan became silent again. Although the others were excited, no one dared to be the first to attack. Lin Feng stood up. An invisible sword energy surrounded him and countless sword marks appeared on the ground around him. Just as he was about to attack, a group of people came from the distance. It was the disciples of the Black Wind sect. Brother Ling Feng, this is bad! Someone cried out in alarm. Why are you shouting? Brother Ling Feng is resting! A disciple of the Black Wind sect scolded. Those people were Du Fei and his group. When they saw Lin Xian in the distance, their bodies trembled and their eyes were filled with fear. Senior brother, that Lin Xian stole our treasured weapons and killed senior brother Gufeng. Moreover, senior brother Du Fei's cultivation has been crippled. A group of people said with sullen faces. What? This news made the nearby cultivators' faces change. They looked at Lin Xian in alarm. Many people secretly rejoiced that they did not attack. Lin Xian even dared to kill the disciples of the Black Wind sect, let alone them. The cultivators beside Ling Feng heard this, and their faces turned ferocious. Bastard, you think the Black Wind sect is easy to bully? I'll go and kill him! Someone immediately said coldly. Senior brother! Someone shouted. Why don't we let senior brother Lingfengzi? What do you mean? Do you think I can't beat a martial artist in the 7th layer of the spiritual ocean tier? That disciple's face darkened. No! I definitely don't mean to look down on senior brother, but that brat is a little strange. Senior brother Gufeng was killed by him in one move, and senior brother Du Fei was also defeated in one move. One move? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The originally arrogant martial artist also quieted down. His strength was indeed stronger than Du Fei and Gufeng, but not by much. If Lin Xian could kill Gufeng in one move, then he would be courting death if he went up. Why did you take so long to tell me such important information? Are you trying to get me killed? That martial artist's tone was cold. The others trembled, not daring to speak. One. At this moment, Ling Fengzi suddenly opened his eyes, causing the surrounding air to tremble, spreading out like water ripples. All of the Black Wind sect's disciples kept their mouths shut, not even daring to breathe heavily. Senior brother, you have to avenge me, Du Fei said with an unwilling expression. Trash, Black Wind sect's face has been completely lost by you. Ling Fengzi opened his eyes, causing a violent wind to blow. Senior brother, I know I was wrong. Du Fei knelt down with a plop. I hope senior brother can avenge me. I guarantee that our Du family will be your staunch supporters in the future. All right, stand up, Ling Fengzi said in a deep voice. I will give you an explanation for this matter. Du Fei wasn't an ordinary disciple. His grandfather was an elder of the Black Wind sect, and his cultivation had reached the harmonious spirit realm. If the Du family could stand behind Ling Fengzi, then his position in the sect would rise again. With this relationship, Ling Fengzi decided to stand up for him. Just as the Black Wind sect was discussing matters, many more people arrived, causing the place to become lively again. At this moment, Lin Feng and Ling Fengzi both looked at Lin Xian, and the others also looked over. For a moment, Lin Xian became the center of attention again. Facing those unfriendly gazes, Lin Xian looked calm and stood with his hands clasped behind his back. This kid is quite a character. In the distance, a handsome young man was standing beside Bai Ling. He was the eldest disciple of the Yuhua sect, Xiao Jie. Lin Xian, hand over the token, and I will spare your life, Lin Feng said coldly. Whether you hand over the token or not, I will kill you. On the other side, Ling Fengzi was ruthless. This attitude again, Lin Xian sneered. Do you really think you are high above and can decide everything? Until you reach this level, you will never know how small you are, Ling Fengzi said in a deep voice. Is that so? Lin Xian's lips curved into a smile. Then let me experience your strength. Finished speaking, the dragon sword intent in his body surged, and a gigantic sword shadow appeared behind him, with a gigantic dragon circling above it. With the sword in hand, Lin Xian's aura changed, as if a divine sword was unsheathed, giving people a boundless sense of oppression. What a terrifying sword intent! The surrounding cultivators retreated, their faces pale. Small success sword intent! That is small success sword intent! No wonder he is so confident! Someone in the crowd exclaimed. Comprehending sword intent was already a 1 in 10,000 genius, not to mention small success sword intent. This kind of person was also 1 in 100 among the geniuses who comprehended sword intent. Buzz! Another burst of sword will rose into the air, clashing with Lin Xian's sword will of the great dragon. Oh my God! Another small success sword intent! The crowd was shocked to find that Lin Feng, who was wearing white, was like a god of death, unstoppable. Behind him, there was a gigantic blood-red sword, like a maple tree, emitting a terrifying aura. On the side, Ling Fengzi's spiritual energy surged, like the source of the wind, blowing out an endless gale. Even his body became illusory. Seeing that the battle was about to start, the Lingwu mountain also changed. Boom! 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 The air trembled, as if the Five-Finger Mountain had come alive, emitting a dazzling light. The clouds in the sky were dispersed, as if the sky had been pierced, forming 5 pillars of light, connecting the heaven and earth. Immediately after, the sound of chanting resounded in the Lingwu mountain. The entire mountain burst into countless rays of light, enveloping an area of 100 miles. At that moment, everyone's hearts were empty, as if they had fallen into a special state. It was as if the incomprehensible questions of cultivation had suddenly been solved. Lin Xian was astonished. He realized that at that moment, his understanding of sword intent had become even more thorough. This is the Lingwu mountain. It is really terrifying, Lin Xian exclaimed. Just one ray of light was enough to make him understand. This method was really too amazing. Swish! 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 At that moment, countless eyes were looking at the Lingwu mountain, filled with endless passion and excitement. Buzz! Buzz! Lin Xian, Ling Fengzi, and Mu Chen's bodies were emitting rays of light. A palm-sized stone token appeared above their heads, constantly floating in the air. Let's go! Now is not the time to lose! Some people were blinded by their desire and rushed forward. Swoosh! 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 Dozens of people rushed towards Lin Xian, while some others rushed towards Ling Fengzi and Mu Chen. Swoosh! Chapter 275. Lin Feng's dragon sword energy was surging and everything within a 10-zhang radius was enveloped by the light of the sword. Lin Xian attacked with his sword and a cold light shone in all directions. The ground cracked and the air shook. The people who were rushing towards him were all pierced by the sword chi. A bloody mist filled the air. Lin Feng's ice-cold killing intent woke everyone up. Many of the cultivators retreated in fear. They didn't dare think of anything else. At that moment, Ling Fengzi, Mu Chen and the others were surrounded by corpses. The ground was dyed red with blood. The scene quieted down for a moment. It was terrifyingly quiet. Ling Fengzi and Mu Chen took the stone token and flew towards the huge light pillar. Lin Xian was stupefied. He also wanted to leave, but Lin Feng smiled coldly and blocked his way. 3 strikes. If I can't defeat you in 3 strikes, I won't steal your talisman. Lin Feng was full of confidence. At that moment, Lin Feng was looking down on Lin Xian. All right, Lin Xian replied in a deep voice. He was standing in his original position with a cold expression. Even if it was a battle to the death, he wouldn't be afraid, let alone 3 strikes. I'll let you know how stupid your idea is. Lin Xian's eyes were filled with battle intent. Bzzz. The air was shaking. Lin Feng quickly unsheathed his black sword and attacked. The maple sword energy behind him was dazzling like maple leaves. Lin Xian's long sword swept horizontally. The broken moon sword she was flying at full speed like a crescent moon. Ding! 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 The sound of metal colliding spread in the air. Sparks were flying in the air. The ground was collapsing and a terrifying hole appeared in the ground. Red Maple 13 Swords! Lin Feng took a step forwards. His body was surrounded by sword chi and he attacked with all his strength. That sword was too fast. It was as fast as lightning. People didn't have time to react. Lin Feng's low-level sword energy made that sword even more powerful. It seemed like it was going to tear the sky apart. Wind Cutter! Lin Xian raised both of his hands and brandished his sword. A gigantic dragon roared and it seemed like it was going to tear the sky apart. Dong! Dong! In the sky, a ferocious azure dragon collided with the maple leaves. The sound of metal colliding filled the air. A huge explosion occurred in the air, and the terrifying energy ball was like the light of the sun, sweeping in all directions. The surrounding cultivators retreated in horror, fearing that they would be caught in the crossfire. Some of the slower ones were sent flying by this force. 2 attacks had already passed. Lin Xian and Lin Feng were evenly matched. Lin Feng looked glum. He hadn't thought that Lin Xian's sword energy would grow to such an extent. It was even stronger than his own. Fortunately, his cultivation was strong enough to make up for the gap in sword intent. However, no matter what, he had to take down Lin Xian in this third move. Lin Feng's black hair was fluttering in the wind. He looked like a demon. With a sway of his body, he pressed down on Lin Xian like a mountain, the long sword in his hand firmly locked onto Lin Xian. Sword sealing all directions. The maple leaf sword will pierce through all directions, causing the ground to crack. Countless sword chi flew out from the ground, forming a dense sword screen. Thick sword chi slashed down from the sky. It was as if a huge maple tree was falling down, bringing with it an aura that could crush everything. Lin Xian's heart was heavy. He didn't dare to be careless. He could feel the terror of this sword. This force could definitely seal a half-step harmonious spirit expert. The surrounding space was completely sealed. The sky and the ground were filled with terrifying sword chi. He had no way to retreat. Flying Rainbow! Lin Xian's longsword slanted, drawing an inexplicable trajectory in the air. A rainbow-like sword chi flew out quickly, colliding with the maple leaf sword curtain, tearing a human-shaped crack in it. Flying Rainbow, the 4th move of the green cloud sword art. Lin Xian finally used it at this critical moment. Swoosh! The sword curtain was broken. Lin Xian's cloak shook and turned into an afterimage as he flew out. At the place where he was originally standing, the 4 directions of the sword curtain gathered and destroyed everything inside. A 10 meters deep hole appeared on the ground. It was so deep that the bottom couldn't be seen. Red maple leaf sword chi was moving around the hole. The martial artists in the distance were stunned. They had only seen this kind of technique from their elders. They didn't expect these two youngsters to be able to use it. 3 moves have passed. Do you want to continue? Lin Xian asked in a deep voice. No need, Lin Feng snorted. Wait until my red maple sword will is completed. That will be the day you die. Lin Feng's body flashed, and he flew towards the Linwu mountain. Lin Xian looked at the departing figure and slightly shook his head. He wasn't sure if he could kill Lin Feng yet, so he wasn't in a hurry. Who else? He looked around and asked in a deep voice. The Buddha token is ours. A cold voice was heard. 5 figures flew out and surrounded Lin Xian. Looking at the 5 majestic voices, the crowd exclaimed, 5 Tiger Blade Breaking Gate! I didn't expect them to come. I heard that the 5 brothers of the Sun family once fought against a harmonious spirit warrior together. I'm afraid this Lin Xian is in danger. Humph, Lin Xian is dead for sure. Too bad I can't kill him myself. Du Fei's face was ferocious. Lin Xian looked at the 5 people, his eyes slightly gloomy. This isn't a one-on-one fight. Hand over the Buddha token and we 5 brothers won't kill you. Otherwise, you can just wait for your death. A muscular man shouted. Big brother, why are you wasting your breath on him? We must get the Buddha token. The other 4 brothers shouted coldly. If you want the Buddha token, then let's see if you have the ability. Lin Xian's voice was cold. Today, he had to make a name for himself. Otherwise, there would be more and more trouble. 5 Tiger Formation! As the leader of the formation, Sun Da's body shook. He unsheathed the long blade on his back and let out a tiger's roar. Dang, dang, dang! 5 tiger head blades emitted a dazzling light as they danced in the air. Among the 5 brothers of the Sun family, Sunda and Sun Air were the strongest. They had reached half-step harmonious spirit realm. The other 3 brothers were at the peak of the 7th spirit sea realm. With the 5 of them forming a formation, it was enough to show disdain for all the heroes. Worthy of being called the Linwu Mountain. It actually attracted such strong experts. Lin Xian was shocked. He could feel the terror of these 5 brothers. Perhaps even Lin Feng or Ling Fengzi wouldn't have an advantage against them. However, Lin Xian wasn't afraid. This kind of opponent was just right to intimidate the heroes. 5 Tiger Slaughter! Sunda shouted loudly and slashed out with his long blade. A huge white spotted tiger suddenly rushed out and pounced at Lin Xian. The 5 brothers of the Sun family emitted a bright light. Mysterious runes flickered under their feet, forming a close connection with each other. 5 fierce tigers slashed at Lin Xian from 5 different directions. That terrifying power directly tore the air apart. The ground trembled as if there was an earthquake. This kind of attack could easily kill an ordinary half-step harmonious spirit realm expert. Lin Xian flipped his palm and a yellow scroll appeared above his head. Buzz! The scroll emitted a hazy light that shrouded Lin Xian. On the surface of his body, a black mountain rapidly appeared and kept expanding. In the end, it formed the shadow of a huge mountain. Clang! 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 5 white tiger blades she pounced on the black mountain, producing a violent rumbling sound. A monstrous chi wave swept in all directions with a whistling sound. Slash! Lin Xian shouted in a low voice. A silver river appeared in the scroll. It was as sharp as a heavenly blade. With a flash of silver light, the 5 white tiger blades she were cut in half. Mountain River Scroll! The surrounding martial artists were shocked as if they had seen a ghost. Isn't this the treasure of the Mu family? How could it be in the hands of this brat? Many people looked at the disciples of the Mu family with puzzlement in their eyes. The disciples of the Mu family were sullen. They were going crazy in their hearts. Mu Rong was so angry that her face turned pale. She gritted her teeth. Bastard! How dare he use the treasure of the Mu family against the enemy? Mu Rong's face was terrifyingly dark. Chapter 276. The Mountain River picture scroll appeared in the air, and thousands of rays of light fell down, covering Lin Xian. The 5 brothers of the Sun family looked serious as they each waved out a sharp blade light. The blade light that was dozens of meters long tore through the sky, filling the area with killing intent. The surrounding warriors turned pale, as if their bodies were being torn apart by a strange force. Cut! 5 dazzling saber flashes came crashing down, all aimed at Lin Xian. Mountain River Protection! Lin Xian crazily activated the Mountain River picture scroll, and the shadow of the Black Mountain became even more real. In addition, there was a silver river surrounding him. Boom! The Black Mountain shook, and the silver river surged, making a rumbling sound. This blade attack made the mountains and rivers lose their color. Lin Xian was slightly surprised. His palms kept changing seals, controlling the Mountain River picture scroll. The rays of light shone brightly, and Lin Xian's defense became even thicker. After getting out of danger, he let out a breath. What a horrifying blade formation! No wonder they said they could fight against a harmonious spirit realm warrior. Show me your true strength, or you won't have a chance, Lin Xian said with a deep voice. What an arrogant kid! We showed mercy just now. Since you don't know what's good for you, don't blame us for being merciless, Sun Air said coldly. Big brother, use the 5 tigers' soul shattering. Hearing this, Sun De pondered for a while, and then suddenly nodded. All right. Haha, kid, this is our ultimate move. You better surrender now. Sun Air laughed evilly. 5 tiger body solidification. The spirit power of the 5 brothers of the Sun family surged, and gradually turned into a ferocious tiger, roaring towards the sky. The horrifying roar shook the 9 heavens, and many weaker warriors were shaken to the point of vomiting blood. Lin Xian's eyes moved. He held the Autumn Scar sword, and the sword intent in his body was ready to be unleashed. A low dragon roar was heard, fighting against the tiger roar. The air rippled like boiling water, making the air crackle. The dragon roar and tiger roar made the space extremely dangerous. Lightning appeared in the air, and struck the ground, creating a bottomless black hole. 5 tigers soul shattering! Sun De shouted, and the 5 brothers of the Sun family all raised their long sabers high, their movements uniform. In the void, 5 white tigers with terrifying auras coiled around the blade, roaring continuously with their bloody mouths wide open. With every roar, the aura of the 5 Sun brothers grew stronger. After the 5th sound, the long sabers suddenly fell. Sword light flashed on Lin Xian's body, and 40% of the great dragon's sword will soared into the sky. The mountains and rivers around him became even more real. A green light appeared and a dragon roared. A huge green dragon sword shadow appeared in the mountains and rivers. The huge dragon claw pressed against the black mountain peak. Every dragon scale was as sharp as a sword. Azure Dragon breaks the moon! With a slash of the sword light illuminated all directions. The azure dragon and the white tiger collided, and an earth-shattering sound shook the heavens and the earth. The area within 100 meters was completely covered in a greenish-white color. Even Ling Fingzi and Mu Qin in the distance frowned when they saw this. Rumble! A thunderous sound came out from the greenish-white storm. Then 5 figures flew out and fell on the ground. It's the 5 brothers of the Sun family. They were defeated! The crowd in the distance exclaimed. This result was too unexpected. It was rumored that the 5 brothers of the Sun family had fought against harmonious spirit warriors before. Even if they couldn't win against Lin Xian, they could at least protect themselves. But they didn't expect to be defeated so thoroughly. The sword chi and saber light dispersed. Lin Xian stood with his sword in hand. His aura was extremely powerful. He glanced around. The warriors lowered their heads, not daring to look at him directly. 1 man and 1 sword suppressed everyone to the point that they couldn't raise their heads. Withdrawing his gaze, Lin Xian flew towards the Lingwu mountain with the Buddha token. Swoosh! A ray of light flashed and rushed towards Lin Xian. It was like a divine spear that was extremely powerful. Lin Xian was in the air and couldn't borrow any force. He was about to be hit by the divine light. It's Mu Qin! Lin Xian is in danger! The crowd below exclaimed. Humph, brother Muchen is here. Lin Xian is dead for sure. Mu Rong sneered. I'll cut off all your limbs and destroy your cultivation. I'll make you live like a dog in this world. At this critical moment, Lin Xian's black cloak fluttered, creating an impact force. Whoosh! Lin Xian's body swayed and turned into a ray of black light. He quickly rushed to the side and dodged the fierce attack. How is this possible? He can borrow force in the air. Mu Rong's beautiful eyes widened. She felt suffocated for a moment. Those below the harmonious spirit realm didn't have the ability to fly. Even if there were some martial techniques that could allow one to stay in the air for a short period of time, it was impossible to change direction like Lin Xian did. Even Mu Chen was pondering. His gaze was fixed on Lin Xian's black cloak. Lin Xian landed on the ground. His face was full of fear. If that attack had hit him, he would have been seriously injured. Thinking of this, a golden sword light flashed in his eyes. Mu Chen! Lin Xian shouted and used the dragon countersteps to move quickly. Clang! A crisp sound was heard. His long sword was unsheathed, carrying the power of wind and thunder. The sword chi was like a rainbow, forming a light tail that was dozens of meters long. It slashed towards Mu Chen. The surrounding people were stunned. They didn't expect Lin Xian to suddenly attack. Even Mu Chen's face fell. You're courting death! Mu Chen was a proud son of the heavens. He didn't put Lin Xian in his eyes. Not only did Lin Xian kill his clansmen, but he also stole the mountain and river scroll. How could he accept this? Mu Chen humphed coldly. He shook the fan in his hand and suddenly opened it. His whole body exploded like the sun. Whoosh! The sun and moon fan is indeed powerful, Ling Fengzi whispered. If you have time to watch the battle, let's exchange a few moves. Lin Feng quickly rushed towards Ling Fengzi. In a flash, 2 balls of light exploded under the Linwu mountain, forming a terrifying storm. Too crazy! The people in the distance were shocked. Lin Xian and Lin Feng were fighting against Mu Chen and Ling Fengzi respectively. It was a crazy battle. The sun and moon fan was swung, carrying an endless amount of heat. The terrifying fan's shadow covered the entire area, as if a sun was pressing down. The surrounding rocks and earth were pierced by the light and melted quickly. The sun and moon fan was a top Xian level treasure. Its power was even stronger than the mountain and river scroll. It was definitely a powerful weapon. Even a harmonious spirit expert would be shocked by such an attack. Lin Xian held the mountain and river scroll in his left hand and threw out a black mountain peak. Suddenly, the void shook as if it was about to collapse. At the same time, he thrust out his long sword. The power of wind and thunder combined with the black mountain peak rushed towards Mu Chen. Rumble! The light bombarded the black mountain peak. The air was boiling like waves. However, the sun and moon fan's grade was higher than the mountain and river scroll. When the sun-like light hit the black mountain peak, it almost melted it. Luckily, there was still the wind and thunder sword chi on the side. The terrifying sword intent resisted the scorching light, and then the 2 attacks exploded in the air. Swoosh! Mu Chen's attack missed and he swung the fan again. Chapter 277. With a wave of the fan, it was like a bright moon in the sky. A cold chill burst out and spread in all directions. The mountain river scroll trembled, and the Milky Way hung in the sky, shining with silver light, facing the cold moon in the sky. It's useless! Mu Chen sneered in the distance. The mountain river scroll originally belonged to my Mu clan. No one is more familiar with it than me. As soon as he finished speaking, the bright moon in the sky quickly rushed over and hit the weak point of the Milky Way, tearing it apart. Wind Slayer! The sword light flashed, and the sharp sword wave quickly attacked. Lin Xian quickly slashed out with his sword and dodged to the side. Sun and moon intersect! Mu Chen's face was cold, and the fan in his hand suddenly fell, shattering the sword chi. The bright moon in the sky quickly enveloped Lin Xian. Reckless fool, you think you can take the Mu clan's treasure? Mu Chen formed a seal, and the mountain river scroll on Lin Xian's body suddenly flew out, as if it had lost control. Hua! A light flashed, and the mountain river scroll flew into Mu Chen's hand. The warriors in the distance exclaimed, not daring to believe that Mu Chen had such a method. Too scary, Mu Chen is indeed one of the top geniuses. That Lin Xian won't be able to handle it. Ah, he actually provoked the Mu clan. That kid is unlucky. Great, brother Mu Chen can definitely kill that kid. The disciples of the Mu clan cheered, and Mu Rong was also excited. As long as we capture Lin Xian, she has ways to torture him to death. If the Mu clan defeats Lin Xian, then they will have 2 Buddha tokens. Bai Ling of the Yuhua clan frowned. No rush, there are 5 Buddha tokens in the Lingwu mountain, and only 3 have appeared. There are still 2 more. Zhao Jie smiled mysteriously. Seeing Zhao Jie's confidence, Bai Ling was relieved and looked at the Lingwu mountain again. At the foot of the mountain, Mu Chen smiled indifferently as if everything was under his control. Hand over the Buddha token, and I'll cut off one of your arms and destroy your cultivation. Go and count out to me 3 times, and I'll spare your life. Isn't it just a lousy painting? What's so great about it? I've already learned these methods, so I don't need them. In the distance, the crowd was also in an uproar. Lin Xian actually said that a high-grade profound rank artifact was a lousy painting? Wasn't this tone a little too arrogant? Humph, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Mu Chen's expression gradually turned cold. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Mountain River Scroll! With a shake of his hand, Mu Chen took out the mountain river painting. Suddenly, a majestic mountain appeared in the sky and pressed down on Lin Xian. With a flash of silver light, the brilliant Milky Way slashed out like a heavenly blade. Humph, the treasures of the Mu clan can only be fully utilized by us, the disciples of the Mu clan. Sigh, dying under the mountain and river scroll is also a kind of irony. The 5 Sun brothers sighed. This is your mountain river scroll? Too powerless! Lin Xian roared. Let me show you what the true power of mountains and rivers is. Seal of mountains and rivers. Lin Xian formed a seal with his left palm. His palm suddenly slammed down, and a green mountain rapidly appeared. Lightning surged on top of it, and its momentum was astonishing. Boom! The 2 mountains collided, causing the entire sky to tremble. The terrifying aura quickly spread out in all directions. The mountains and rivers shattered, and the ground sank. Within 100 meters, the entire ground sank by half a meter, as if it was crushed by an invisible hand. Milky Way slash! Lin Xian swung his long sword, and a silver light rushed out. It was as if the Milky Way was upside down, and it collided with the mountain river scroll. How is this possible? How can he use the secret technique of the mountain river scroll? The disciples of the Mu clan were stunned, and they stared blankly at the sky. The others were also stunned. The 5 Sun brothers were even more shocked, and they couldn't speak for a long time. Mu Chen's face was gloomy. He naturally didn't know that Lin Xian had the great dragon sword seal, which could evolve all offensive saint techniques. Humph, an illusion! Let's see how many times you can use it! Mu Chen released his spiritual energy, and the painting in the sky flipped, and the mountain river scroll attack was launched repeatedly. Lin Xian held the seal of mountains and rivers in his left hand, and the long sword in his right hand slashed out a Milky Way sword chi, and he fought with Mu Chen. Boom! The entire sky was annihilated. Sun and Moon Fan! Mu Chen was furious. He waved the fan, and the sun and moon intersected. A terrifying energy wave spread in all directions. Sun and Moon Seal! Lin Xian roared again. His left hand glowed like the sun, and the long sword in his right hand slashed out a full moon sword chi. No way, this is also possible! The crowd from afar completely collapsed. The sun and moon collided, and Lin Xian and Mu Chen both retreated dozens of steps. Lin Xian, I have underestimated you. But do you still have any spiritual energy left? Mu Chen sneered. Don't forget, I am a half-step harmonious spirit expert. My spiritual energy is much stronger than yours. You don't have to worry about me. I don't have much spiritual energy left, Lin Xian said in a deep voice. But I have this. After saying that, he took out a cup of spiritual wine and drank it. It smells so good. I'm afraid this spiritual wine's grade is not low. Damn it, why does he have this kind of thing? Mu Chen's face turned black. He clenched his fist so hard that his knuckles cracked. This kind of situation made him embarrassed. However, Lin Xian didn't want both of them to go down and let the others take advantage of them. If you don't like it, we can fight again. After saying that, Lin Xian flew towards a light pillar. On the other side, Lin Feng and Ling Fengzi were still excited. The terrifying sword qi and wind were destroying everything around them. After Lin Xian arrived at the light pillar, the Buddha token on his head shone even brighter. Rumbling sounds came from the Linwu mountain again. 2 tokens appeared in the last 2 light pillars. What, there is another Buddha token? Everyone was surprised, even Lin Xian was surprised. Whoosh! Lin Feng saw it from afar, and his sword flashed as he quickly rushed towards a light pillar. In the crowd, a few people flew out with terrifying qi towards the last light pillar. Of course, there were also people who rushed towards Lin Feng and the others. The 5 mountain peaks shot down their light pillars. This was their last chance. Everybody was going crazy. Many people joined hands to attack Lin Xian and the others. The terrifying qi made the sky lose its color. Luckily, the Lingwu mountain was extremely hard. Even though it had withstood so many attacks, it was not damaged at all. Lin Xian used the imprint of mountains and rivers and released the sun and moon sword qi. His dragon sword energy was surging like a demon. He waved his sword and the sword qi was 80 meters long. It was like a long river that was unceasingly flowing. Dozens of people were blown away. Blood splashed everywhere. The chaotic situation lasted for almost an hour. During that time, Lin Xian's qi was depleted twice. Luckily, he had the high-quality wine and the earth spirit to protect his life. That was the only way he could withstand the attacks. The light dispersed and hundreds of people groaned in pain. The 5 light pillars were full of people. Apart from Lin Xian, Ling Fengzi and Mu Qin, Lin Feng and Zhao Jie had also obtained Buddha tokens. The 5 strong cultivators were surrounded by the light pillars. Their qi was extremely powerful. Above their heads, the 5 Buddha tokens were quickly rotating. With a sound, the ancient seal was opened. The Lingwu mountain rumbled and a chanting sound came out. It was unceasingly attacking everyone's soul. Lin Xian and the other 4 were covered by the light pillars. They floated towards the 5 mountains. The other cultivators were standing in the distance. Their eyes were filled with envy. I wonder who will be able to obtain the earth-level martial arts. Sun sighed. The 5 of them had joined hands, but in the end, they had still lost. However, they had lost wholeheartedly. The 5 people above were the 5 strongest cultivators. Chapter 278. How is that possible? It must be our brother Mu Qin. The Mu clan's disciple did not back down. Lin Xian was enveloped by the resplendent light pillar. His body gradually became blurry, and the scenery around him quickly passed by as if time had reversed. When he woke up again, there were countless hazy doors around him, waiting for him to make a choice. Each door should be a type of martial art. You only have one chance, Wine Lord reminded him. Which one of them is an earth-rank martial art? Lin Xian looked at the starry doors and was shocked. The number of these flickering portals far exceeded his expectations. Some of the doors were suffused with resplendent light, while others were like fireflies, faintly glowing. Wine Lord said slowly, You can't judge from the surface. Maybe you can try your fate. Fate? Lin Xian rolled his eyes. This kind of thing was impossible to understand. Who knew if his fate was good or bad? There are more ahead. Why don't I take a look? Lin Xian's mind moved slightly as he moved forward. Countless hazy doors passed by him, bringing with them an indescribable aura that also affected his heart. 1. A door of light resonated with him, spewing out tens of thousands of rays of light that were extremely dazzling. Could this be my fate? Lin Xian was slightly stunned. His eyes flashed as he used his soul spirit to observe, but he did not find anything. Is it really this? For some reason, Lin Xian was somewhat unwilling. If you can't make a decision immediately, why not give up? Wine Lord said solemnly. Lin Xian was silent. He quickly turned around and chose to give up. His subconscious told him that there were even better martial arts waiting for him in front. After a moment, another door of light appeared. There were traces of shockwaves coming from inside, causing people to be shocked. This aura made Lin Xian's heart tremble. Could it be an earth-rank martial art? Lin Xian was moved. 1-1. In the storage ring, the palm-sized key suddenly lit up and flickered. Lin Xian was surprised. He took it out and placed it in his palm. The key was simple and unadorned, and its surface was very rough. If it was thrown on the ground, no one would notice it. However, Lin Xian was extremely excited. After all, he had obtained the key along with the Buddha's token. These doors are all illusory, so there is no need for keys. However, I have one in my hand, and something strange has happened. Could there be a door here that needs to be unlocked? Lin Xian wondered. That must be it. A smile appeared on his face as he gave up on the light door that was suspected to be an earth-rank martial art. I hope you can lead me to the real treasure. The stone key turned and pointed out a direction. Moreover, it trembled incessantly. Lin Xian gripped the stone key firmly, and his body turned into a stream of light as he dashed out. Not long after, a stone door appeared in front of him. It was extremely simple and unadorned, and there was no light at all. This was a very ordinary door that could be seen everywhere in the outside world. But for it to appear here at this moment, it seemed a little strange. Lin Xian glanced around and found a hidden groove in the center of the stone door, shaped like a keyhole. It's really here. Since you found it, quickly open it. Wine Lord transmitted his voice. Lin Xian held the key and slowly turned it as if it was in the groove. Ka! Ka! Two light sounds were heard as the stone door slowly opened, and a hazy light screen appeared. Stepping in, Lin Xian's body flashed and arrived at a strange space. In front of him, there was a huge green long sword that was as thick as a heavenly pillar, inserted into the ground. A sharp killing intent came, and Lin Xian was shocked. He felt like he was a small boat that could be overturned by the waves at any time. The huge green longsword was engraved with complicated patterns. It was extremely simple and unadorned, as if it had experienced countless years. Lin Xian took 2 steps forward and immediately felt a strong vicissitude aura. There seemed to be the sound of thousands of horses galloping. Earth-rank martial art? Lin Xian took a deep breath. This kind of aura could only be possessed by a legendary earth-rank martial art. Lin Xian realized that under this kind of aura, even a harmonious spirit expert would be easily killed. As he walked forward, Lin Xian felt a huge pressure coming from all directions. The terrifying aura felt like it was going to tear him apart. Try the Wind Emperor's sword, Wine Lord reminded. Lin Xian nodded and urged the Wind Emperor's sword to move forward slowly. Sure enough, the pressure lessened, and Lin Xian let out a sigh of relief. Lin Xian came to the front of the green long sword and gently touched it. The moment he touched the green long sword, the entire space seemed to be boiling. In a daze, Lin Xian saw the green longsword slashing down from the sky. The sky was cut open, and a terrifying black hole was spreading in the sky. The surrounding mountains and rivers were shattered, and the earth was cracked. It was like the end of the world. Buzz! Lin Xian's body trembled, and he retreated from the miraculous illusion. His back was cold, and he realized that his whole body was drenched. So terrifying! So domineering! He took 2 steps back and slowly raised his head. On the hilt of the sword there were 2 simple words that carried a mysterious power. Gale! Lin Xian murmured. After saying that, he circled around the green long sword and found that there were two ancient words behind it. Chasing lightning. Gale lightning sword. Could it be that this earth-rank martial art also contains the power of wind and lightning? Lin Xian was overjoyed, and he stared at the green long sword. How do I get it? He frowned. This item was indeed powerful. Even a spirit realm expert would not be able to take it. Wine Lord said slowly. What? Even a spirit realm expert would not be able to take it? Lin Xian was stunned. He did not expect this situation. Then what do I do? Do I have to return empty-handed? His face was bitter. Wine Lord, do you have a way? Lin Xian scratched his head and asked. Humph. Wine Lord snorted. Of course I do. Really? Lin Xian beamed with joy, and quickly asked. What do I do? Do you want to take this green longsword? I don't need to do it. Wine Lord said. You forgot that you have a heaven-defying treasure in your body. Heaven-defying treasure? Lin Xian was at a loss. Other than the great dragon sword in tent and Wine Lord, he did not seem to have anything else. Stupid! Where do I live? Wine Lord said with disdain. Lin Xian slapped his head. He still had a small glazed sword in his body. It was extremely mysterious, and even Wine Lord was temporarily residing in it. However, after the small sword entered his body, there was no movement. After a long time, he had forgotten about it. That small sword has such a use? Humph, what do you know? This small sword has a frightening origin. Naturally, it has countless uses. Otherwise, I would not have ended up like this because of it. Wine Lord said angrily. It's just that your cultivation is too low, so you are unable to activate it. Lin Xian took a deep breath and tried to activate the mysterious small sword in his body. 1. The mysterious small sword trembled slightly, and released a sword wave that quickly flew out of Lin Xian's body. This sword wave had a mysterious aura, and quickly flew towards the green longsword in front of him. Rumble! Chapter 279. The air vibrated, and the ancient patterns on the huge green sword began to slowly disintegrate. Time passed slowly, and the huge green sword kept changing, finally forming a jade slip and a sword mark. Asterisk swoosh asterisk. The green sword mark quickly entered Lin Xian's glabella and disappeared. Lin Xian's body trembled slightly, and a green light flashed in his eyes as he quickly absorbed the information within. The exquisite moves and theories of the Gale Lightning Sword technique filled his mind. Fortunately, Lin Xian's soul force was strong enough to barely absorb the information. Otherwise, if it was someone else, they would have fainted from the information. Just like that, Lin Xian stood quietly, silently comprehending the mysteries within. The jade slip floated to his feet, emitting a faint light. In the outside world, the Lingwu mountain was shining brightly, and it was like a paradise on earth. Everyone waited patiently outside, especially the Black Wind sect, Mu clan, Yuhua sect, and other sections. Time flew, and half a day had passed. Just when everyone was waiting impatiently, a bright light pillar shot out from one of the peaks of the Lingwu mountain. There, a figure rushed out quickly, and the qi on his body became stronger. Ordinary half-step harmonious spirit realm experts couldn't even raise their heads in front of him. It's senior brother Zhao Jie! The disciples of Yuhua sect exclaimed, and their faces were filled with excitement. Asterisk swoosh asterisk. Zhao Jie's body flashed, and he quickly rushed over. Senior brother Zhao Jie, your qi has become stronger again. Senior brother, did you get an earth-rank martial art? The disciples of Yuhua sect kept asking questions, and the people beside them also pricked up their ears curiously. Earth-rank martial art was a legendary martial art. If Zhao Jie could get it, he would definitely lead Yuhua sect to stand above all the other sects in the future. At that time, he might even have the chance to become a 4-star sect. However, Zhao Jie shook his head. I didn't get an earth-rank martial art. Then what grade did you get? A high-rank spirit martial art, and its power is equivalent to a peak-rank spirit martial art, Zhao Jia slowly said. The martial arts in the Lingwu Mountain were all left behind from ancient times, and their power was extremely great. It was far from what the current martial arts could compare to. Many people were disappointed. Martial arts that were comparable to peak spirit level martial arts were precious, but it wasn't as if they didn't exist. At least in 3-star sects, there were some peak spirit level martial arts. However, Zhao Jia was not too disappointed. Firstly, finding martial arts depended on luck. Secondly, he was quite satisfied with the martial arts he had obtained. Not long after Zhao Jia came out, another huge pillar of light surged from the Lingwu Mountain. Everyone held their breaths and looked over nervously. This pillar of light was even stronger than Zhao Jia's. It was like a huge sun, shining in all directions. This kind of aura seemed to indicate the extraordinariness of the martial arts. A figure in a white robe came to the side of the Mu family disciple calmly. "Senior brother Mu-chan!" The disciples of the Mu family cheered excitedly. As if he knew what everyone wanted to ask, Mu-chan said indifferently, "Peak spirit rank martial art." The strength of a top spirit-ranked martial skill had already surpassed most of the top-ranked martial skills in the real world. Only some of the top-ranked sects' incomplete Earth-ranked martial skills could compare to it. "Congratulations, Brother Mu-chin!" Many martial artists congratulated him, wanting to get closer to the Mu family. Mu-chin smiled faintly. When he saw that only Zhao Jia had come out, his expression changed slightly. There were actually 3 people who hadn't come out. This exceeded his expectations. One had to know that a top spirit rank martial art was already the best martial art under Earth ranked martial skills, but there were still 3 people who hadn't come out. This made him slightly worried. Could it be that Earth ranked martial skills will really appear? Mu Chen's eyes flickered. On the side, the 5 brothers of the Sun family were also discussing in low voices. Discussing the situation of Earth-ranked martial skills. Earth-ranked martial skills are too rare. It hasn't appeared even once in a few hundred years. Mu Qin shook his head and looked towards the Linwu Mountain. Hong long long! The Linwu Mountain once again spewed out a resplendent pillar of light, and there were even traces of multicolored light. The surrounding wind shook as if swords and sabers were slashing on the body, causing a burning pain. One had to know that this group of martial artists were all existences above the 7th layer of the spiritual ocean realm. Perhaps only Ling Fengzi could make cool breeze become so lethal. As expected, when everyone opened their eyes again, they saw Ling Fengzi's figure. Everyone's eyes were burning, wondering what martial art he had obtained. Even Mu Chen and Zhao Jia looked over with a trace of seriousness in their eyes. Top tier of spirit rank, Ling Fengzi said coldly, obviously dissatisfied with this result. However, he also knew that the possibility of an Earth-ranked martial skill appearing was very low. There are still 2 people who haven't come out. Do you think one of them obtained an Earth-ranked martial skill? Why did I hear that the 2 came from the same family? Heavens, that's too terrifying. They haven't come out for such a long time. Maybe they really obtained a valuable treasure. Hung! Ling Fengzi snorted coldly. The length of time inside doesn't mean anything. If they don't choose, they will stay inside for a long time. Everyone was silent and didn't talk loudly, but their eyes were fixed on the Linwu Mountain. Although the 2 people inside weren't disciples of their sects, or even martial artists from their region, it didn't stop everyone from looking forward to an Earth-ranked martial skill. Time slowly flowed, and the Linwu Mountain seemed to have fallen into a deep slumber, no longer emitting any movement. Only a hazy radiance flickered, reminding everyone that there were still people inside. Fuck, it's been a day, why haven't they come out yet? Damn it, choosing a martial skill is so troublesome? Could it be that they don't dare to choose? The group of people were impatient, and couldn't help but start complaining. Of course, even though they were complaining, nobody left. They were even more excited. Ling Fengzi looked glum. His eyes were filled with coldness. Mu Qin, who was in the distance, also looked unsightly. At that moment, the Linwu Mountain once again emitted a dazzling radiance, as if it was a sleeping ferocious beast that had just woken up. A pillar of light appeared and emitted a resplendent multicolored light. It was extremely dazzling. What a terrifying scene! It's even more powerful than Ling Fengzi's. Could it really be an Earth-ranked martial skill? Whispered the crowd. Ling Fengzi pulled a long face and was fixedly staring at that silhouette. In the distance, Mu Chen was playing with a fan in his hand. No one knew what he was thinking. The light flickered and the sky was illuminated by a red light. A sword was coming out of the light, and was flying towards Lin Feng. Boom! Lin Feng landed on the ground with a confident smile on his face. The spiritual energy in his body was rolling like a raging river. Humph! Ling Fengzi groaned coldly. He took a step forwards and a strong wind started blowing. It sounded like a million swords were flying towards him. Earth-ranked martial skill? Asked Mu Chen, who wasn't in the distance. Of course, said Lin Feng, whose face was filled with arrogance. He didn't try to hide it. The crowd was boiling with excitement. Surprisingly, there really was an Earth-ranked martial skill. This news was too shocking. Don't even think about fighting with me. You are not qualified. Chapter 280. That pressure was already very close to the harmonious spirit realm. Everyone was silent. Lin Feng was many times stronger than before. Almost no one was his opponent. Even Ling Fengzi and Mu Chen didn't move, but they didn't want to give up on the Earth-rank martial skill. Lin Feng looked around but didn't see Lin Xian. He was surprised. However, he didn't care. Now that he had an Earth-rank martial skill, he didn't put Lin Xian in his eyes. His ambition was huge. As long as he had enough time, he would definitely surpass the patriarch of the Lin clan. Just as Lin Feng was about to leave, the Lingwu mountain shone again. A light pillar rushed out and 10,000 rays of light rushed out. Everyone was stunned. Could it be another Earth-rank martial skill? However, as soon as the multicolored light appeared, it quickly dissipated. Even the pillar of light that reached the sky became illusory and quickly disappeared. What's going on? Everyone was stunned. They had never seen this before. This chi is too weak. It's not even as strong as Zhao Jie's. Could it be that he didn't even get a mid-spirit rank martial skill? Everyone guessed. Lin Feng looked at Lin Xian with disdain. He didn't feel much change in Lin Xian's body, so he didn't pay attention to him. The others stared at Lin Xian curiously. Phew! Lin Xian landed on the ground. He felt everyone's gaze and touched his chin. Mr. Lin, did you get an Earth-rank martial skill? Bai Ling asked from the crowd. Oh, did someone get an Earth-rank martial skill? Lin Xian frowned. Then, Bai Ling briefly explained the levels of the martial arts that the other four had obtained. When Lin Xian heard that Lin Feng got an Earth-rank martial skill, his pupils shrank. He looked at Lin Feng cautiously. Lin Feng deserved to be called his rival. He actually got an Earth-rank martial skill. Lin Feng was arrogant and ignored Lin Xian. Lin Xian sneered in his heart. It seemed like Lin Feng had already lost his mind because of an Earth-level skill. Even though Lin Feng had an Earth-level skill, how could the skill he had obtained be weak? Thinking up to here, Lin Xian said indifferently, what I obtained was not an Earth-rank martial art. It's not an Earth-rank martial art. Everyone was greatly disappointed. When they once again felt Lin Xian's aura, they discovered that he didn't seem to be lying. Lin Xian had indeed not obtained an Earth-tier martial art, but an existence that surpassed Earth-tier martial arts. It was a type of legacy martial art. According to Wine Lord's description, the Gale Lightning Sword art he obtained had a power that surpassed ordinary low-grade Earth-tier martial arts. Furthermore, it contained the experiences and insights of countless predecessors. It was far from something an Earth-tier martial arts could compare to. In the distance, the light of Lingwu Mountain disappeared as it fell into a deep sleep again. Everyone knew that this meant that this trip to the floating island was about to come to an end. In the past, these people would gradually leave Levitating Island after 3 to 5 days and return to where they came from. 3 days passed quickly. Groups of cultivators disappeared from Levitating Island. The cultivators of the Mu clan and the Black Wind sect left one after another. Bzzz. Lin Feng's body glowed with an inexplicable strength. His body gradually disappeared. Boom, boom, boom. Just as he was about to disappear, a huge force quickly appeared in the air, as if an earth-shattering hand was about to grab him. Boom! Another gigantic hand appeared and moved towards Lin Feng. Oh no, it's the old monsters of the Mu clan and the Black Wind sect! Bai Ling cried out in alarm. It was no wonder. Earth-tier martial arts were too astonishing. Even 3-star sects couldn't keep calm. Lin Xian's heart was pounding. Since the old monsters had made a move, his situation was also very dangerous. He raised his head and saw that Lin Feng's body was wrapped in red light. Behind him, the shadow of a red maple tree swayed. Lin Feng's whole body shot up into the sky and disappeared. The 2 illusory hands quickly chased after him. The sky was clear again. Prince Lin, you have to be careful. Even though Levitating Island is a world of its own, some old monsters can still affect it. After that, Bai Ling and the others also disappeared and left Levitating Island. Lin Xian frowned. His face was gloomy. He had a very bad premonition. It was as if someone had locked onto his qi. Little Xian, I still have some power. I can send you out of Levitating Island, but it can only be used once, Wine Lord said slowly. Lin Xian nodded. He knew that this method was used to save his life. He couldn't use it casually. Half a day later, his body also began to glow. The mysterious force of Levitating Island supported his body and was about to send him out of Levitating Island. At this moment, the sky seemed to be torn apart. A huge pale hand that was almost 1,000 meters long was ruthlessly grabbing at him. The mountains and rivers below were all crushed by this attack. Damn it, this isn't a harmonious spirit realm warrior! Lin Xian's face became very ugly. This method was completely beyond the harmonious spirit realm. It made him feel like he was facing heaven and earth. It should be a spirit transformation realm, old monster. I'll take you out of here immediately, Wine Lord said in a deep voice. Once Wine Lord was enveloped by this palm, it would be very difficult for him to leave in his current state. Therefore, he had to leave before the palm landed. The huge palm almost destroyed the space. Just a slight breeze was enough to shatter the copper lightning runes on Lin Xian's body. Buzz! A black whirlpool quickly appeared on Lin Xian's body and spun continuously. Lin Xian's body became fainter and fainter until he finally disappeared. Boom! 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 The moment he disappeared, the huge palm in the sky suddenly grabbed at him, causing the entire sky to become chaotic. In the outside world, a skinny old man suddenly opened his eyes. 2 rays of light shot out from his pupils. They were dozens of meters long and seemed to be able to pierce through the void. How is it, old ancestor? The middle-aged man beside him asked anxiously. Mu Chen and the other disciples were standing beside him. The skinny old man shook his head. Both of them had escaped. What? The cultivators behind him exclaimed. How is this possible? How can 2 ants escape from your palm? These 2 are not simple. I'm afraid they have a secret treasure that can break through space, the old ancestor of Mu family said in a deep voice. Although they escaped, they didn't go far. Moreover, I left a mark on their bodies. Mu Hua, Mu Xing, you 2 must capture these 2 brats. Yes, the 2 old men replied in a deep voice. 2 silhouettes quickly flew into the sky. They were actually harmonious spirit realm experts. Earth realm martial arts, secret treasure. All of them belong to my Mu family. The old ancestor slowly closed his eyes. Tens of thousands of miles away from the Mu family, a figure suddenly appeared in the void and quickly landed on the ground. This person was Lin Xian. His cloak fluttered like a bird as he landed steadily on the ground. As soon as he landed, he spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned pale. Chapter 281. Lin Xian summoned the little white monkey and asked it to protect him. Then, he drank a cup of spirit wine and quickly circulated the longevity art. Fortunately, his body was strong, and after the transformation of the profound ice chi and the great earth spirit liquid, he was much stronger than an ordinary half-step harmonious spirit expert. Otherwise, the wind from the palm strike would have taken his life. After a long time, Lin Xian suddenly opened his eyes. The little white monkey beside him was screaming nonstop. Its little paw was pointing at the sky. "Someone is coming!" Wine Lord said in a low voice. Obviously, the attack just now had put a heavy burden on him. Lin Xian stood up and grabbed the little white monkey, then quickly ran away. Behind him, a sharp sound of air breaking was heard, as if an awl was piercing through cloth. Swoosh! An old man walked in the air. He clenched his fist slightly, and the ground and trees below were pulled up into the sky. "There's a remnant chi, seems like that kid has just left," the old man muttered to himself. He took a step forward and quickly flew away. Not long after, he sensed the presence of Lin Xian in front of him. Boom! His palms suddenly pressed down, and the surrounding spirit chi quickly gathered, forming a 100-meter-long giant palm of light, and fell down. Suddenly, the trees below were broken, the mountain rocks were sent flying, the ground was shattered, and a horrifying deep pit was formed. A figure rushed out in a sorry state, as fast as lightning. This figure was Lin Xian. He was running at high speed, relying on his strong soul power to sense the danger in advance, and only then was he able to avoid the attack. What a terrifying attack! It's actually a harmonious spirit realm warrior! Lin Xian's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Hee, little kid, do you still want to run after offending the Mu clan? An old voice came from the sky. They really think highly of me, sending a harmonious spirit realm warrior. A spirit sea realm warrior facing a harmonious spirit realm warrior was like an ant facing an elephant. There was no comparison. Only a heaven-defying item like the mysterious ice chi could trap a harmonious spirit realm warrior, otherwise, there was no other way. However, only half of Lin Xian's mysterious ice chi was left. It was too little to trap such an expert. Kid, come back with me obediently. Perhaps you'll still have a chance to live, Mu Xing said coldly in the sky. Lin Xian naturally did not believe such nonsense. He had killed the disciple of the Mu clan, and there was no way they would let him go so easily. The only thing he could do now was to borrow the power of the Black Cloak. This Black Cloak was a half-spirit-grade artifact. Currently, it had the effect of increasing the speed of the blood sacrifice. Perhaps he could use it to escape. Calm him down first. Lin Xian made up his mind and secretly activated his secret technique. However, on the surface, he put on a helpless expression. Senior, I agree to go with you, but you have to guarantee my safety. When Mu Xing saw Lin Xian obediently surrender, he felt relieved. He had learned from the old ancestor that Lin Xian had a secret technique to escape through the void. He was worried that Lin Xian would somehow escape. But now, it seemed that the secret technique was not so easy to use. Mu Xing slowly descended and stopped 10 meters away from the ground. He bent his fingers and was about to lift Lin Xian up. At this moment, Lin Xian on the ground suddenly moved. 40% of the dragon's sword intent surged. Lin Xian slashed out with his sword. The sword light was like a rainbow, extremely dazzling. Humph! Stubborn! Mu Xing's face darkened. He waved his hand and the surrounding spiritual energy vibrated, forming a thick light screen in front of him. Clang! The materialized sword she slashed on the light screen, causing the air to tremble, but it did not cause any damage. To me, you're just an ant. Do you really think an ant can hurt a giant dragon? Mu Xing's expression was cold. Since you dare to resist, I'll have to cut off your limbs first. Having said that, he stretched out 2 of his fingers and gently shook them. The spiritual energy in the heaven and earth surged and quickly formed a 100-meter-long sword chi, slashing towards Lin Xian. This was the power of a harmonious spirit realm expert. Each of his moves could mobilize the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, making his attack extremely powerful. Lin Xian once again felt the power of a harmonious spirit realm expert. At the same time, he was glad that he had the profound ice chi when he faced the great elder of the Tsung family. Otherwise, he would have died many times over. Seeing the 100-meter-long sword chi was about to land on his head, Lin Xian gritted his teeth and shouted, "Blood sacrifice cloak!" The dark red lines on the black cloak glowed. Lin Xian felt the blood in his body was quickly draining away, but the red light on the cloak was getting brighter and brighter. All of this happened in an instant. When the 100-meter-long sword chi fell, Lin Xian's body turned into a blood-red light and quickly rushed away. Swoosh! An ear-piercing sound broke through the air. It was as if the air was being torn apart. This speed stunned Mu Xing, who was in the sky. He looked at the sound of Lin Xian running away. His mind was in a daze. This kid has such speed! Mu Xing's eyes were gloomy. This kind of speed had already surpassed his own. He was one of the top existences in the harmonious spirit realm. That cloak is strange. Is it a spirit rank treasure? Only a spirit rank treasure could allow a Sea of Souls realm expert to display the power of a harmonious spirit realm expert. Thinking of this, Mu Xing smiled. If he could obtain a spirit rank treasure, then his strength would increase greatly. A Sea of Souls realm expert must pay a high price to activate a spirit rank treasure. As long as I slowly chase after you, I can exhaust you to death. Mu Xing took out a disc and sensed Lin Xian's presence. A moment later, he sneered. Taking a step forward, Mu Xing rushed out like a meteor. 10,000 meters away, Lin Xian's figure appeared. His face was pale and his footsteps were light. Using the blood sacrifice secret art had allowed him to escape danger, but he had also lost 1/5 of his blood essence. This was his life force. Losing so much of it all at once, even if his body was strong, he couldn't bear it. Damned Mu family, I will remember this! Lin Xian drank a cup of spirit wine and said while gritting his teeth. Suddenly, he frowned and looked up at the sky. Behind him, the clouds were moving, and a figure was quickly approaching. Damn it! How did he know? Lin Xian's face turned ugly. He had changed his direction, so he shouldn't have been found so easily. I have a mark on my body! He remembered that the Mu family's disciples could easily find him on Sky Island. What is it? Is it a demonic beast pouch or something else? Lin Xian asked Wine Lord for help. It is a special mark. It should have been placed by that spirit transformation realm old monster, Wine Lord said in a deep voice. I can undo it, but it will take some time. I can hold on, Lin Xian said while gritting his teeth. He used the Dragon Rebel Step and quickly ran away. Although the Dragon Rebel Step was fast, it was nothing compared to a harmonious spirit realm expert. It couldn't be helped. The difference in cultivation was too big. It was like a child holding a sharp weapon might not be able to hurt an adult. Chapter 282. The red light was as dazzling as the blood sun. With a swoosh, Lin Xian disappeared again. In the sky, Mu Xing's face was cold. To him, a spiritual ocean realm brat had escaped from his hands twice. This was something he couldn't accept. The surrounding spirit chi poured into his body, and Mu Xing sped up. Before long, Lin Xian was caught up again. Looking at the old figure in the sky, Lin Xian's heart turned cold. Clenching his teeth, Lin Xian asked, Wine Lord, are you still not done? I still need some time, Wine Lord said in a low voice. All right. Lin Xian performed the blood sacrifice again and disappeared on the spot. 10,000 meters away, when he reappeared, he felt dizzy. He had already lost half of his blood, and his body was extremely weak. He couldn't use blood sacrifice again. Lin Xian took out the white jade bottle and swallowed a drop of Earth Spirit liquid. As soon as the liquid entered his body, he activated the longevity art and quickly absorbed it. The lost blood was quickly replenished. Sensing the changes in his body, Lin Xian finally let out a sigh of relief. Little kid, your secret art uses blood as a medium, right? I'm afraid you don't have much blood left. Mu Xing quickly caught up from behind, and his terrifying voice spread out. Don't worry about me. Even if I bleed dry, I won't let you succeed. Lin Xian sneered and flew out again. You're courting death. Mu Xing was furious. He decided to attack mercilessly. Bang! When he caught up with Lin Xian again, his huge palm grabbed down. Run, run! Mu Xing sneered. I see that your blood has already dried up. Swoosh! As if responding to him, Lin Xian used blood sacrifice again. Mu Xing's face turned black. Lin Xian's actions were undoubtedly a slap to his face. Brat, I'll grind your bones to dust. Old bastard, I'll remember you. Lin Xian hated Mu Xing to the core. In order to escape, he had lost almost all of his blood. At this moment, the drop of Earth's spirit liquid that he had swallowed had been completely consumed. This speed was too terrifying. One had to know that normally, he would need 3 days to absorb the energy. But now, the time had been shortened by several hundred times. At this rate, he would be caught sooner or later. Fortunately, Wine Lord was about to remove the hidden mark on Lin Xian's body. This gave Lin Xian hope of escaping. As long as the mark was gone, he could use Bloodstain twice to escape. In the sky, the wood element seemed to have sensed that the mark on Lin Xian's body was rapidly weakening. This caused him to feel a deep sense of unease. If he let a Spirit Sea Realm martial artist escape from his hands, then he might as well kill himself by smashing his head against tofu. With a gloomy look in his eyes, Mu Xing let out a long howl and shot out like a cannonball. Just as he was about to catch up to Lin Xian, he suddenly discovered that the mark on Lin Xian's body had disappeared. This made him want to vomit blood. Whoosh! Whoosh! The wood element quickly flew through the air and searched a radius of 10,000 meters. However, it didn't find any trace of Lin Xian. Damn it, how could he remove the mark? That was personally placed by the Patriarch. Mu Xing felt like vomiting blood, as if he was being toyed with. Ah! He threw his head back and roared, waving his palms to destroy everything below. However, even if he could destroy everything, it would be useless if he couldn't find any trace of Lin Xian. The thought of facing the old ancestor's wrath and the mockery of the crowd drove Mu Xing mad. Boom! Boom! He continued to fly and bombard the ground below. In the forest below, Lin Xian's face was pale as he sped forward. He constantly changed directions in order to escape the pursuit of the wood elemental. Roar! Roar! Terrifying cries rang out one after another. Several enormous creatures walked out from nearby and roared towards the sky. They were a few terrifying demonic beasts with monstrous aura. Their strength was comparable to a harmonious spirit realm warrior. Lin Xian groaned, and could only flee again. However, this movement was noticed by the wood element in the sky. When he saw Lin Xian's figure, tears of excitement rolled down from his eyes. Little bastard, let's see where you can run to! The sound wave was vast and mighty. The wood element roared as he chased after Yishiwen. Boom! 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 The giant palms continued to bombard Lin Xian. The rivers below were broken, the mountains collapsed, and the ground was full of scars. Lin Xian was almost hit several times. Fortunately, he was fast enough to escape. However, the aftershock of the giant palms still injured him. If it wasn't for his strong body, he would have fallen already. Little bastard, you can't escape! The wood element roared in the sky. The sound wave blended with the spirit chi in the surroundings. It was like the rumbling of thunder, resounding in all directions. Lin Xian's body trembled. The copper thunder mark appeared on his body to resist the impact of the sound wave. At the same time, he was even more wary of harmonious spirit realm warriors. A warrior of this realm could easily kill a Spirit Sea Realm warrior. He had to be careful. Seeing Lin Xian resist the sound wave attack, the wood element was surprised. At the same time, his killing intent towards Lin Xian became even stronger. Once he offended such a genius, he couldn't let him live. Otherwise, it would be a disaster for his family. Therefore, Lin Xian must die. The wood element was filled with killing intent as he chased after Yishiwen. Suddenly he frowned. His eyes emitted a terrifying light as he scanned the surroundings. He's actually near the Dan King Valley. I must catch that brat quickly. The wood element recalled some of the legends about the Dan King Valley. His expression became unnatural. Swoosh! His body emitted a dazzling light as he searched the area. When he saw Lin Xian heading towards the Dan King Valley, his face turned as black as an iron pot. Damn you, how dare you go there? Seeing Lin Xian was about to enter the Dan King Valley, the wood element's eyes were filled with anger. He gritted his teeth and sucked in the surrounding spirit chi. His speed suddenly doubled. Boom! The air exploded and waves of air rolled. The wood element flew like lightning. On the ground, Lin Xian's scalp tingled when he saw this scene. He increased his speed to the maximum. There was a reason why he was heading towards the valley. Wine Lord told him that there was a powerful aura inside. Lin Xian wanted to use this opportunity to intimidate the wood element. However, the wood element acted like a madman. He didn't hesitate to use a secret technique to increase his speed. 1,000 meters, 500 meters, 300 meters. 100 meters. The wood element moved like lightning and blocked Lin Xian's path in the blink of an eye. Run! Why aren't you running anymore? The wood element's tone was cold. His killing intent was like a blade that cut Lin Xian's body. Little bastard, I'll let you know the consequences of offending the Mu clan. You're just an old man who's about to enter the ground. I couldn't even catch up to you after chasing you for half a day. How dare you call yourself a harmonious spirit realm warrior? If I were you, I would have found a piece of tofu and killed myself. Is the Mu clan all trash like you? If we were at the same level, I could kill you all with one hand. Lin Xian's face was full of disdain. He couldn't escape in this situation. He might as well let loose and taunt the wood element. An ant like you wants to fight with the Mu clan? The wood element sneered. My Mu clan has many talented disciples. Any one of them can kill you in seconds. Now, come back with me obediently. Chapter 283. The huge palm of light gathered towards Lin Xian, causing the surrounding air to freeze. Lin Xian felt that his body was bound, unable to move at all. He roared towards the sky and unleashed his great dragon sword intent, but he was still unable to resist. Just as he was about to be caught, the surrounding air fluctuated violently like boiling water. A fiery red furnace appeared out of nowhere above Mu Xing's head and crashed down. Mu Xing's expression changed drastically. His body trembled slightly, and a shiver rose from the bottom of his heart. This situation was similar to when he faced the old ancestor of his family. An expert from Dan King Valley! Mu Xing was so scared that he almost peed his pants. He used all his strength to dodge to the side. Boom! The huge furnace fell down, shaking the surroundings. Although Mu Xing managed to dodge the attack, the fluctuating air still hit his body, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Don't you know the rules of Dan King Valley? A cold voice was heard from the void. Mu Xing suppressed the injuries in his body and quickly said, I am Mu Xing from Mu Clan. I am here to, I said, don't you know the rules of Dan King Valley? The voice was filled with anger. Of course I know that fighting is not allowed in Dan King Valley, but we have not entered the Dan King Valley. Before Mu Xing could finish his words, he found the stone tablet beside him. Damn it, when did you come in? Mu Xing felt like dying. Senior, I will bring this kid away now. Although Mu Xing was old, he was nodding his head like a little chick. Who allowed you to bring him away? If you don't leave now, you won't be able to leave. The air vibrated violently, and the figure in the void seemed to be angry. Yes, I will leave now. Mu Xing was not angry at all. He turned into a ray of light and ran away. Lin Xian was stunned. A harmonious spirit expert actually left like a puppy. What kind of place was this Dan King Valley? Thank you for your help, Senior. I am very grateful. Lin Xian bowed towards the void and was about to leave. Who allowed you to leave? The voice snorted coldly. Lin Xian was stunned. He realized that he was happy too early. The air trembled as a figure appeared. The aura on his body was even more terrifying than that of the wood element. Lin Xian looked carefully and saw that this person's hair and eyebrows were all white, but the skin on his face was as tender as a baby's, as if it could be broken by the slightest breeze. He was sitting in a metal wheelchair with a blood-red parrot standing on his shoulder. Does Senior have any other instructions? Lin Xian asked carefully. The old man in front of him was too strange, so he had to be careful. According to the rules of Dan King's Valley, anyone who enters will become a servant of Dan King's Valley, and will never be able to leave. A parrot stood on the old man's shoulder, and said with a squawk. What? Unable to leave this place forever? Lin Xian was stunned. What kind of stupid rule is this? Once you enter Pill King Valley, your life and death will be under the control of Pill King Valley. The strange old man snorted coldly. No exceptions? Lin Xian asked. From spirit transformation experts to ants and insects, there are no exceptions. The strange old man said confidently. Lin Xian's small face fell. No wonder Mu Xing ran as fast as a rabbit. How could that person leave just now? Lin Xian was unconvinced. Are you afraid of the Mu family? Nonsense, what Mu family? I can destroy them in minutes. The strange old man flew into a rage. Little kid, look carefully. Lin Xian looked forward and saw that the boundary stone in front of him suddenly disappeared and reappeared 1 foot away from him. So it's a trick. Lin Xian suddenly realized. Little kid, you can actually escape from a spirit harmonious realm warrior. It seems like you are quite capable. The strange old man suddenly stared at Lin Xian. This cloak is a half-spirit artifact. No wonder you can escape. Little kid, you must have lost a lot of blood and qi. The strange old man saw through Lin Xian's situation with just a glance. Lin Xian's heart was beating wildly. This old man's eyes were so sharp. Senior, you flatter me. I was just lucky. Lin Xian laughed. Senior, can I really not leave? How about this? I will work here for free for 3 months. After 3 months, you will let me leave. What do you think? What do you think this place is? A restaurant? The strange old man rolled his eyes. Lin Xian's face turned bitter. He still had to go back to attend the family meeting in half a year. His eyes darted around as he looked around, trying to escape. The blood parrot flew up and circled above Lin Xian's head while shouting. Don't run, don't run. The strange old man snorted. Go in quickly, or I will cut off your legs so that you will never be able to walk again. Damn it, it's been 20 years and the 1,000 spiders 10,000 poisons grass still hasn't grown. I have to go back and fertilize it. Little kid, come with me. 1,000 spiders 10,000 poisons grass? What a disgusting name. Lin Xian rolled his eyes. This old man keeps sitting in a chair. Is he handicapped? At this moment, Wine Lord transmitted. He is indeed handicapped, but it was not congenital. It was caused by poison. Poison? Lin Xian was shocked. Can that 1,000 spiders 10,000 poisons grass cure his poison? That's right. If you do as I say, you should be able to leave. A smile suffused the corners of Lin Xian's mouth. Since Lord Alcohol had spoken, he felt a lot more at ease. He followed behind the strange old man and suddenly asked. The 1,000 spiders 10,000 poisons grass is extremely poisonous. Senior, are you trying to fight poison with poison? Boom! The strange old man's wheelchair suddenly stopped, and a shocking wave of spirit power erupted from his body. The old man turned around, and a terrifying light flew out of his eyes. They were like 2 divine spears that wanted to pierce Lin Xian. Tell me, who sent you here? Lin Xian felt as if 10,000 mountains were pressing down on him, and his bones were about to break. He didn't expect the strange old man to have such a big reaction. What do you mean by who sent you here? Lin Xian shouted. I don't even know where this place is. Seeing that Lin Xian didn't seem to be lying, the strange old man withdrew his terrifying aura and said in a deep voice. Do you know about the 1,000 spiders 10,000 poisons grass? I've heard of it. It is one of the most mysterious poisons in the world, ranked 9th among the top 10 poisonous grasses. So what if you know it? Do you know how to cultivate it? The strange old man sighed. The 1,000 spiders 10,000 poisons grass was very difficult to cultivate. It was said that it needed to be nourished with the venom of 1,000 different poisonous insects 3 times a day until the leaves grew. Then, it needed to be cultivated with the demon crystal of a 7th-grade poisonous insect. This process would last for 10 years, and a demon crystal could only last for half a year. A 7th-grade poisonous insect was equivalent to a harmonious spirit realm warrior. Moreover, the number of poisonous insects was already very small, and the ones that could cultivate the 1,000 spiders 10,000 poisons grass were even rarer. Of course, these things were told to him by Wine Lord, and Lin Xian was just repeating them. Kid, it seems like you are quite knowledgeable. You can help me cultivate this 1,000 spiders 10,000 poisons grass. As long as you can cultivate it, I promise to let you out. Chapter 284. Senior, I see that your legs have turned black and purple. You must have been poisoned. Is it the 1,000-year wasp sting or the black serpent's heart? This junior once heard my master say that the 1,000 spiders 10,000 poisons grass can only counter these 2 poisons. Is this senior's intention also? You know the poison I've been poisoned with? The strange old man's face was agitated, his entire body trembling. The blood parrot circled above his head. Poisoned, you actually know these 2 poisons? It seems that your master isn't simple. The strange old man laughed bitterly. I've been cultivating the 1,000 spiders 10,000 poisons grass for 2 years, but I've never succeeded. Now I've almost run out of poisonous insects. I spent a fortune to buy them. Lin Xian was silent. It seemed that the 1,000 spiders 10,000 poisons grass was difficult to cultivate, but from Wine Lord's disdainful tone, it seemed that Wine Lord's identity was even more terrifying than he'd imagined. Speaking of which, the 1,000 spiders 10,000 poisons grass is very difficult to cultivate, but for those who know, it's very simple, Lin Xian said with a smile. Simple? You're saying simple? The strange old man's neck was red with anger. I've spent so much effort these past few years, and I've invited countless capable people, but none of them have been able to revive the 1,000 spiders 10,000 poisons grass. You're saying it's simple? Suddenly, his expression changed, and he asked in a trembling voice, Could it be that your master knows how to? Kid, can you invite your master here? I'll pay any price. The strange old man seemed to have grasped at a life-saving straw. I could have, but the Pill King Valley's rules say that once you enter, you can't leave for the rest of your life. Where am I supposed to go? Lin Xian shrugged. Don't, little friend. As long as you can invite your master here, no one will dare to stop you. Is that all? Is there no benefit? Lin Xian sighed deliberately. Yes, of course there is. As long as you can cultivate the 1,000 spiders 10,000 poisons grass, you'll be my great benefactor. If the Mu family dares to bully you, I'll take you to their door. Really? Lin Xian was skeptical. This old man's change was too fast. Little did he know that the strange old man had been poisoned for hundreds of years. His legs were crippled and he could only rely on a wheelchair. For this reason, he had put in so much effort, hoping that one day, he would be able to stand up again. However, he had not succeeded in nearly 100 years. Now that Lin Xian had a glimmer of hope, how could he give up? Brat, I hope what you said is true. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. The old man seemed to have thought of something. I'm just a spiritual sea-realm martial artist. What can I do in front of you? Lin Xian laughed bitterly. There's no time to lose. Let's go. The strange old man looked anxious. Where are we going? Lin Xian was stunned. Go and find your master, the strange old man said grumpily. You just said a lot. Don't tell me you've forgotten? No, how could I forget? Lin Xian shook his head. But my master is always traveling and has no fixed residence. The last time I saw him was 5 years ago. Where do you expect me to find him? Traveling? The strange old man's face darkened. He stared at Lin Xian with an unkind expression. You don't believe me? I wanted to help you detoxify your poison. Lin Xian sighed. That's boring. I won't help you. What? You can detoxify my poison? The strange old man cried out again. Little friend, don't be angry. I really don't believe you. Really? Then why did you look at me just now? Lin Xian curled his lips. My gaze was very friendly. You must have seen wrongly. The strange old man's eyes lit up. Little friend Lin, come inside with me. Little blood, have someone prepare the best spirit tea. The strange old man shouted. Spirit tea! Spirit tea! Blood Parrot cried out and flew away. Lin Xian laughed inwardly. It seemed that this old man had stabilized. Fortunately, Wine Lord was here. Otherwise, he would have to retire here for the rest of his life. Senior, how should I address you? Lin Xian asked. Just call me DK. The strange old man said. As long as you can detoxify the poison in my leg, you will be my great benefactor. From now on, your business is my business. Senior DK, may I know what kind of poison you are suffering from? Lin Xian asked. 1,000-year wasp sting, DK said in a low voice. And it's the Wasp King's poison. Lin Xian pondered for a moment, waiting for Wine Lord's judgment. After a while, he slowly said, The 1,000-year wasp sting's poison is cold. The poison part is weak and powerless. It is accompanied by a piercing pain that goes deep into the soul. This pain occurs 3 times a day. Although it is not fatal, it is very torturous. It seems that the person who poisoned you is very vicious. Yes, you are right. DK was excited. What Lin Xian said was exactly the same as his situation. Lin Xian smiled and continued. Although the 1,000 spider 10,000 poisons grass can restrain this poison, its growth is too slow. Plus, fighting poison with poison will cause great damage to your legs. I just remembered that my master once told me about a method. I wonder if Senior is willing to give it a try. What method? DK asked subconsciously. 100 flower marrow cleansing powder, Lin Xian said slowly. You know how to use this method? DK's face was trembling. This old man who could send a harmonious spirit realm warrior flying with one punch was as excited as a child in front of Lin Xian. The 100 flower marrow cleansing powder was indeed the best way to treat his leg injury. However, it was an ancient recipe that was extremely precious. He could not find it at all. That was why he could only use the 1,000 spider 10,000 poisons grass to fight poison with poison. Little friend Lin, this is an ancient recipe. Are you sure you have it? Lin Xian nodded. He took out a pen and paper from his storage ring and wrote quickly. Then, he passed it to Quebec. DK's hands were trembling as he read the recipe. He was so excited that he almost jumped up. Little friend Lin, you are so generous. Aren't you afraid that I will take it for myself? I believe, Senior. Lin Xian smiled. In fact, to concoct this pill, a recipe alone was not enough. It also required a special technique, special inscriptions, and other things. Lin Xian was not worried at all. DK understood these things as well. However, when he saw Lin Xian throw an ancient recipe to him like a piece of paper, his heart was still beating wildly. What is this kid's background? For a moment, he was even more respectful of Lin Xian. A young man who could take out an ancient recipe so casually must be from an extremely powerful sect. Senior DK, go and collect these materials first. I will teach you the concoction technique in 2 days, Lin Xian said. Give me a cultivation room as well. I want to go into seclusion for a while. No problem. I will arrange for someone to do it right away. DK hurriedly pushed his wheelchair and left. Soon, a servant led Lin Xian to a first-class cultivation room. After closing the door, Lin Xian set up a defensive formation. Then, he sat down and adjusted his breath. In fact, He was seriously injured during this escape. Moreover, he had lost a lot of chi and blood. It was very likely that his foundation was damaged. Fortunately, he had the earth spirit liquid. It helped him not to hurt his foundation. Chapter 285. Mu Clan, deep in the courtyard. When Mu Xing returned, he found that the atmosphere in the clan was not very good. Did the old ancestor already know in advance? Mu Xing had the urge to vomit blood when he thought about how he did not catch Lin Xian. "You're back, where is he?" In the hall, the old ancestor asked in a deep voice. Reporting to the old ancestor, that kid ran to Pilking Valley, but we did not catch him," Mu Xing said carefully. Boom! A torrential aura exploded and hit him, sending him flying far away. "Trash, a bunch of trash! The Mu clan is in your hands, how can I be at ease?" the old ancestor said angrily. "Two spirit sea realm brats, you didn't catch a single one." Mu Xing was alarmed. It turned out that the kid with the earth rank martial art also ran away. No wonder the old ancestor was so angry. The earth rank martial art was related to the fate of the clan. If he had the earth rank martial art, the old ancestor's strength would be able to take another step forward. At that time, the hope of breaking through to a higher realm would greatly increase. "Old ancestor, that kid activated the earth rank martial art, and he also has other secret treasures on him. I chased him for 3 days and 3 nights, but I still lost him," Mu Hua said in a low voice. "In addition, the Black Wind Sect people are also chasing after them. Old ancestor, it's said that these 2 kids are from the same clan. As long as we find out their clan, we can snatch the earth rank martial art back." "Yes, the earth rank martial art will definitely be ours. The situation is not good, that kid offended many people. He killed all the disciples of Star Peak Pavilion, and now they are looking for him everywhere. Old ancestor, we have to speed up," the old ancestor said in a deep voice. "Mu Xing, you said that kid entered Pilking Valley?" "Yes," Mu Xing said quickly. "That kid was fine at first, but he had a half-spirit artifact on him. He burned all the blood in his body to activate the half-spirit artifact, and that's how he escaped." "Half-spirit artifact!" everyone exclaimed. "That's a good thing." Their Mu family only had one spirit-grade artifact, so one could imagine how precious a spirit-grade artifact was. Although a half-spirit artifact was not as good as a spirit artifact, it was much stronger than a mystic artifact. "Is there any other news?" Mu clan's ancestor asked. "It's said that ever since the Jiang siblings came in contact with that brat, they disappeared. They didn't even appear when the Lingwu mountain opened. Right now, the Jiang family is also sending people to search for them. His cultivation isn't high, but he's quite capable," the Mu clan's patriarch said in a deep voice. "He actually caused several factions to fight over him. I'm afraid that the Jiang clan has heard the news and is also eyeing the earth rank martial arts. I happen to have a type of poisonous bug that should be able to persuade de Quebec. Let's not waste any more time. Let's act now." A few harmonious spirit realm warriors followed the old ancestor of the Mu family and soared into the sky. After they left, a few figures left quickly. They had hidden themselves so well that even the ancestor of the Mu clan was fooled. These people were the spies of the various sects, and they were quickly sending the news back. It wouldn't be long before the news of Lin Xian's presence in Pilking Valley spread to the other great sections. As long as they captured Lin Xian, they would be able to find the whereabouts of the earth rank martial art. At the same time, 2 figures suddenly appeared below the floating island. They were the Jiang clan's brother and sister. "Although we didn't enter the Lingwu mountain this time, we still gained a lot. Let's hurry back to the clan." Jiang Xiaofeng quickly left with Jiang Riyue. Inside the Pilking Valley, it was a scene of birds chirping and flowers blooming. DK had already sent people to gather the ingredients for the white flower marrow cleansing powder. Of course, he bought it together with the other recipes, so it didn't attract anyone's attention. Lin Xian was still in seclusion, so DK could only wait patiently. Suddenly, the clouds in the sky rolled as if there was a torrent moving. An obscure soul ripple was transmitted, quickly searching the valley as if it was looking for something. "Who dares to search the Pill King Valley?" DK shouted coldly. His powerful soul force soared into the sky. Boom! Two invisible forces collided, shattering all the clouds in the sky. A violent storm appeared in the sky, sweeping in all directions. The other disciples in the Pill King Valley raised their heads in fear. It had been many years since anyone dared to behave atrociously in their territory. Now, someone dared to provoke them. "Haha, DK, how have you been?" The Mu clan's patriarch appeared in the clouds with Mu Xing and the others behind him. "Mu Xing!" DK snorted. When he saw Mu Xing, a cold light flashed in his eyes. "I let you go, and you dare to bring people back? Do you think the Pill King Valley is easy to bully?" Mu Xing trembled and hid behind the Mu clan's patriarch, not daring to make a sound. "DK, you don't have to scare them. I'm here today to make a deal with you." "A deal? What kind of deal?" DK asked. "I have a poisonous insect here. It's one of the 72 poisonous insects. I'll use it to exchange for one of your people." DK's eyes flashed. The first thing he thought of was Lin Xian. It seemed that there was a deep grudge between the two. In the past, DK wouldn't have cared about this and would have made the exchange. But now, he saw hope in Lin Xian. Not to mention one poisonous insect, even if there were 100 of them, he wouldn't trade. "No," DK said coldly. "Mu Xing, if there's nothing else, take your people and get lost." The Mu clan's patriarch's eyes narrowed. He couldn't figure out what went wrong. He knew that DK was cultivating the 1,000 spiders 10,000 poisons grass. That was why he brought the poisonous insect with confidence. But he didn't expect to be rejected before he even took it out. "Does he know about the Earth-rank martial arts?" The Mu clan's patriarch's face was gloomy. "DK, are you crazy? Don't you want to cultivate the 1,000 spiders 10,000 poisons grass? That kid is full of nonsense. Don't believe him. He killed my Mu clan's disciple and stole my Mu clan's treasure. I'm here to take him away." "What Mu clan's disciple or treasure? I'm not interested," DK snorted. "Mu Qifeng, take your people and get lost. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." In a hall in Pill King Valley, Lin Xian looked at the sky with a solemn expression. "I didn't expect the Mu clan to rush over so quickly. Even the patriarch is here." Lin Xian was puzzled. "Is it because I killed the Mu clan's disciple that my identity is special?" "Special my ass," Wine Lord said disdainfully. "They definitely know about your relationship with Lin Feng and want to get the whereabouts of your clan from you. In the end, they're here for the Earth-rank martial arts. Damn it, these guys still haven't given up." Lin Xian's face was ugly. If these people reached the Sword Pool Mansion, it would be a disaster. "Fortunately, we managed to calm DK down 2 days ago. Otherwise, you would be in danger now," Wine Lord said slowly. Chapter 286. After hearing DK's cold shout, the Mu clan's patriarch felt terrible. He was the patriarch of a clan and a spirit transformation realm expert. He had never suffered such humiliation, even if the other party was at the same level as him. "So, you're really not going to trade?" "No." DK was also quite angry. Lin Xian was his life-saving straw. Whether his legs could be cured depended on Lin Xian. Now, the Mu clan's patriarch wanted to take away his life-saving hope before he could find the herbs. How could he not be anxious? "I have to trade even if I don't want to." For the Earth-rank martial arts, the Mu clan's patriarch decided to make a move. "Mu Xing, Mu Hua, you two bring that brat here. How dare you? No one dares to behave atrociously in the Pill King Valley." DK was also anxious. "Set up a defensive array. If they dare to barge in, kill them." Boom! After giving his orders, DK rose into the air with his wheelchair and charged at the Mu clan's patriarch. The two of them faced each other. Their terrifying auras collided as if doomsday had arrived. Below, Mu Xing and Mu Hua were also blocked. The entire valley was suffused with a translucent light array, blocking the terrifying sword chi and palmed shadows outside. Lin Xian looked at the saber light and sword shadows. His heart could not calm down. In the end, it was because he was not strong enough that they came knocking on his door. He had to increase his strength. Otherwise, he would be assassinated by the Mu clan before the family meeting. Ah! With a scream, Mu Xing fled into the sky. Mu Hua was also bleeding from the corner of her mouth. It seemed that the Peking Valley's defensive array was not just for show. Seeing that he could not capture Lin Xian today, the Mu clan's patriarch's face was gloomy. He and DK exchanged a palm strike. The entire sky shook as if it was being torn apart. DK, today's matter will not be settled just like this. One day, you will obediently hand him over. Let's go! The Mu clan's patriarch waved his sleeves and led everyone away. He had already decided to spread the news and let the giants gather in the Peking Valley. Even if he could not get it, he could not let the Peking Valley benefit. This move could be said to be extremely sinister. Although the Peking Valley was strong, but they couldn't withstand the joint attack of the Mu family, Black Wind Sect, and other experts. DK returned to the valley with a gloomy expression. He sent more people to protect Lin Xian. In the latter half of the night, another powerful spiritual energy fluctuation appeared in the sky, and the entire valley was in a state of panic. The old man DK rushed into the sky, and an intense battle broke out in the sky. Lin Xian sensed the crisis and did not want to stay here any longer. When dawn broke, the old man DK returned to the valley again. However, there were more wounds on his body. It seemed that the experts from last night were very difficult to deal with. Lin Xian found him and proposed to leave temporarily. Don't worry, little friend Lin. These old fellows can't hurt me. I can guarantee your safety. I'm afraid things are worse than we imagined. I'm afraid they'll join hands. Senior, since I can't find all the herbs in a short time, it's useless for me to stay here, Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Senior, don't worry. I'll definitely be back in half a year. Half a year later, the family meeting should be over. Then, Lin Xian would have nothing to worry about. All right, I believe in little friend Lin. DK pondered for a moment and nodded heavily. Thank you for your trust, Senior. Lin Xian was grateful. How about this? I'll help Senior raise the 1,000 spiders 10,000 poisons grass so that Senior won't be too worried. You can raise it? DK was excited. This was his last hope. Then, Lin Xian took out a pen and paper and drew the required inscriptions. This was a set of formations, and it was extremely complicated. The inscriptions were like stars, dazzling everyone's eyes. With Lin Xian's current soul power, he could not set it up. He could only draw it on paper. He believed that DK would have a way to do it. DK's eyes lit up when he saw the complicated inscriptions. With his eyesight, he could naturally see that the inscriptions were extraordinary. Lin Xian gave him such a precious thing, which meant that he trusted him. Little friend Lin, you want to leave now? Yes, there's no time to lose. We have to catch them off guard, Lin Xian said in a low voice. My Valley of Kings has a secret teleportation array. It's usually closed. Today, I'll open it for you. Then, he led Lin Xian into the depths of the valley. In the secret cave, there was a snow-white array platform. It was missing a piece. Without this piece, the arrays on both sides are blocked. This will prevent outsiders from entering the Valley of Kings, DK explained. Then, he took out a piece of white jade the size of a brick from his storage ring and placed it on the gap. After installing a spirit stone, the entire array platform glowed faintly. Little friend Lin, this is the map of the Tian Shan Kingdom. You'll know when you get out. Lin Xian took it and said solemnly, I'll be back in half a year to a year. During this time, it's best if you don't use the 1,000 spiders 10,000 poisons grass. Don't worry, I'll wait until little friend Lin returns. Rumble. Suddenly, several terrifying auras came out of the valley. It was like a huge mountain pressing down on everyone's hearts. DK's expression changed slightly. Hurry up and leave. I can handle it. Lin Xian nodded and didn't say anything else. He jumped onto the array platform and disappeared with the white light. When he woke up again, he found himself in an underground dry well. In a flash, Lin Xian left the place quickly. He took out the map that DK gave him and found that he was in the east of the Tian Shan Kingdom, in the Hengguan mountain range. The map was very comprehensive. Lin Xian could find the Xia Kingdom. However, compared to the Tian Shan Kingdom, the Xia Kingdom was a little small. I should be able to reach the Xia Kingdom in half a year. Lin Xian estimated and found that he would have to travel non-stop. Don't you have leg strength? Wine Lord reminded him. Blue-eyed blue toad. Lin Xian suddenly remembered. He took out his storage bag and found that the golden egg had turned into a tadpole. Lin Xian reached out with his soul and found that the tadpole was responding to him. If you're worried, you can make a contract with it, Wine Lord said. Lin Xian did as he was told. He made a contract with the blue-eyed blue toad and became its master. He also wanted to make a contract with the snow-white monkey, but the monkey looked down on him mercilessly. Then, Lin Xian dripped 3 drops of earth spirit liquid on the tadpole, hoping that it would grow into a frog quickly. Only then could he bring him along. 7 days later, croaking sounds came from the demon beast's bag. During this time, Wine Lord also removed the last trace of the mark on the demon beast's bag. It could be said that no one could find Lin Xian now. With a thought, Lin Xian released the blue-eyed blue toad. Croak! A 2-meter-tall frog jumped in front of him and kept rubbing against his chest. This frog was different from the blue-eyed blue toad he had seen before. Other than the 3 golden lines on its back, its eyes were also golden. I'll call you Xiao Jin from now on, Lin Xian said with a smile. You also have a big brother called Xiao Bai. With that, he took out the little white monkey. Wooji wooji, the little white monkey jumped onto Xiao Jin and danced happily. Chapter 287. With Little Gold as his mount, Lin Xian could spare some time to cultivate. Now that there was only half a year left, he had to raise his strength to a new height. Since Lin Feng had an earth-rank martial art, his strength would definitely increase greatly. If he wanted to defeat Lin Feng, he could only work on the Gale Lightning Sword. However, the minimum requirement to use the Gale Lightning Sword was half-step Harmonious Spirit, so Lin Xian could only raise his cultivation level now. With a flip of his palm, Lin Xian took out a jade slip. This jade slip was obtained together with the Gale Lightning Sword. There were a few small words engraved on it, Wine Emperor's Gale King. There was also a spiritual chi sealed inside, which could help the user enter half-step Harmonious Spirit. Sure enough, it is related to Wind Emperor. The corner of Lin Xian's mouth slightly raised as he began to absorb the spiritual chi inside. He was now at the 7th level of Spirit Sea Realm. If he wanted to enter half-step Harmonious Spirit, he would need 2 to 3 years under normal circumstances. However, with this jade slip, he only needed 2 to 3 months to enter half-step Harmonious Spirit Realm. Just like this, Lin Xian began his boring cultivation. Other than absorbing the spiritual chi inside the jade slip, Lin Xian also took some time to study the Gale Lightning Sword. The inheritance he obtained contained the experience of the ancestors, which allowed him to quickly understand and comprehend it. There was also the mysterious sword box. Lin Xian would study it every few days. Of course, this process could not be carried out on Little Gold's back. He could only stop and look for a place where there was no one and lay down a formation. Lin Xian's strength was rapidly increasing, and his cultivation level had also reached the peak of the 7th level of Spirit Sea Realm. 20 days later, he arrived at the border of Heavenly Mountain Country. The border of Heavenly Mountain Country was very dangerous. It was surrounded by mountains and rivers. The terrain was high and dangerous, and there were many demonic beasts. Lin Xian checked the map and found that this place was also part of the Hengguan mountain range. There was a river called the Profound Yin River, which was specially marked as dangerous on the map. In the huge mountain range, one could hear the sound of the rushing river from afar. What followed was a cold inchi, which could make one's soul shiver. The river was very wide, and it was impossible to fly across it. It was also very strange. Even harmonious spirit experts couldn't fly across it safely. Only some special boats could do so. These ships were divided into two types. The first type was the official ships, which were the ships supported by the royal family of the Tianshan country and the various major powers. These ships had their own special docks, and the people coming and going had to be checked. The other was smuggling, which was often used by people with shady backgrounds. Moreover, it was very expensive. Lin Xian chose a type of private ferry. There were several locations on the map in his hand where he could find such boats. In the dense forest, countless sounds of something breaking through the air suddenly rang out, and the powerful spiritual energy fluctuations caused many monster beasts to crawl on the ground. The group of warriors moved quickly. The next person was an old man wearing a starry blue robe. He floated in the air. This time, we received news that the kid has entered the Hengguan mountain range. I think he's going to cross the river. This is our last chance. We must not fail. Yes, Elder Lu, several martial artists said respectfully. Deep in the mountain range, Lin Xian sat on Xiao Jin's back, holding a jade slip in his hand and absorbing the spiritual energy inside. Suddenly, Wine Lord transmitted his voice. Be careful, someone is chasing after us. Lin Xian raised his eyebrows and slowly opened his eyes. All the markings have been removed. How can they still chase after us? This is their territory after all. Maybe someone found us on the way. Wine Lord said. There are harmonious spirit experts. We should hide for a while. They're really persistent. Lin Xian's expression was cold. Let's teach them a lesson. He landed on the ground and patted Xiao Jin. The latter leaped and flew dozens of meters away before landing on the ground. After a few leaps, Xiao Jin disappeared with the snow-white monkey. Lin Xian, on the other hand, hid nearby. Not long after he disappeared, several rays of light came one after another. The first one was the old man in the starry blue robe. Little bastard, you're pretty fast. Elder Lu was shocked by Lin Xian's speed. He had never heard of a Spirit Sea Realm expert having such speed. His eyes flashed, and he frowned when he saw the huge footprints on the ground. Be careful, there should be a demonic beast beside that brat. Elder Lu, I heard that brat fought with our Star Peak Pavilion because of a demonic beast egg. A martial artist quickly said. These footprints do look like those of the blue-eyed blue toad. Elder Lu nodded slightly. Follow me closely, I'm going to speed up. Asterisk boom. Asterisk Elder Lu's body emitted a scorching light. He turned into a flash of lightning and disappeared in an instant. The remaining 6 half-step harmonious spirit experts also started to move backwards. Lin Xian was hiding in a tree. The black cloak had concealed his aura. No one noticed his presence. At this moment, he was staring at the last martial artist like an experienced hunter staring at his prey. There was no trace of impatience. When the distance between them increased, Lin Xian suddenly attacked. This sword was silent, and there wasn't even a sword light. It was just like the wind. Wind Emperor's sword *, puff. * The last martial artist's arm was sent flying. Blood spurted out. Everyone turned around and saw a black shadow flashing by and disappearing in an instant. They chased after him but couldn't find him. So fast! The martial artists of Star Peak Pavilion felt a chill in their hearts. What happened? Did you see who injured you? A square-faced man asked. The injured martial artist shook his head in pain. Too fast, and his sword didn't move at all. There wasn't even any killing intent. Who is it that dares to attack us? Could it be that Lin guy? The square-faced man's expression changed greatly. Damn it, it's actually a plan to lure the tiger away from the mountain. I hope Elder Lu will come back soon. Form the formation. He's just a Sea of Soul Realm martial artist. He can't block our sword formation, the square-faced man said calmly. The 6 martial artists formed the 6-point sword formation and looked around vigilantly. However, there was no one. It was as if Lin Xian had disappeared. "Don't panic, wait for Elder Lu to come back," the square-faced man said in a deep voice. Elder Lu was chasing after Xiao Jin. After half an incense stick's time, he finally caught up with Xiao Jin. However, when he saw that there was only a frog and a monkey, his whole body was in a mess. "Damn it, we've been tricked!" Elder Lu's face darkened. He was going crazy in his heart. However, he quickly calmed down. The 6 disciples he brought were all half-step harmonious spirit martial artists. Moreover, they had all kinds of sword formations. Once they were used, even he wouldn't be able to break through them in a short time. If Lin Xian dared to look for them, then he would be courting death. "Why don't I capture these 2 demonic beasts first and make him lose the ability to move at high speed?" Elder Lu smiled cruelly. Without the demonic beasts, Lin Xian wouldn't be able to maintain his speed for a long time. Asterisk boom. Asterisk a huge palm turned into a mountain and covered the front. At the same time, a net of starlight enveloped Xiao Jin and the snow-white monkey. Wuji wuji gua gua. Chapter 288. The dagger in the little monkey's hand was a top-grade profound rank artifact. It was extremely powerful. With the help of the little monkey, it easily cut through the net of light. However, Little Gold wasn't so lucky. It was just born and was still very young. It couldn't do anything against a harmonious spirit realm warrior. Soon, it was blocked. Whoa whoa whoa, the little monkey jumped on its head and comforted it. "Run! Run!" Elder Lu walked over with a sinister smile. "I'll cut you 2 into pieces in front of that little bastard. Everything related to him will disappear." Elder Lu walked over step by step like a demon. The aura on his body made Little Gold tremble. On the other hand, the little monkey didn't feel any discomfort. It made a face at Elder Lu and even spat at him. "You're courting death!" Elder Lu was furious. He reached out his hand to grab the little monkey. Whoosh! A white light flashed, and Elder Lu grabbed nothing but air. "Damn it! What kind of monkey is this? How can it be so fast?" The little monkey looked at him with disdain and did a unique action. Then, under Elder Lu's murderous gaze, the little monkey took out a demonic beast pouch. "Not good!" Elder Lu's heart skipped a beat. He quickly grabbed Little Gold. Swoosh! Little Gold turned into a ray of light and entered the demonic beast's pouch. Whoa 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 whoa, the little monkey laughed and disappeared in the air. Elder Lu's lungs were about to explode. What kind of status did he have? He was actually played by 2 demonic beasts. Ah! With a furious roar, the surrounding mountains and trees exploded and turned into powder. "Little bastard, I'll definitely kill you!" The voice was like thunder, spreading far and wide. "Elder, save me!" Suddenly, a miserable scream came from the forest. Elder Lu's expression changed again. The voice clearly came from his disciple. Elder Lu couldn't care less. He turned into lightning and rushed into the depths of the forest. 4 martial artists covered in blood rushed out. One of them was even missing an arm. When they saw Elder Lu, they were like children who had been bullied, wailing loudly. Elder Lu's face darkened. He asked coldly, "What happened?" "Lin Xian! It's that demon Lin Xian! Little bastard Lin! Don't you have a formation? Why can't you capture him? That brat used poison. My 2 junior brothers were caught off guard and died from the poison. Martial uncle, you must avenge us." Elder Lu felt suffocated and dizzy. He said coldly, "Little B** starred, if I can't catch you, I swear I'm not human." With that, he sent out the sex signal to gather the people nearby. In the dark, Lin Xian quietly retreated. The reason why he was able to defeat 6 half-step harmonious spirit experts was because he used some of the poison that he obtained from the Dan King Valley. However, he still didn't have the power to fight against the harmonious spirit realm warrior unless he used the 1,000-year poisonous stinger. 3 days later, Lin Xian was surrounded again. Elder Lu and Elder Wang joined forces to capture Lin Xian. Boom! A huge palm of spiritual energy descended from the sky and slapped towards Lin Xian. The trees and rocks below were all shattered, and cracks appeared on the ground. Fortunately, Lin Xian had the black cloak, so his speed was greatly increased. Swoosh! He turned into a black light and dodged. A terrifying palm print appeared at the place where he was standing. As soon as he dodged the palm, a resplendent saber light whizzed towards him. The cyan saber light was several hundred meters long. With a single slash, a 1,000-meter-tall mountain was split in half. Lin Xian's small face was pale, and all the muscles in his body were tense. The saber almost brushed past his body. Even with the copper thunder mark and high profound rank armor, he was still injured. Little B****, today I'll send you to hell. Tell me the whereabouts of the earth rank martial art, or die. The two elders floated in the air like two mountains, exuding a terrifying aura. Lin Xian activated the sword intent in his body and slashed apart the torrential pressure. Otherwise, this pressure alone could paralyze a spirit sea realm warrior. Damn it, there are two harmonious spirit realm warriors. Lin Xian felt bitter in his heart. If there was only one harmonious spirit realm warrior, he might be able to deal with him with the recent increase in his strength. However, there were two harmonious spirit realm warriors. He couldn't fight them at all. Whether or not he could escape was a problem. Old Wang, let's take him down together. We can't let him escape. Elder Lu's face was cold. Star Fist. Mountain Shattering Palm. Two terrifying attacks fell from the sky, and everything within 500 meters was affected. Feeling the threat of death, Lin Xian could only use the blood sacrifice cloak again. His body turned into a blood line, and Lin Xian disappeared on the spot. Chase. The two elders from Star Peak Pavilion turned into rainbows and rushed towards the distance. They locked onto Lin Xian. Boom! Another punch was thrown out like a falling meteorite. This punch was very vicious. It was just when Lin Xian had just materialized his body and couldn't dodge it anymore. Lin Xian gritted his teeth and threw out a blue star stone. It kept enlarging in front of him. He got this stone from a disciple of Star Peak Pavilion, so it was considered a treasure of Star Peak Pavilion. Crack! Crack! The star stone blocked the attack for a moment before exploding into countless pieces. This moment gave Lin Xian time. He used the Dragon Rebel Steps and the Black Cloak to increase his speed to the extreme. However, Elder Lu's figure was flying towards him at high speed. It was another light palm. Lin Xian could only summon the broken armor he got from Meng Yan to block in front of him. Boom! 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 Cracks appeared on the broken armor like a spider web, and then it turned into powder. Lin Xian suffered a violent impact, and his body quickly fell to the ground. Boom! A terrifying deep hole appeared on the ground. Lin Xian felt that all the bones in his body were broken. The power of a harmonious spirit expert was not to be underestimated. He couldn't resist it at the moment. You can still move? Elder Lu was shocked when he saw Lin Xian stand up shakily. Even a half-step harmonious spirit expert would be severely injured and on the verge of death, but a martial artist at the 7th layer of the Spirit Sea realm could still move. Not simple indeed, but you can't escape this time. Elder Lu walked over with a sinister smile. Whoosh! Above the white light, the snow-white little monkey appeared and quickly left with Lin Xian. You want to run? Elder Lu and Elder Wang laughed loudly and quickly followed him. In front of them, a terrifying river surged. It was shining with silver light and emitted a cold aura. That aura made Lin Xian's body tremble. Profoundine River! Lin Xian's face was bitter. Behind him, the two elders landed with a mocking expression in their eyes. Little bastard, why don't you run? Even the heavens won't help you. Let's see what you can do this time. Profoundine River was a place that even harmonious spirit experts didn't dare to take risks. Lin Xian had nowhere to hide. Behind the two elders, the disciples of Star Peak Pavilion arrived one after another. When they saw Lin Xian by the river, they laughed wildly. "Little bastard, tell me the location of the Earth-rank martial arts, and you may live." Chapter 289. Are you old bastards blind? Do I have an Earth-rank martial art? Lin Xian roared. At the same time, he hated Lin Feng to the core. This guy really knew how to find trouble for him. You don't have the final say. We'll know once we use the soul-searching technique. Elder Lu grinned. Search your ass. Lin Xian didn't have any misgivings. I'll remember today's humiliation. In the future, I'll definitely go to the Star Peak Pavilion to get it back. Lin Xian's words shocked the surrounding cultivators. If this kind of genius grew up in the future, he would definitely be a huge hidden danger to the sect. You think you still have a future? Elder Lu's face was gloomy as he suddenly attacked. Boom! Lin Xian took a step back and fell into the chilly river. When I come out, it'll be the day you die. Lin Xian's voice echoed on the river as he jumped into the water with the snow-white monkey. Swish! Elder Lu grabbed empty air, and his face was extremely gloomy. There was actually someone who dared to jump into the profound Yin River. This was something he didn't expect. Boom! Boom! He continuously waved his palms, and terrifying palm shadows smashed into the river, stirring up thousands of waves. Old Lu, don't be rash. This river is very strange. Elder Wang stopped him. That kid won't survive if he goes in. Sigh, what a pity about the whereabouts of the Earth-rank martial art. Good kid, he's actually unwilling to tell us the whereabouts of the Earth-rank martial art even if he dies. Elder Lu felt uneasy. He had a bad feeling. I think this kid is very strange. He might not die. How about this? We'll guard the various crossings and send people to guard here. If there's no movement after a month, we'll retreat. Okay, let's do that. Elder Wang nodded. Obviously, he didn't give up on the Earth-rank martial art. The moment Lin Xian fell into the river, he released Xiao Jin. The river water was as cold as ice, constantly eroding his body. The snow-white monkey entered the storage ring. Lin Xian used the copper thunder pattern to resist the cold qi with all his strength. However, he felt more and more powerless. On one hand, he was injured. On the other hand, the river water was too strange. It made his spiritual power become very slow, as if it was about to freeze. Lin Xian had only felt this phenomenon when he used the profound Bing Qi, but at that time, he only used a trace of it. But now, there were countless in cold water in all directions. Gulp Xiao Jin's body glowed with a faint golden light. It wasn't affected much. It opened its mouth and spat out a bubble that wrapped around Lin Xian. All of a sudden, all of the cold water was blocked outside. Even without the corrosion of the cold water, Lin Xian still felt a deep sense of weariness. He forcefully swallowed a drop of earth spirit liquid and fainted. Croak, croak, Xiao Jin took Lin Xian and swam into the distance. When he woke up again, he found that he was still in the air. You're awake, Wine Lord said slowly. How long have I been asleep? Lin Xian sat up and found that his injuries had all healed. It's been 5 days. Xiao Jin, go and check the situation. Be careful not to expose yourself, Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Gua gua woodji the snow-white monkey jumped out and quickly left with Xiao Jin. Not long after, the two of them turned back. The snow-white monkey kept gesturing with an angry expression. They didn't leave? How cautious! Lin Xian's expression sank. You can cultivate at the bottom of the lake. If you can break through to half-step harmonious spirit, you will be able to use the Gale Lightning Sword art, Wine Lord said. That's the only way. Lin Xian took out the jade slip and began to absorb the energy crazily. At the same time, he divided a part of his attention to comprehend the Gale Lightning Sword art. Half a month passed by quickly. Lin Xian had been cultivating in the bubble at the bottom of the lake all this time. The chi on his body was getting stronger and stronger, faintly emitting a frightening aura. The biggest difference between the harmonious spirit realm and the spirit sea realm was that harmonious spirit realm warriors could absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy to increase the power of their moves. Currently, the spirit energy in his body was in a liquid state, so it was called the spirit sea. Only by turning the spirit sea into a chi vortex could one enter the harmonious spirit realm. Even though it was just a different form, this step had stumped countless martial artists. Without entering the harmonious spirit realm, one would always be an ant at the bottom of the martial path. Only by entering the harmonious spirit realm could one be considered to have truly stepped on the path of martial arts. Half-step harmonious spirit realm was to turn a part of the spirit energy in the body into a chi state. Lin Xian was currently undergoing this process. After a long time, he opened his eyes. It was as if two sword beams shot out, causing the surrounding water to tremble. This is half-step harmonious spirit realm? It is indeed powerful! Lin Xian felt that he had a certain connection with the surrounding spirit energy, and was extremely happy. Wait until you completely turn your spirit energy into a chi vortex, then you can enter the harmonious spirit realm, Wine Lord slowly said. At that time, you will discover the true power of the art of long life. The true power of the art of long life. Lin Xian was looking forward to it. When he was in the spirit sea realm, the art of long life spirit energy was very strong, far surpassing those of the same realm. Right now, I am barely able to use the Gale Lightning Sword once, but I don't know how powerful it is. Lin Xian was eager to try. However, he did not let the joy get to his head. If there was only one harmonious spirit realm warrior outside, he could give it a try, but if there were two, he could only run away. Brat, although your current state is very strong, it is still not enough to defeat Lin Feng. Lin Xian was silent. Wine Lord was right. Lin Feng had already become a half-step harmonious spirit realm warrior, and also had an earth-rank martial art. He was only on par with Lin Feng, but he did not have much of an advantage. If you say so, then you must have a way. Lin Xian asked. There is a way, but it depends on whether you have the courage or not. Wine Lord smiled and said, If you do it well, killing the two harmonious spirit realm warriors outside is not impossible. Hearing this, Lin Xian's eyes lit up. What is it? To be honest, this time he was really sullen. If there was a way to get rid of the two old men outside, he did not mind taking the risk. Your Bronze Thunder body is almost ready to level up. You can try to break through to the Silver Thunder body. Silver Thunder body! Lin Xian's heart was burning. The Bronze Thunder body allowed his body to be comparable to a half-step harmonious spirit realm warrior, and the Silver Thunder body was even more abnormal. It allowed his body to be comparable to a harmonious spirit realm warrior. It is good, but I don't have a lightning source at the moment. Lin Xian was puzzled. When he cultivated the Bronze Thunder body, he snatched the lightning source from a harmonious spirit realm warrior and a 7th-rank demonic beast. It was very exciting. If you want a lightning source, it is very simple, Wine Lord said with a smile. There are many in the sky. In the sky? Lin Xian was stunned. Then his face became very ugly because of Wine Lord's words. There are many clouds in this mountain range. As long as you set up a small formation, you will be able to attract heavenly lightning. At that time, you will be able to temper your body. Heavenly lightning. Lin Xian's mouth twitched. He realized that he had jumped into the hole that Wine Lord had dug. Chapter 290. It's fine if you don't dare. Anyway, I'm not the one who was bullied, and I'm not the one who participated in the clan meeting, Wine Lord said indifferently. Lin Xian's expression kept changing. In the end, he gritted his teeth and said, You're ruthless. I'll attract the lightning. Inside the mysterious small sword, Wine Lord leaned against a giant tree and murmured, Little guy, if you can't even withstand the lightning strike, I can't give you this sword. Wine Lord taught Lin Xian the lightning attracting formation, and he quickly learned it. Under Xiao Jin's lead, Lin Xian swam toward the riverbank. He chose a relatively remote place to go ashore, avoiding the detection of the Star Peak Pavilion. As soon as he got ashore, Lin Xian's black cloak fluttered. He used the dragon counterstep and turned into a black light, running away. After entering the mountains, he found the tallest mountain and began to set up the lightning-attracting formation. Half a day later, Lin Xian left the mountain. "Star Peak Pavilion, I'm coming!" A cold smile appeared on his face as he quickly rushed toward the forest. Beside the Xianyin River, a few Star Peak Pavilion's martial artists were patrolling. "Elder Lu is really something. It's been half a month and he still wants us to search. I guess there's no corpse left." "That's right. Can he still be alive after falling into the Xianyin River?" A few of them whispered with dissatisfaction. The Xianyin River was unusually cold. Even half-step harmonious spirit experts like them couldn't withstand it. "Let's go back," a martial artist said. Swoosh at this moment, a sword light flashed behind him. The power of wind and lightning surged, and the surrounding spiritual chi fluctuated. A thick sword chi slashed down. Puff a martial artist was not careful and was cut in half by the sword chi. "Who is it?" The remaining disciples were shocked. "The one who will kill you!" Lin Xian's body flashed, and his long sword pierced out mercilessly. The sword light filled the sky like cold icicles. The sword intent was surging, and it was extremely terrifying. "It's Lin Xian! Quickly report to the elders!" Someone shouted. They never dreamed that someone could come back alive from the Xianyin River. Puff a few martial artists were sent flying. Their eyes were filled with fear. This attack power was too terrifying. They couldn't block it at all. "How is this possible? He is the same as us, a half-step harmonious spirit cultivator." "Impossible, I don't believe it." However, no matter how they resisted, they were unable to block Lin Xian's sword chi. Puff! Another head flew up, and blood dyed the ground red. "Run!" The remaining three ran in three different directions at lightning speed. However, Lin Xian was even faster. His footsteps shook as he arrived behind one of them. He raised his autumn scar sword up high. The sword light rippled as if it was tearing apart the clouds. Chopping cloud, this sword move mobilized the surrounding spirit chi, making it even more powerful than before. The cultivator resisted with all his strength, erecting a solid defense. In front of him, a small shield with star patterns bloomed with light. However, none of this could stop the clouds slashing sword chi. Everything was like cutting tofu. That martial artist, along with the small shield in front of him, was split into two halves. The other martial artist was cut in half by the snow-white monkey's tough spider silk. The last martial artist quickly fled. It wasn't that Lin Xian didn't have the ability to kill him, but he needed him to go back and report. Lin Xian hated the two elders the most, so he wanted to deal with them. The last martial artist fled to the Star Peak Pavilion's base with a terrified expression. He screamed crazily. "Guards, he's back!" "Who's back?" a disciple said impatiently. "Devil, devil!" The disciple fell to the ground with blood all over his body. "What happened to you?" The commotion attracted the attention of others. Lin Xian isn't dead. He's back for revenge." After saying that, the martial artist fainted. Boom! Boom! Elder Lu and Elder Wang soared into the sky. Their terrifying chi enveloped the surroundings. After a while, Elder Lu said excitedly, "Little bastard, you're still alive!" Swoosh! Two rays of light flashed past. Elder Lu and Elder Wang disappeared. In the forest, Lin Xian felt two terrifying chi rushing towards him. Without hesitation, he ran towards the highest peak. "You won't be able to escape this time!" A terrifying howl came from behind. The trees around him exploded. Star Fist. A fist that was almost 100 meters long formed in the sky. With a whistling sound, it smashed towards the front. If it was in the past, Lin Xian wouldn't be able to dodge it. But now that he had advanced to half-step harmonious spirit realm, his strength had increased a lot. He could dodge it easily. His black cloak fluttered. Lin Xian's speed increased once again. Not good, this brat seems to have broken through. Elder Wang frowned. He's just a half-step harmonious spirit realm cultivator. Do you think he can deal with us? Elder Lu said with disdain. The two of them quickly chased after him. Elder Wang was doubtful again. That brat seems to be luring us. Could it be an ambush? Everything is futile in front of absolute strength. Elder Lu didn't care. He didn't put Lin Xian in his eyes at all. As long as Lin Xian didn't jump into the profounding river, he wouldn't have a trace of worry. The three of them arrived at the peak one after another. At this time, the clouds in the sky began to roll. Many dark clouds began to gather. It was normal for the weather to change in the forest. Elder Lu and Elder Lu didn't care about it. The environment here is not bad. Seems like you really know how to choose a grave for yourself. Elder Lu sneered. As long as you like it. But this is not my grave, it's yours. Lin Xian revealed his neat teeth. Brat, don't think that you're so great just because you're a half-step harmonious spirit realm cultivator. In our eyes, you're nothing. Stop bragging. Lin Xian sneered. You're already so old, but you're still a harmonious spirit realm cultivator. If I were you, I would have killed myself already. This young master is 17 years old this year. I'm already a half-step harmonious spirit realm cultivator. May I ask what your cultivation level was when you were 17? Lin Xian said with disdain. I think you're nothing. Little bastard, you're courting death. Elder Lu was so angry that his whole body trembled. Old Lu, don't talk nonsense with him. Quickly take him down. Elder Wang glanced at the dark clouds in the sky. He was a little worried. Don't worry, I'll torture him to death. Elder Lu walked over step by step. Lin Xian secretly observed the dark clouds in the sky. He originally wanted to think of a way to stall for time, but he didn't expect that the other party didn't have any intention to make a move. This made him secretly happy. Two old things, I'll kill you later. Elder Lu stretched out his palm. There are too many geniuses in this world, but most of them died young. You're no exception. I'll let you know that before you grow up, you don't have the right to shout. Starfinger Elder Lu pointed his finger at Lin Xian's calf. A terrifying aura fluctuated like a ferocious beast. I'll break your leg. Let's see if you can still run. Swoosh. Lin Xian's footsteps swayed. His body left an afterimage on the spot. Chi. A bottomless black hole appeared on the ground. The cut was even. The layer of soil that was hit by the sword was forcefully dug out. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Elder Lu quickly pointed his star finger. He was like a cat playing with a mouse. Seeing Lin Xian anxiously dodging, he looked at the sky and laughed. Elder Wang, come and try. It's very fun. All right, it's been a long time since I tortured someone. Elder Wang laughed sinisterly. Wait until I catch him. I'll use my secret technique and make him beg on the ground like a dog. The two of them forced Lin Xian to the edge of the cliff with cold smiles on their faces. This time you won't jump off the cliff, right? Ha ha! The two of them laughed crazily. Rumble! Dark clouds suddenly covered the sky. Silver lightning flashed in the clouds. Lin Xian's frightened expression disappeared. It was replaced by a cold smile. Very fun, right? I'll play with you until you're satisfied. Lightning strike. Chapter 291. Rumble. Thunder rumbled in the sky, accompanied by a huge flash of lightning. The originally bright sky was covered by a black cloth. It was pitch black and oppressive. The fear on Lin Xian's face disappeared. He looked coldly at the two people in front of him with lightning flashing in his eyes. You two old dogs, I'll play with you today. Lightning strike. Elder Lu and Elder Wang were stunned and looked at the sky in panic. Dark clouds covered the sky and silver lightning flashed, but there was no sign of it falling. Kid, who do you think you are, the god of lightning? How dare you scare me? I'll torture you for 4 more hours today. The two sneered and didn't take it to heart. They knew that there were many thunderstorms in this area. In their eyes, the dark clouds above were just ordinary thunderstorms. It was normal. Their huge palms swayed and grabbed at Lin Xian. Both of them still had a smug look on their faces. At this moment, a blue lightning arc fell. It was like the Milky Way piercing through heaven and earth. It struck the mountain where Lin Xian was standing. Rumble! The terrifying sound of thunder spread in all directions. All the demonic beasts within 1,000 miles fell to the ground and trembled non-stop. The disciples of the Star Peak Pavilion also looked at the lightning in the sky in horror. Many of them were so scared that they wet their pants. Ah! 2 miserable cries cut through the sky. They were like roosters that had their feathers plucked. It was extremely miserable. Lin Xian circulated the copper thunder pattern with all his might and dodged quickly. His eyes were full of smiles. These 2 old fellows were standing on the eye of the array and attracted the first bolt of lightning. That feeling was definitely going to be tough for them. Guys, how does it feel to be struck by lightning? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Little bastard, I'm going to kill you! Elder Lu opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of black smoke. Elder Wang wasn't any better. His hair was standing up from the lightning, and his body was charred black. He was in a sorry state. You want to kill me? Have a good taste of being struck by lightning. Lin Xian completely activated the array and attracted the lightning from the sky. The entire mountain peak turned into a sea of lightning. Elder Lu and Elder Wang wanted to escape immediately, but they realized that the surroundings were sealed by an array formation. Every time they tried to attack the array formation, the heavenly lightning above their heads would strike them, causing them to scream and flee in all directions. Brat, you actually plotted against us. I'm going to kill you with my own hands. Elder Lu pounced forward crazily. In the end, Lin Xian's lightning became even more intense, causing Elder Lu to retreat while screaming in pain. Lin Xian, you've trapped us, but you can't escape either. Why don't we reconcile? That's right, you're an exceptional genius. There's no need for you to die here. It's not worth it. Elder Wang also echoed. He was really scared. If he was struck to death here, that would be a great loss. Haha, if you're afraid, then beg me. Lin Xian's body was surrounded by lightning, and his skin was cracked. It was a tragic sight, but he was laughing very happily. He was different from Elder Lu and Elder Lu. The 2 of them didn't know how to dodge and could only take it head-on. But he was different. He had the method given to him by the Wine Lord. It wasn't to blindly resist the lightning, but to use it to temper his body and strengthen the copper lightning marks. Even so, his body was still rotten to the point that it couldn't be any worse. Fortunately, he had the longevity art and the life essence of the Great Earth Spirit liquid, which could quickly heal his body. That was why he dared to try it. In the sea of lightning, Elder Lu and Elder Wang were gnashing their teeth in hatred. In the end, they still opened their mouths to beg for mercy. Lin Xian laughed loudly. He endured the pain in his body and said, You 2 old dogs, you won't kneel down later, right? Brat, you're just a half-step harmonious spirit. You'll definitely die before us. Once you die, the heavenly lightning will be gone, Elder Wang said with hatred. He didn't want to kneel down to a brat. Then you 2 should obediently enjoy the heavenly lightning. Wait until this young master breaks through, then I'll take your lives. After saying that, Lin Xian ignored the 2 of them and began to absorb the lightning with all his might. Asterisk boom. Asterisk a lightning bolt as thick as a water bucket hit his body. It was like a huge mountain had hit his body. He couldn't help but spit out blood, and his bones creaked. Asterisk wing star. The copper lightning mark flashed, forming a mysterious electric pattern. It quickly absorbed the lightning into his body. The violent lightning entered his body and exploded with a terrifying destructive force. Lin Xian's face twisted. He faced the sky and roared. His black hair danced wildly behind him. His body emitted a terrifying aura. Asterisk ka. The clothes on his body were torn apart, revealing his robust body. He had already taken off his armor. Now, he was facing the lightning naked. Quickly circulating the copper lightning mark, Lin Xian's body was boiling hot. It felt like his body was about to explode. Quickly circulate the silver lightning mark's incantation. Change the copper lightning mark to the silver lightning mark. Then you'll succeed, Wine Lord reminded. Hearing this, Lin Xian forced himself to focus and circulated the silver lightning mark's incantation. On the surface of his body, the copper lightning mark's color gradually disappeared. It was replaced by a flickering silver lightning mark. While Lin Xian was refining his body with lightning, Elder Lu and Elder Wang were about to go crazy. Horrifying wounds appeared on their bodies, and their expressions were dispirited. They regretted teasing Lin Xian. Why didn't they capture him directly? Perhaps then, they wouldn't have to suffer the pain of being struck by lightning. They might even be able to find out the whereabouts of the Earth-tier martial arts. Elder Lu, I told you long ago to be careful of traps, but you just wouldn't listen. Now look at it, I'm almost cooked, Elder Wang complained. His treasures had all been destroyed, and he was in a very bad mood. You're still talking? Which bastard said that he would torture him to death? Elder Lu was indignant. He threw away the deformed shield in his hand. You dare to scold me? I'll fight it out with you. Elder Wang was anxious. Let's fight. I'm not afraid of you. Elder Lu's face was ferocious. The two of them continued to argue. Not far away, Lin Xian was undergoing a shocking transformation. Blue lightning struck down, shattering the rocks in all directions. Lin Xian stood in the middle of it. The lightning marks on his body flickered, rapidly absorbing the energy within. He had already consumed a drop of Earth's spirit liquid, and was now consuming the second drop. However, the results were obvious. The lightning marks on his body continued to merge with the lightning in the sky, and a surge of energy gradually rose. Even the violent lightning in his body was suppressed. Under the incantation of Silver Lightning Body, his body began to repair. Many of the lightning marks on his body had turned silver, as if a silver armor was draped over his body. Lin Xian was pleasantly surprised. He exerted even more effort to activate Silver Lightning Body. Gradually, a silver halo formed on his body, wrapping him up like a cocoon. This transformation finally attracted the attention of Elder Lu and Elder Wang. This guy is transforming. What a strong qi. What kind of body refining technique is this? It actually needs to be refined by lightning? The two of them were shocked. Even they didn't dare to face the lightning directly. Lin Xian, a half-step harmonious spirit brat, was actually able to absorb so much lightning. This made their eyelids twitch. This brat has too many secrets. Just this body refining technique alone is enough to make a group of harmonious spirit realm warriors go crazy. We can't let him succeed. We must interrupt him, Elder Lu said fiercely. Chapter 292. The two of them walked towards Lin Xian. Every step was extremely difficult. Rumble. The closer they got to Lin Xian, the stronger the power of the thunder. The terrifying lightning seemed to be able to split everything into pieces. Elder Lu held up a small blue umbrella with stars drawn on it. It formed a curtain of stars above his head to block the attack of the thunder. Elder Wang put on a battle armor that shone with a green light, forming a terrifying defensive barrier. The two of them took out their respective treasures and tried their best to walk towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian was currently wrapped in a huge silver cocoon. He didn't know what was happening outside, but it didn't mean that he couldn't fight back. Moreover, there was still Wine Lord. Although Wine Lord couldn't attack directly, he could still control the array formation. Under his control, the lightning array formation changed rapidly. His proficiency was 100 times higher than Lin Xian's. Soon, dark clouds rolled in the sky. The lightning in the sky turned into lightning snakes and rushed towards Elder Lu and Elder Wang. The ground below had completely turned into a sea of lightning. Elder Lu and Elder Wang struggled to resist and walked very slowly. This process lasted for a long time. When the two of them reached Lin Xian's side, their footsteps were unsteady. The small umbrella with stars drawn on it and the green battle armor were also dim. They were heavily injured. However, their eyes were shining. They were like hungry wolves that saw a beauty. They were abnormally excited. As long as they caught Lin Xian, they could make up for all their losses. When they thought of the scene when they asked about the Earth-tier martial arts and supreme-grade body-tempering technique, the two of them couldn't help but laugh foolishly. Elder Lu and Elder Wang slowly stretched out their palms and grabbed towards Lin Xian. Seeing that the two of them were about to touch the silver cocoon, they seemed to have sensed Lin Xian's heartbeat. At this moment, the silver cocoon suddenly emitted a cracking sound. A huge crack split open from the middle, and countless silver lightning bolts rushed out from within. Not good! Elder Lu and Elder Wang's expressions changed drastically. They attacked decisively. A huge star-shaped palm with a terrifying aura grabbed inside. Elder Wang also threw out a fist that was suffused with light. Boom! Whoosh! Just as the two of them attacked, a pair of palms glowing with silver light reached out from inside and blocked their attacks. Silver electric arcs danced, containing the terrifying power of thunder and lightning. Elder Lu and Elder Lu felt as if their arms were grabbed by an iron clamp, extremely firm. Let go! The two of them were enraged, and their auras erupted. A gale swept across, and the spiritual energy in the sky gathered, forming a huge sword aura that slashed towards Lin Xian. Scram! His shout was like a thunder explosion, spreading in all directions. This voice turned the surrounding rocks into powder and charged toward Elder Lu and Elder Lu with a soul attack. Wang! Bang! Elder Lu and Elder Wang's expressions changed slightly as they reacted angrily. The air exploded from the pressure, and the silver cocoon of light was quickly blown away, revealing Lin Xian's body. At this moment, a white light flashed and snatched the light cocoon away. It was the snow-white monkey. It flashed again and arrived on Lin Xian's shoulder. It opened its small mouth and swallowed the entire silver lightning cocoon, then went into the storage ring. Lin Xian's body was covered with silver lightning marks. It was incomparably mysterious, like a silver battle armor that wrapped around him. Tiny silver electric arcs danced on his body, containing a suffocating power. Elder Lu and Elder Wang's attacks landed on his body, producing a metallic sound. Although Lin Xian was in pain, he didn't fall down like the other half-step harmonious spirit experts. There wasn't even a trace of a wound. What? Impossible! The two elders' pupils shrank. 4 hours ago, Lin Xian didn't dare to receive their attacks. Now, after receiving 2 of their palms, it was as if nothing had happened. What kind of body refining technique is this? It's so terrifying. At this moment, Elder Lu and Elder Wang's hearts were filled with a trace of panic. The seed of fear was deeply rooted in their hearts. If others knew about this, they would definitely laugh until their bellies split open. 2 harmonious spirit experts were actually afraid of a half-step harmonious spirit brat. This was simply a fantasy. However, the reality was as such. You 2 old bastards, it's time for you to pay your debts! Lin Xian's arm swayed, smashing the 2 elders to the ground. You dare! 2 furious voices rang out. If they were hit, how would they have the face to see others? They might as well just kill themselves. Elder Lu's palm was like a blade, quickly chopping towards Lin Xian's waist. Elder Wang attacked Lin Xian's legs. Asterisk boom! Asterisk asterisk bang bang! Asterisk Lin Xian took Elder Lu's attack head-on, and his right leg clashed with Elder Wang's. As a result, he was sent flying while vomiting blood. The 2 elders, on the other hand, fell flat on their faces. Their faces made intimate contact with the ground. Furthermore, some colorless powder seeped into Elder Lu and Elder Lu's bodies through their wounds. Asterisk crack 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 asterisk the ground shattered, creating a huge crater. Lin Xian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and sneered. You 2 are really thick-skinned. You actually shattered the ground. Little bastard, I'm going to kill you! Elder Lu's face was ferocious. He had never been humiliated like this. His face was still covered in gravel. He took a step forward and punched with his right fist. Elder Wang, on the other hand, took out a long blade and chopped down. His fist was like a huge mountain, growing bigger and bigger in the air, smashing towards Lin Xian. The blade was resplendent, mercilessly chopping down. Lin Xian moved his feet and dodged to the side. "Both of you, don't you feel uncomfortable?" Lin Xian appeared 50 meters to the right and asked with a smile. "Little bastard, no matter what you say." Elder Lu and Elder Wang hadn't finished speaking when their voices suddenly stopped, as if someone was strangling their necks. You dare to poison us!" Elder Wang's voice was filled with endless resentment. Their faces turned purple, and their blood turned black. The spirit energy in their body couldn't circulate smoothly. If it was a normal day, this kind of poison wouldn't be a problem. However, the two of them had been struck by lightning for more than 4 hours. Their bodies were already heavily injured. The poison that they usually didn't care about had now become something that could take their lives. The surrounding spirit energy vibrated violently and rushed towards the two of them, frantically suppressing the poison in their bodies. However, how could Lin Xian give them a chance? He had risked being injured to poison the two of them. He wouldn't let them control the poison so easily. Moreover, Elder Lu and Elder Wang were injured. They couldn't even use half of their combat strength. Now was the best time to kill them. Lin Xian took a step forward and shot out like a missile. His right fist suddenly punched out. The terrifying power caused the void to tremble. Silver arcs of lightning flashed, making his fist shine with a silver light. Boom! He sent Elder Lu flying with one punch. His right leg turned into a silver dragon and crashed into Elder Wang's lower abdomen, sending him flying. The mountain trembled, and a human-shaped hole appeared in the wall. "Little bastard, you're courting death!" The two of them were furious. They ignored their injuries and poison and pounced on Lin Xian crazily. As long as they killed Lin Xian, they would have time to heal their injuries. "Today, I'll smash your heads!" Lin Xian let out a long howl and punched out with both fists. At the same time, his eyes flashed. Inscriptions flashed as he used an eye technique to attack. Soul Sword and Invisible Soul Force pierced towards Elder Wang, attacking his soul. Ah! Elder Wang was caught off guard. He held his head and screamed. He was, after all, a harmonious spirit realm warrior. His strength was far beyond ordinary people. He recovered in a short moment. At this time, Lin Xian had already punched more than 100 times. Every punch was as heavy as a mountain. When they landed on Elder Lu's body, they made earth-shattering sounds. Chapter 293. Elder Lu was already severely injured by the lightning strike. With the poison in his body, he couldn't even use 30% of his strength. This provided Lin Xian with the perfect opportunity. Every time he waved his silver fist through the air, boundless lightning would appear. Bang! Elder Lu was sent into the ground. Half of his body was in the ground. He was mad and his face was extremely ferocious. However, the angrier and more anxious he was, the faster the poison in his body acted up. In the end, his entire body turned purplish black. Clang! Another kick. Lin Xian used the 7 steps of the Dragon Rebellion to stomp on Elder Lu. After reaching the silver lightning mark, not only did his body reach the harmonious spirit realm, even his strength had reached the same level. It could be said that other than his cultivation base, he was no different from a harmonious spirit realm warrior. Such powerful strength! This lightning strike was worth it! Lin Xian laughed and attacked Elder Lu crazily. Silver Lightning Wave. Lin Xian displayed the Silver Thunder body's martial skill. Silver lightning appeared on his palm, and a heart-palpitating energy filled the air. Elder Lu's face turned green. He could feel the threat of death from this energy. If he wasn't injured, he could take this attack even if he couldn't dodge it. However, he was severely injured and poisoned. He couldn't block this attack at all. Elder Wang was also shocked. He didn't dare to attack recklessly. He was afraid that the attack would land on him, and he would be the one to die. In fact, if the two of them worked together, they could fight against Lin Xian even if they were severely injured. However, in the face of death, the two of them made the most foolish choice. Elder Wang forcefully gathered a breath of spirit energy and flew away. At this critical moment, he actually escaped. Elder Lu was furious, and his heart was filled with despair. Lin Xian took the opportunity to use a soul attack, weakening Elder Lu even more. Rumble! In the blink of an eye, the silver lightning wave was like a silver dragon. It carried a violent aura and hit Elder Lu's head. The whole valley was surrounded by silver lightning. It was as if a sea of lightning had been reborn. The dark clouds in the sky that had originally dispersed actually gathered once again, and several terrifying lightning bolts struck out, piercing through the surrounding earth. The unlucky Elder Wang was struck by one of the lightning bolts. His body trembled and he almost fell from the sky to his death. If that was the case, then he would be the first harmonious spirit realm warrior to fall to his death while flying. When all the light disappeared, Lin Xian's figure was revealed on the mountain peak. Beside him was a charred corpse. Half of its body was buried in the ground, and its head was pierced through. It couldn't be more dead. This extremely arrogant Elder Lu was finally killed by Lin Xian. Even in his dreams, he would never have thought that he would die in the hands of a half-step harmonious spirit expert. After taking off Elder Lu's storage ring, Lin Xian walked to the edge of the cliff and looked into the distance. Elder Wang, who had been struck by lightning once again, trembled as he flew through the air. At the same time, he called over the other disciples of the Star Peak Pavilion. Lin Xian sneered as he slowly drew his sword. The Autumn Scar sword drew a strange trajectory in the air. Lin Xian's aura was also increasing crazily, reaching a terrifying height. Dark clouds rolled in the sky. Huge lightning bolts flashed from time to time. Just a trace of lightning was enough to shatter the nearby mountains. This aura was even more terrifying than the lightning bolts just now. Elder Wang saw this scene and his body trembled. He almost fell from the sky. He was really scared of being struck by lightning. In addition to his current state, he couldn't fight back at all. Without any other choice, he could only use a secret art to escape, regardless of the cost of his origin. Streaks of blood-red ripples appeared around him, forming a terrifying imprint that enveloped his body. At this moment, the spirit energy in the sky vibrated and all of it crazily rushed to the top of Lin Xian's head. Even the clouds were moving quickly, forming the shadow of a huge sword. Such a terrifying aura. What kind of martial art is this? The disciples of the Star Peak Pavilion below were pale. Their bodies were trembling. Under this kind of power, they couldn't resist at all. Why is Elder Wang injured? Is it because of that brat? Where is Elder Lu? The group of disciples realized that the situation was even more terrifying than they thought. They didn't dare to think further. Go and stop him! Elder Wang's body was covered in blood-red color. A terrifying aura erupted from his body, as if a demon king had descended. The disciples below were trembling. If they went up to this kind of battle, it would be suicide. The forest was silent. No one stepped forward. Old thing, stop struggling. Old dog Lu is dead. You should go down and accompany him. Lin Xian's voice was loud, spreading in all directions. What? Elder Lu is dead? Impossible. Elder Lu is a harmonious spirit expert. How could he die? The group of disciples couldn't believe it. However, Elder Lu didn't appear for a long time. It seemed to confirm Lin Xian's words. Little thief Lin, you killed Elder Lu. The Star Peak Pavilion won't let you go. When I return, it will be your death date. Elder Wang said sternly. Blood Demon's secret art. Blood chi filled the sky. Elder Wang's body emitted a dazzling red light. Gale Lightning Sword, Mountain Break Sword. The surrounding spirit energy gathered crazily. Dark clouds rolled in the sky. Lightning gathered to form a giant sword. When the terrifying long sword appeared, the surrounding spirit energy surged. Countless gusts of wind blew and entered the giant sword. The heavenly greatsword gradually became real, as if it could crush the heaven and earth. Gusts of wind and lightning circled around the sword, forming an ancient pattern that emitted an ancient aura. Slash! Following Lin Xian's shout, the heavenly great sword fell from the sky. The air trembled and retreated to both sides like a tide. The sky seemed to be torn apart, and the clouds were split in half. The trees and mountains in the surroundings were quickly disintegrated, turning into dust that drifted with the wind. Elder Wang's body was covered in blood. He was firmly locked in place and couldn't escape. "No, I won't die!" He was in a state of madness and stopped running. Blood Sea Star transformation. Elder Wang absorbed the surrounding blood mist into his body. A 1,000-meter-tall blood giant appeared behind him. It held a giant star in its hand and smashed towards the heavenly great sword. Rumble! The two collided. Everything within a 1,000-meter radius was covered in lightning and wind. Terrifying energy waves swept out in all directions. Everywhere it passed, everything was turned into ashes. The disciples of the Star Peak Pavilion couldn't escape in time. They were all turned into blood mist without even a scream. Lin Xian's black hair danced wildly. He activated his sword intent with all his might and merged it with the Gale Lightning Sword. Crack! The star shattered. The blood giant was hit and was quickly torn apart. Elder Wang let out a scream as he was swallowed by the huge sword chi. With a move of the sword, mountains and rivers were shattered. When everything calmed down, terrifying cracks appeared on the ground. The forest and mountains were all cut in half. Elder Wang couldn't be more dead. Not even a corpse was left. Lin Xian's face was pale and his body was a little weak. This Gale Lightning Sword was more terrifying than he had imagined. It had almost drained all the spirit energy in his body. Sitting on the ground weakly, Lin Xian took out a cup of spirit wine and drank it. Chapter 294. Killing 2 harmonious spirit realm experts in one fell swoop. This kind of achievement could scare people to death. One must know that Lin Xian was only a half-step harmonious spirit realm expert. Of course, this kind of achievement could not be replicated. Firstly, Lin Xian had a strong body, comparable to a harmonious spirit realm expert. Moreover, he had the Gale Lightning Sword art, an inherited martial art that surpassed Earth-rank martial arts. Secondly, Elder Lu and Elder Wang were struck by lightning, heavily injured, and poisoned. They could not even use 30% of their strength. Under these circumstances, Lin Xian was able to kill 2 harmonious spirit realm experts. However, he did not let the victory go to his head. Lin Xian knew very well that under normal circumstances, it was very difficult to kill a harmonious spirit realm expert. However, he was confident that he could fight Lin Feng now. 4 hours later, Lin Xian's body recovered, and his strength returned to its peak state. The lightning mark on his body disappeared, and he returned to his normal state, looking like a delicate and handsome young man. However, when this young man went crazy, even harmonious spirit realm experts would die. Lin Xian took out a black ring. There were ancient patterns engraved on it, and it was glowing with a dim light. This storage ring was something he had obtained from Elder Lu. Under the might of the Gale Lightning Sword, the space within Elder Wang's storage ring had been shattered. Everything inside the storage ring had been learned. What a pity! Lin Xian's face was filled with pain. A harmonious spirit realm expert's storage ring was definitely a good thing. Exhaling, he probed the storage ring with his soul force. Then, he was overjoyed. Lin Xian was already mentally prepared, but he didn't expect the things inside to still shock him. There were dozens of chests of spirit stones, all of which were mid-grade spirit stones, a large number of profound rank treasures, and dozens of martial arts manuals. This was simply a small treasury. Lin Xian calculated for a moment. The things inside were more than what he had gotten from the others. Old thing, you're really rich! Lin Xian was in a good mood. After putting away the storage ring, Lin Xian took out a map and quickly found a nearby ferry. The most important thing now was to leave Heavenly Mountain. His body swayed, and he disappeared. The Yinxian River had many twists and turns, spanning more than half of the Tianshan kingdom. Lin Xian followed the map and came to a secret crossing. According to the map, the ferry would open once every 7 days, and every time, it would open at midnight. Lin Xian wasn't in a hurry. He sat down cross-legged, comprehending the Gale Lightning Sword art while waiting. 2 days later, the moon was dark and the wind was strong. A chilly wind blew on the profound Yin River, causing people's souls to tremble. Lin Xian felt an indescribable aura and felt uneasy. He stopped meditating and stood up, looking around cautiously. At midnight, ripples suddenly appeared on the surface of the river, and a black shadow quickly approached the shore. Lin Xian's eyes flashed as he looked ahead. A small boat floated over, and a boatman dressed in white stood on it. His face was abnormally pale. The boat was even more special. It was actually made of paper. Such a scene, especially in the middle of the night, could not help but appear a little eerie and terrifying. Lin Xian's scalp went numb, and he felt extremely uncomfortable. "Do you want to take the ferry?" The boat stopped at the shore, and the white-robed boatman asked in a deep voice. The voice was a little stiff, like a puppet. It didn't sound like a normal person at all. However, Lin Xian didn't have any other choice. He had to leave this place as soon as possible, and this was the only way right now. "Yes," Lin Xian replied. "The ferry fee is a high-level profound class artifact," the boatman said slowly. "What? High-level profound class artifact?" Lin Xian picked his ears to make sure he didn't hear wrong. High-level profound class artifacts were not something that could be found anywhere. Even the Autumn Scar sword he used was only a mid-level profound class artifact. Thinking back, he had spent a lot of effort to get it. "Damn, this is too much," Lin Xian mumbled. Luckily, he was rich, and he even got Elder Lu's storage ring. Otherwise, just the ferry fee alone would make him feel pain for a while. Taking out a high-level profound class artifact blade from the storage ring, Lin Xian handed it over. The white-robed boatman put away the artifact blade and said slowly, "Please get on the boat." Lin Xian carefully walked onto the boat, and only then did he realize that the boatman's clothes were also made of paper. But what made him feel relieved was that the boat only shook a little, and didn't sink. The white-robed boatman paddled the boat, and the boat quickly moved forward. "Don't look, this boat won't sink," Wine Lord laughed. "There is a formation inside, and it's not as weak as you think." "Formation?" Lin Xian was even more curious now. What kind of power would do this kind of business? "Hey, how long will this boat take?" "Not sure," the boatman replied mechanically. Lin Xian asked a few more questions, and then lost interest. This boatman was like a block of wood. His knowledge was limited, and he couldn't get anything out of him. Lin Xian had nothing to do, so he could only meditate and train. The only fortunate thing was that 3 days passed by peacefully. At midnight on the 3rd day, the boat arrived at the shore. Lin Xian got off the boat, and left without looking back. Only when he was completely far away from the mysterious Yin River did he slow down. Taking out the map, Lin Xian carefully compared it. He was now in the Eagle Nation, and after passing through the Eagle Nation was Rain Country. Summer Country and Rain Country were neighbors. Summoning Little Gold, Lin Xian determined the direction and quickly moved forward. 2 months later, Lin Xian arrived at Rain Country. During this time, he had completely consolidated the Silver Thunder pattern, and completely comprehended the first sword of Gale Lightning Sword. Other than that, Wind Emperor had comprehended 70% of the first sword, and Green Cloud Sword had reached the 6th sword. Also, his sword intent had reached a peak of 40%. He took out the sword intent treasure box, and his eyes flashed. "I could only open a small gap in Bronze Thunder body, but now that I've mastered the Silver Thunder pattern, how much can I open the sword intent treasure box?" Lin Xian had an idea, and decided to improve his sword intent again. Finding an empty valley, he put away Little Gold and set up a defensive formation. Everything was ready, and Lin Xian took out the sword intent treasure box. One! The air vibrated, and the silver thunder pattern appeared on Lin Xian's body, as if it was a silver armor. With the silver thunder pattern, his confidence increased greatly. He exerted force in his palm, and the sword intent treasure box slowly opened. A sharp sword intent spread out from the treasure box, as if it could pierce through everything. The thunder pattern on Lin Xian's body flowed, resisting the terrifying sword intent. The treasure box slowly opened, and 1/3 of it was opened. Last time at this place, Lin Xian's body had a terrifying crack, and the bronze thunder pattern couldn't withstand it. But now, although he was in pain, he could completely resist it. From this point, it could be seen that silver thunder body was more than twice as powerful as bronze thunder body. Holding the treasure box, Lin Xian wholeheartedly comprehended the sword intent, and the dragon sword intent in his body rumbled, continuously absorbing and strengthening. Half a day later, Lin Xian had completely comprehended 1/3 of the sword intent, but his sword intent still didn't improve. But compared to half a day ago, his sword intent was much stronger. Again! Lin Xian gritted his teeth, and once again enlarged the gap of the treasure box. Ka ka ka! Chapter 295. Lin Xian felt an incomparable pressure. The sharp sword she hit his body, leaving a terrifying sword mark on the silver lightning mark. The box continued to open, and when it reached 2/3 of the mark, the sword intent suddenly doubled. Swoosh! As if there were real swords in the air, Lin Xian's silver lightning body was torn apart, and terrifying cracks appeared on it. This sword intent was already very terrifying. One had to know that Lin Xian's body was as tough as a harmonious spirit realm warrior. It was abnormally hard. Maintaining this level of sword intent, Lin Xian began to comprehend it. He carefully adjusted the great dragon sword intent in his body to fight against the sword intent in the box, constantly perfecting his own sword intent. The invisible collision made the air tremble, and the ground was torn apart like a piece of cloth. Countless wounds appeared on Lin Xian's body. However, he could feel that the great dragon sword intent was slowly increasing. One day later, a dragon's roar came from Lin Xian's body, as if a giant dragon was roaring. He put away the box and drew a line in the air with his finger. The sword intent surged, and the sword she was like a green dragon, tearing the air apart. 50% sword intent! Lin Xian was excited. His combat power had increased by a lot compared to a few days ago. Even if he didn't use the Gale Lightning Sword, with his great dragon sword intent, it was enough to threaten a harmonious spirit realm warrior. Putting away the formation, Lin Xian quickly recovered. One day later, he let out a long cry and rode on Xiao Jin again. Xiao Jin's speed was very fast, almost the same as Lin Xian's speed when he was charging at full speed. In addition to the long endurance of a demonic beast, Lin Xian passed through Rain Country and arrived at the Long Province of Xia Country in 2 months. The Long Province was where the Sword Lake Prefecture's Lin clan was located. It was one of the top clans in the 7 provinces of Xia Country. As one of the top clans in Xia Country, the Lin clan of Sword Lake Prefecture would cause a commotion every time they held a clan meeting. Many sects and clans would also send people to congratulate them. Firstly, it was to get closer to the Sword Lake Prefecture, and secondly, it was to see the power of the top clans. After all, the survival of a clan depended not only on the combat power of the older generation, but also the new blood. The stronger the younger generation was, the longer the clan's life. As early as a month ago, the people of the various states had begun to move. Currently, the Sword Pool Mansion had already welcomed countless martial artists, and a large group of martial artists from the pugilistic world were hurrying over. At this moment, in the forest at the border of the Long Province, a handsome young man was sitting on a strange golden frog, looking up at the city in the distance. Lin Feng, Jianqi Palace, I'm finally back! Father, mother, second uncle, grandfather, one by one, the images of his family flashed through his mind. It had been 2 years, and he could finally go back. Lin Xian smirked and patted Xiao Jin. The latter turned into a streak of golden light and sped towards the huge city. Sword Crafting City was famous in China because of the Sword Pool Manor. It occupied a large area and could be said to be the largest city in China other than the capital. The tall city walls were engraved with sharp swords, forming a terrifying aura, causing people to feel fearful just by looking at them. Lin Xian had already kept Xiao Jing. He looked at the magnificent sword crafting city and felt a wave of excitement in his heart. With light steps, he walked through the city gate. Within the city, streams of people flowed, and it was extremely lively. On both sides of the wide street, there were countless shops. The sound of hawking could be heard everywhere. It was full of life. Lin Xian had spent half a year fighting in the mountains and forests. Now that he saw the lively atmosphere of the city, he felt particularly familiar. On the road, he could hear the discussions of martial artists everywhere. Most of them were about the Sword Pool Mansion. Did you know that Lin Feng is already #1 on the Hidden Dragon ranking? That's nothing. I heard that he obtained an Earth rank martial art. That's a legendary martial art. It's said that even some of the older generation aren't his match. From the conversations of the crowd, Lin Xian found out that not only did Lin Feng not die, he had become even more powerful. This was similar to what he had expected. Lin Feng had escaped the pursuit and returned alive. He sped up and headed straight for the Sword Pool Mansion. At this moment, the Sword Pool Mansion was extremely lively. There were many martial artists coming and going. At the grand entrance, a middle-aged man who looked like a butler greeted the martial artists with a smile. However, there was a hint of arrogance in his smile. This middle-aged man was called Lin Tao. He was one of Lin Xian's people. When Lin Xian was in the Sword Pool Mansion, he had seen him do many evil things. The corner of his mouth raised slightly. Lin Xian walked over. Stop! Which family are you from? Do you have an invitation? Do you have a gift? Lin Tao's face was slightly gloomy as he said unhappily. All the martial artists who came and went would give him some benefits, such as spirit stones and pills. However, this brat in front of him didn't even look at him and directly ignored him. This made Lin Tao unable to tolerate. Some of the servants beside him also said coldly, "This is the Sword Pool Mansion. Not everyone can enter. Is that so? Do I need to pay a gift when I go home?" Lin Xian turned around and said indifferently with a smile. Seeing that delicate and pretty face, Lin Tao was stunned for a moment. Then, as if he had thought of something, his face changed drastically. Lin Xian, you actually dare to come back? Humph! Hearing that, Lin Xian's face darkened. A terrifying mental pressure enveloped Lin Tao. Instantly, Lin Tao's face turned deathly pale, and his body was on the verge of collapse. The surrounding martial artists were shocked. Lin Tao was a 7th-level spiritual sea-realm martial artist. That was peak battle prowess. Now, he was actually frightened to this extent by one look. It was truly hard to believe. Young Master Xian! Lin Tao was greatly shocked and didn't dare to be rash. Lin Xian's expression was calm, and he didn't even look at Lin Tao as he slowly walked into the Sword Pool Mansion. If he couldn't even deal with a servant, then he didn't need to come back. The surrounding martial artists cried out in shock, staring blankly at Lin Xian's back. Lin Tao's face darkened, and he quickly said to the disciple beside him, "Hurry up and tell Master that Lin Xian came." That disciple left quickly. Lin Tao tried his best to calm down and continue receiving guests. Walking into the Sword Pool Mansion, Lin Xian walked inside with ease. Inside, it was grand and magnificent, with pavilions, green mountains, and clear waters. Everything that could be expected was there. The disciples of various sects gathered together, chatting and laughing with each other. Most of these disciples were from the younger generation. They were very energetic and had confident smiles on their faces. Occasionally, there would be spirit energy flowing on their bodies. These disciples were all at the 4th-level spiritual sea realm and above. They were considered elites in the younger generation of Xia country, but compared to Tian Shan country, they were still lacking. Not to mention others, Lin Xian saw quite a few half-step harmonious spirit martial artists in Star Summit Pavilion, and the peak of Xia Country was only half-step harmonious spirit. Of course, Xia Country also had peak geniuses, such as Lin Xian and Lin Feng. Lin Xian walked quickly, and he saw quite a few familiar faces. Tong families Tong Lan and Tong Yu, Snow-seeking sex Lingy Dao and Ice Snow Fairy, 10,000 Treasures Towers Wei Wei, Lu Yang, and the others. Lin Xian smiled and greeted them. Lin Xian! These people also had joyful faces and quickly walked over. In the crowd, most of them looked at Lin Xian. Quite a few of them had heard of his deeds. Sung family's disciples and Earth Fire sect's disciples had unfriendly expressions, and their gazes could kill. However, no one dared to make a move. Firstly, they were afraid of Lin Xian's strength. Secondly, this was the Sword Pool Mansion, and no one dared to make a move here. Lin Xian chatted with the crowd, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. Chapter 296. A group of disciples of the Lin clan walked over aggressively. Wherever they passed, the crowd would disperse. Lin Xian, I remember that you have been expelled from the clan. How dare you come back? Get lost, you piece of trash! The group of disciples of the Lin clan came to Lin Xian and began to mock him. They did not put him in their eyes at all. The person in front was wearing a white brocade robe with a divine sword embroidered on his sleeves. He was handsome, but his eyes were too gloomy, making people uncomfortable as if they were being stared at by a poisonous snake. Lin Yong, so many years have passed. Are you still Lin Feng's lackey? Lin Xian said casually. These people did not put Lin Xian in their eyes, and Lin Xian did not put them in his eyes either. He had already killed 2 harmonious spirit realm warriors, not to mention these little ghosts. Lin Xian, this is the Sword Lake Prefecture. You can't be so presumptuous. You guys throw him out. Remember to throw him far away. Lin Yong was like a cat whose tail was stepped on, roaring angrily. Brother Lin! Ling Yidao and the others were worried. Lin Xian smiled and looked over. The illusion in his eyes shrouded the people who were rushing over. His soul force was at the peak of the 2nd grade. These people could not resist at all. The disciples of the Lin clan were dazed at first, then they began to expose each other's secrets. In the end, they even started to fight. You, what did you do? Lin Yong looked at the crazy disciples and screamed in horror. Since you want to be a lackey so much, I'll let you be. Lin Xian sneered. His eyes moved and an invisible illusion shrouded Lin Yong. Lin Xian's body trembled slightly. He suddenly lay on the ground and began to bark like a dog, as if he was really a puppy. The surrounding warriors were stunned. This method was too terrifying. Just a glance was enough to make these people act like a clown. If Lin Xian wanted to kill, these people would have died long ago. Could it be the Tao of Soul? Someone exclaimed. The Lin clan is really full of geniuses. A bunch of trash, get lost. An angry roar sounded like thunder, waking everyone up. Lin Yong and the others quickly stood up. They were so embarrassed that their necks were red. They wished they could find a hole to hide in. Lin Xian, good job! Since you want to stay, then stay. Anyway, after today, my brother Lin Feng will be the young master of Sword Lake Palace. It doesn't matter if you're here or not. This voice was full of energy and carried an insufferably arrogant tone, which made people who heard it feel very disgusted. A young man walked out from a nearby pavilion. His chin was slightly raised, and he was as proud as a rooster. Really? I'm looking forward to it, Lin Xian said indifferently. From beginning to end, Lin Xian appeared very calm, without a trace of anger. On the contrary, those people who had made things difficult for him had all been dealt with until they lost their temper. Older brother Xian, it's really you! 2 figures ran over from the rockery in the distance. It was a man and a woman. They looked very cute. These 2 were the children of Second Master Lin, Lin Xing'er and Lin Yu. The 2 of them were only 14 years old. Their small faces were so tender that water could be squeezed out. You bunch of bastards, how dare you bully older brother Xian? Do you believe that I won't beat your buttocks? Lin Xing'er snorted with her hands on her waist. Lin Rong, do you believe that I won't beat you up? Lin Yu also said to the young man in the pavilion. You don't need to be arrogant. When older brother Lin Feng becomes the young master, I'll teach you a lesson. Lin Rong's face was ashen. There was a group of young men standing beside him. They were all disciples of Lin Feng. Forget it, don't bother with them, Lin Xian said with a smile. Long time no see. The two of you have grown so big. What do you want this time? Older brother Xian, my father said that you've had a hard time outside. Just give us a greeting gift. Lin Yu chuckled. What good things can a pauper have? Lin Rong and the others mocked. Don't take out some junk. It's embarrassing. Lin Xing'er was also afraid that Lin Xian would make things difficult for Lin Xian. She pulled Lin Xian aside and said, Older brother Xian, why don't we go see my father? The family meeting is about to begin. There was no hurry. Let's give the gifts first. Lin Xian took out 2 pieces of antique jewelry. One was a round bracelet strung together with 12 blue pearls. There were exquisite patterns engraved on it. The other was a pendant of stars. It was the size of a walnut and glowed faintly. Lin Xian gave the pearl bracelet to Lin Xing and the star pendant to Lin Yu. The two of them were overjoyed by the outcome and couldn't be happier. TSK, just 2 pieces of junk jewelry. Trash is trash indeed. Lin Rong and the others sneered. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he saw a bright light emerge from Lin Xing'er and Lin Yu. The 12 pearls glowed and formed a 12-sword array. A terrifying aura emanated from the surroundings. So powerful? Lin Yu was excited. He also channeled his spirit energy. The pendant of stars swayed gently. Blue ripples rippled and formed a star shadow that enveloped Lin Yu. So powerful, this is a high-grade mystic artifact. Lin Yu shouted happily. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air as their hearts trembled violently. Taking out 2 high-grade profound rank artifacts all at once without even blinking his eyes, this was too terrifying. After all, most of them were still fighting to the death for a low-grade profound rank treasured artifact. Lin Rong and the others swallowed their saliva. They wanted to retaliate, but they realized that they could not say anything. They all lowered their heads dejectedly. Humph, just you wait. Lin Rong was too ashamed to stay. Lin Xing'er and Lin Yu revealed victorious expressions. Lin Xian rubbed their heads and said, These 2 artifacts will automatically defend themselves. Try not to take the initiative to attack. After all, the high-grade mystic artifacts require too much spirit energy. Got it. Thank you, older brother Xian. The 2 little guys kissed Lin Xian on the face. Let's go. Lin Xian smiled. He did not want to miss the family meeting. The group walked majestically towards the huge square in the east. That was the Lin clan's martial arts arena. It was unusually grand and could accommodate tens of thousands of people. At this time, most of the warriors were in the arena. The important figures of the Lin clan were also there. Father, look who's here! Lin Xing'er and Lin Yu pulled Lin Xian and quickly ran towards the huge spectator stand. The golden spectator stand was majestic. The important figures of the Lin clan were seated on it. In addition, there were also elders from other sections. On both sides were warriors of the younger generation. Although Lin Xing'er's voice was soft, her identity as the little princess of the Lin clan was not to be underestimated. The dark crowd forcibly parted to form a path for the 3 of them to pass through quickly. Second Master Lin looked back dotingly. When he saw Lin Xian, his body suddenly trembled. Xianer, you're finally back! Second Master Lin was excited. He stood up happily and waved his hand. A huge palm of light covered the sky and brought Lin Xian and the other 2 to the stage. Second uncle, I'm back! Lin Xian was also excited. At this moment, countless gazes fell on him. Lin Xian's eyes were gloomy. No one knew what he was thinking. There was an old man in his seat. Although his hair was white, his eyes were incomparably deep. This man was Lin Xian's father and also Lin Xian's grandfather. Back then, he was competing with Lin Xian's grandfather for the position of clan leader. In the end, he lost and was now the great elder of the clan. Xianer, get ready for the competition, Second Master Lin said. Second Master, this Lin Xian seems to have been kicked out of the clan. How is he qualified to participate in the competition? Lin Xian said indifferently. You kicked him out just because you said so? And I said he wasn't kicked out? Second Master Lin glared and snorted coldly. That was the decision of the elders. Do you dare to defy it? Lin Xian's voice was a little cold. Chapter 297. The person who spoke was the third elder of Lin Xian's faction. At this moment, he decisively stood out to support Lin Xian. In fact, Lin Xian's expulsion back then was completely a conspiracy. At that time, the patriarch was in seclusion and Lin Xian's father had disappeared. The first elder took control of the elder group and expelled Lin Xian, the young master. After that, although Lin Xian's faction was furious, they couldn't find any trace of Lin Xian. Only then did the matter gradually settle down. Now that Lin Xian had returned, the clan members behind him naturally wouldn't let the matter rest. Their cultivation was so high that no one could compare to them except for the patriarch. That's enough, Year. The first elder who had been silent suddenly spoke. Today is a big day for our Lin family. Don't let these small matters spoil the mood. Lin Xian, your status as a disciple of the Lin family has temporarily been restored. You can participate in the family meeting. However, you can only return to the clan if you obtain first place. Otherwise, you will be expelled again. Do you have any objections? The first elder said indifferently. What first place? Lin Xian clearly didn't do anything wrong. Why should he be expelled? Second Master Lin was furious. Okay, second uncle, I agree. Lin Xian pulled Second Master Lin's sleeve and shook his head slightly. The current situation was very unfavorable for Lin Xian's faction. His grandfather was in seclusion, and the first elder relied on various methods to control more than half of the Sword Pool Manor. Moreover, not long ago, the first elder had broken through to the spirit transformation realm. It could be said that he was abnormally powerful. Since you are a disciple of the Lin family, you should obey the family rules. You can't deny this, right? The first elder said indifferently. Of course. Lin Xian nodded. According to the family rules, you can't cause trouble and can't kill the innocent. Not only did you repeatedly harm Feng'er on Levitating Island, but you also used despicable means to kill Ming Yan, an Earth Fire sect disciple. Do you know your crimes? The first elder suddenly shouted coldly. What? Meng Yan is dead? Lin Xian killed him? Everyone's expression changed as they stared at Lin Xian. Who was Meng Yan? He was the number one person on the Hidden Dragon roll, the target of countless young martial artists. But now, the idol in their hearts was dead, and he was killed by a disciple of the Lin family. If this was not handled properly, a sect war would definitely break out. If the two top forces were to go to war, the impact would be huge. Lin Xian's face darkened. He didn't think that this old thing would play such a trick on him. He had just admitted that he was a disciple of the Lin family. As a disciple of the Lin family, he had to follow the rules of the Lin family. Moreover, Meng Yan was indeed killed by him. If he resisted and disobeyed the rules of the clan, then the Grand Elder would have the chance to expel him in front of everyone again. If that happened, he would really lose the opportunity to enter his family's ancestral land. Lin Xian gnashed his teeth in anger. Old bastard, this move is quite sinister. Second Master Lin and the rest were also shocked. He cast a questioning look at Lin Xian, but when he saw Lin Xian's expression, he confirmed that this matter had indeed happened. Otherwise, with Lin Xian's character, he would definitely deny it at the first moment. At this moment, the Earth Fire sect elder suddenly stood up and said with a ferocious expression, Grand Elder Lin, this brat is Meng Yan's murderer. Grand Elder Lin, Please say the word and hand him over to our Earth Fire sect to be dealt with. No! Second Master Lin shouted. If they handed him over, they would definitely torture him to death. Lin Jing, the matter is already very clear. Don't tell me you still want to protect this murderer. Lin Xian sneered. Where's the evidence? You can't just spout nonsense, right? Third Elder said solemnly. Yes, show us the evidence. Otherwise, we won't let you take Lin Xian away. Fifth Elder also echoed. Other than that, there were a few other elders who stood on Lin Xian's side. The other elders also spoke up for the Grand Elder. From this, it could be seen that the Grand Elder's influence had almost completely infiltrated the Sword Pool Palace. Even the elders under Lin Xian's faction were speaking up for him. You want evidence? The Grand Elder said in a deep voice. I'll show you the evidence now. No need. Lin Xian said indifferently. Everyone was puzzled and looked at Lin Xian with puzzled eyes. Even Lin Xian and the Grand Elder's eyes flashed with doubt. I was the one who killed him. Lin Xian said slowly as if he was talking about a trivial matter. What? He really killed him? Meng Yan is a half-step harmonious spirit expert. How could he kill him? Everyone exclaimed. The martial artists below started to discuss among themselves. They originally came to watch the Lin clan's martial arts competition. Who would have thought that such a shocking scene would happen? Impossible. Second Master Lin and the others denied it immediately. They weren't belittling Lin Xian, but Meng Yan was too outstanding. Half a year ago, even Lin Feng didn't have the confidence to kill Meng Yan, let alone Lin Xian. Moreover, they also checked Lin Xian's cultivation, but they didn't find anything unusual. Of course, they didn't know that Lin Xian had a special secret technique that could hide his cultivation. Moreover, the black cloak could also conceal his qi. Lin Xian and the Grand Elder were even more puzzled. They originally wanted to take out some specious evidence and force Lin Xian to admit his guilt through coercion and intimidation. As long as Lin Xian endured it, he would be dead. However, they didn't expect the process to be so smooth. They didn't even need to prepare the evidence. What an idiot! Lin Xian was overjoyed. Since he has admitted his guilt, then it's easy to handle. Elder Meng, I'll leave him to you. If you want to kill him, do as you see fit. The Sword Lake Palace won't interfere. The Grand Elder said slowly. Wait! Lin Xian shouted coldly. I haven't finished yet. The Grand Elder seems to be impatient. You have admitted your guilt. What else is there to say? That's right. The Lin clan doesn't have a trash like you. Trash? I killed the hidden dragon rankings #1, Meng Yan. How dare you say that I'm trash? Lin Xian sneered. Fourth Elder, please tell me, what is not trash? Is it because you've lived for more than 100 years and your cultivation is still at the early harmonious spirit realm? You. The Fourth Elder was trembling with anger. Rebel, you're rebelling. Men, take him down. Fourth Elder, I'm afraid it's not your turn to give orders here. Second Master Lin sneered. Xianer, tell me everything. Even if the sky falls, I'll support you. Yes, and us old bones. Don't worry, we won't let you go with them. Second uncle, great-grandfathers, don't worry. I'll explain everything. Lin Xian said slowly. That day, I got something from the floating island, but I was surrounded by a group of people, including Meng Yan. They wanted to kill me and steal my treasure, but I killed them instead. Everyone, please be reasonable. Someone wanted to kill me, can I fight back? The crowd was noisy. After listening to Lin Xian's explanation, most of them agreed with him. What's wrong with killing someone for his treasure? That's right. You were surrounded, can't you fight back? Lu Yangwei and the others took the lead. On the huge platform, Second Master Lin said with a smile. So it's the disciples of the Earth Fire sect who wanted to kill me and steal my treasure. Elder Meng, you're so impressive. How dare you bully my nephew? Do you really think there's no one in the Sword Pool Palace? No. Elder Meng panicked when facing the powerful Second Master Lin. After all, this was not his territory. Second Master, this is only this kid's side of the story. You can't believe him, Lin Lin said coldly. Lin Xian, I advise you to tell us the truth about the assassination of Meng Yan. I'm telling you the truth. Unfortunately, Lin Feng wasn't there at that time. Otherwise, I would have killed him, Lin Xian said coldly. How dare you? Lin Lin was furious. Chapter 298. Men, take him down! Lin Lin was furious. Lin Xian dared to say that he would kill his son in front of everyone. He couldn't stand it. A few warriors rushed forward, trying to take Lin Xian down. Who dares? Second Master Lin was furious. His eyes were as sharp as swords, sweeping across the area. Second Master, this is not the time for you to behave atrociously. Lin Lin stood up, his body glowing. Come at me if you want to. Second Master Lin didn't back down. Two auras burst out, the auras of harmonious spirit realm warriors swept across the area. The expressions of the few martial artists who wanted to capture Lin Xian changed drastically. They were unable to withstand this force and were blown away on the spot. The air let out a low sound and exploded. A few turbulent currents rushed toward Lin Xinger and Lin Yu. Buzz! Buzz! The air vibrated. 12 sword formations appeared quickly, surrounding Lin Xinger and destroying the turbulent currents around her. Starlight shone, and a huge shadow of stars wrapped around Lin Yu, blocking everything outside. This sudden change shocked everyone. Many of the elders were bewildered. Second Master Lin was also confused. Where did you get this? Brother Xian gave it to us. The two little guys hugged Lin Xian's arm. Everyone's expression changed. Everyone present was a harmonious spirit realm warrior. Their eyes were not bad. Judging from the power just now, these were two high-grade mystic artifacts. How did Lin Xian have these? Seeing everyone's different expressions, Lin Xian rubbed his chin. Since he was back, he didn't plan to keep a low profile. He smiled and flicked his storage ring. A long sword with purple light appeared in his hand. As soon as the purple long sword appeared, the surrounding spiritual energy vibrated, forming a vortex. A high-grade mystic artifact! Many people exclaimed. Immediately, pairs of fiery eyes fell on the long sword. Second uncle, do you like it? Lin Xian handed it over. Ha ha! All right. Second Master Lin didn't hesitate. He took the long sword and stabbed it into the sky. Whoosh! Boom! Purple sword chi surged, forming a thick sword chi that rushed into the sky and tore the clouds apart. Good sword! Second Master Lin laughed. As long as second uncle likes it, Lin Xian said with a smile. Then, he handed the third elder a high profound rank treasure sword with a sword skill on it. The third elder beamed with joy as he laughed heartily. Suddenly, the surrounding atmosphere changed. With these two artifacts, the strength of Lin Xian's side had increased by a large margin. If a fight really broke out, Lin Xian would definitely have to pay a heavy price. However, Lin Lin had the support of the Earth-Fire sect. The Earth-Fire sect was also a 3-star sect. It was very powerful. The 5 elders that came this time were all harmonious spirit experts. Their combat strength was absolutely terrifying. Arrest all those who violate the family rules, Lin Lin growled. 5 Earth-Fire sect elders stepped forward. Together with the Lin family elders, they formed a terrifying aura that pressed down on Lin Xian. On the huge grandstand, the other forces were all silent. Some elders even closed their eyes. The cultivators below all stood there in a daze. At this time, laughter came from the huge grandstand again. Originally, this was the Lin family's matter. We can't interfere. But since the Earth-Fire sect has joined in, then we can't just sit there. At this time, someone made a move. Everyone was shocked again. Countless gazes looked towards the stage. Myriad Treasure Tower! It's actually the Myriad Treasure Tower! Many cultivators exclaimed. Even the other forces on the grandstand were discussing. As everyone knew, the Myriad Treasure Tower had always been a neutral force. They focused on business, so they were required to maintain a good relationship with the various forces. Therefore, the Myriad Treasure Tower never interfered with the matters of the underworld, let alone the matters of a top force like the Sword Pool Manor. But today, they actually made an exception. The Myriad Treasure Tower is trying to curry favor with the Sword Pool Manor and Earthfire sect at this time. Could it be that they heard something? Someone wondered. Are you stupid? It must be because of Lin Feng. Who wouldn't want to curry favor with a genius who grasped Earth-rank martial arts? Many thanks to Elder Gu and the rest for taking action. The Sword Pool Manor and Earthfire sect will be eternally grateful. Lin smiled. Not so! Elder Gu shook his head. Young friend Lin is indebted to our Myriad Treasure Tower, and even more indebted to this old man. Furthermore, I believe what young friend Lin said. Head Elder Lin, please reconsider. These words were like heavenly thunder, blasting everyone into a daze. The Myriad Treasure Tower actually supported Lin Xian. Furthermore, Elder Gu addressed him as young friend. The martial artists all around discussed incessantly, digging up the matters of Lin Xian and the Myriad Treasure Tower. Lin and the Earth-Fire sect's elders' expressions also changed slightly. This result was not what they expected. Elder Gu, is this your intention, or the Myriad Treasure Tower's intention? Lin asked solemnly. If it was his personal intention, this matter was still easy to handle. If it was the Myriad Treasure Tower's intention, then the matter would be troublesome. Once they fell out with the top business alliances of China, the gains would absolutely not make up for the losses. This is this old man's intention, and also the Myriad Treasure Tower's intention, Elder Gu said with a smile. At the same time, he smiled and nodded at Lin Xian. Thank you, Elder Gu. Lin Xian was grateful. Lin Xian, don't think that we can't do anything to you just because you have the support of the Myriad Treasure Tower. Lin snorted coldly. That's right. We firmly support Master's decision. The Tsang family's elders stood out. We believe in Lin Xian. The Tong family supported Lin Xian. At the same time, Ling Yidao, Ice Fairy, and the rest also spoke to support Lin Xian. Both of them were genius disciples of the Snow-Seeking sect. Their attitudes could not be ignored. Could it be that the Snow-Seeking sect also wants to support Lin Xian? Everyone was shocked. That was also a 3-star sect. Even Lin looked back nervously. However, when he saw the Snow-Seeking sect's elder sitting there with a cold face and not saying a word, he immediately felt relieved. Lin Xian, to be able to get so many people to plead for you, you're quite capable, Lin said solemnly. However, no matter who comes, they won't be able to save you today. Seeing that Lin Xian had such power, Lin wanted to get rid of Lin Xian even more. Is that so? What big words! Another sneer was heard. Lin Xian is under our protection. The crowd was in an uproar. The originally certain death situation had been reversed bit by bit. This scene definitely stimulated everyone's nerves. Lin's face was gloomy. There was actually someone who dared to oppose him in public. This was simply looking down on him and the Sword Pool Palace. His gaze was cold. He wanted to know who dared to be so bold. However, when he saw who it was, his pupils shrank and his body froze. When the elders of the other forces saw this, they were also stunned. Even the Lin family's first elder, who had been silent all this time, sat up straight. The Inscription Alliance, they had actually appeared. The Inscription Alliance was not only distributed in the Xia country but also in the entire Tianan region. Even if the Sword Pool Palace was one of the top forces in the Xia country, they would not dare to offend them. One had to know that the people in the Inscription Alliance were all inscriptionists. Inscriptionists had a noble status. They were existences that countless forces respected as guests of honor. Going against the Inscription Alliance was going against thousands of inscriptionists. Elder Song, you have always been impartial. Why are you speaking up for a sinner this time? Lin laughed. In front of Elder Song, he did not dare to go too far. Originally, this was your family's matter. It was indeed inappropriate for me to interfere. However, you indiscriminately tried to harm the deacon of the Inscription Alliance. I have no choice but to interfere in this matter. Chapter 299. Not only Lin, but everyone was stunned. The Inscription Alliance was a more powerful existence than a 3-star sect. The deacons inside were equivalent to the elders of a 3-star sect. But the problem was Lin Xian really a deacon of the Inscription Alliance? Sorry, I usually keep a low profile and forgot to wear it. Lin Xian took out the silver inscription robe and a deacon token. A second-grade inscription master, a deacon token. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. It seemed that what Elder Song said was true. Lin's face was gloomy, not knowing what to say. The Earth Fire Sect elder beside him also showed a difficult look. They had already jumped out. If they did not catch Lin Xian, then they would be slapping their own faces. But if they dared to make a move, the Inscription Alliance would be the first to come up and slap their faces. Just as they were in a dilemma, Head Elder Lin, who had been silent, finally spoke. Let's talk about Lin Xian's matter later. I think it's getting late. Let's start the assembly first. What Head Elder said is right. Nothing can delay the family assembly. Yes, let's start the assembly first. A group of people echoed. Lin and the others sat back with gloomy faces, their faces full of unwillingness. Father, are we just going to let him go like this? Lin transmitted. There's no need to have a conflict with the Myriad Treasure Tower and the Inscription Alliance for him. Let Fomer kill him, Head Elder said lightly. If we cripple or kill him in the ring, I'm afraid no one can say anything. At that time, even Lin Jin can't stop it. I got it. Lin nodded. Right, since this boy is an inscription master, we have to guard against his soul force. Head Elder transmitted. I have a soul defense treasure here. Give it to Fomer later. Father is still thoughtful. Lin was delighted. Next, the Lin clan assembly began. Singing and dancing banquets came one after another. Everyone seemed to have forgotten the hostility just now. When these programs were all over, a huge ring appeared in the center of the square. Next, the family competition will be held. This time, the participants are all elites of the Lin clan. There are a total of 32 people. The final winner will enter the family ancestral land. Without further ado, the competition begins now. 32 geniuses of the Lin clan showed up. All of them were of the younger generation, and each of them had a powerful aura. The person in the lead gave off a boundless oppressive feeling. He was like a sharp sword that could slice the sky apart. Look, that's Lin Feng. He is indeed very powerful. I can feel the sword chi on his body from so far away. So handsome, really handsome. The group of cultivators were all looking at Lin Feng with respect and awe. Apart from Lin Feng, there's another half-step harmonious spirit cultivator. The crowd noticed that there were 2 disciples beside Lin Feng. Their chi was also very strong. Every breath they took caused the surrounding chi to vibrate. It was obvious that they had entered the half-step harmonious spirit realm. Worthy of being called a top family. 3 young disciples have reached the harmonious spirit realm. Even the Earth Fire sect doesn't have this many geniuses. On the huge grandstand, Lin Xian casually glanced over and shook his head slightly. He knew the 2 disciples. They were from Lin Feng's group. Looking at their chi, it was obvious that they had just entered the half-step harmonious spirit realm. The chi around them was fluctuating because they couldn't fully control the energy in their body. Lin Xian was too lazy to pay attention to these people who couldn't even control their chi accurately. There is actually someone who has entered the harmonious spirit realm? Lin Xian swept his gaze across the crowd and saw a half-step harmonious spirit realm disciple. It's Lin Yu. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. This young girl belonged to the neutral faction. She had a good relationship with Lin Xian before. Just as Lin Xian was observing the disciples below, a dignified voice sounded. Lin Xian, since you want to participate in the competition, why don't you go down? An elder behind Lin Xian shouted coldly. I only want to fight with Lin Feng. I'm not interested in the others, Lin Xian said indifferently. His words caused a stir in the crowd's ears. This Lin Xian is really arrogant. Yeah, who does he think he is? He wants to fight with brother Lin Feng. Looking at his qi, I'm afraid he's not even a half-step harmonious spirit cultivator. How dare he be so arrogant? What do you know? That's because he's hiding his cultivation. Do you understand? The quarrel between the 4 cultivators was just a spectator, so there were people who supported both sides. On the huge grandstand, Lin Xian was talking to Elder Song in a low voice, ignoring the elder who was shouting. Forget it, let's start, Lin Xian said in a deep voice. He didn't want to care about these things now. He just wanted the competition to start quickly. He really wanted to see the scene of Lin Xian being beaten to the ground. Just thinking about it made him excited. The competition continued below. More than 30 disciples started to fight in order, while Lin Feng went up to the grandstand. He glanced at Lin Xian with a trace of killing intent in his eyes. Feng here's a soul defense treasure. Take it. If you have the chance to kill Lin Xian, don't be lenient. Don't worry, Dad. I know what to do. Lin Feng's eyes were cold. The competition continued quickly. This kind of competition was considered top-notch in Great Xia, so the spectators were all excited. Among these people, there were 3 who had a breakthrough. They were the half-step harmonious spirit cultivators, Lin Yihe, Lin Yang, and Lin Yu. The 3 of them had strong qi and were decisive in their attacks. They could defeat their opponents in a few moves. The 3 of them were strong enough to be ranked in the top 10 of the Hidden Dragon ranking. Of course, compared to Lin Feng, they were still much weaker. After dozens of rounds, the 3 of them won. No one could beat them. Brother Lin Feng, Yu wants to learn from you, Lin Yu said. All right. Lin Feng's body flickered. When he appeared again, he was already on the stage. Yu has a new understanding of returning wind-whisking willow sword. I hope Brother Lin Feng can give me some pointers. Lin Yu's long sword danced in the air like a willow in the wind. The sword light was erratic. Lin Feng gave her some pointers. Then, on the 10th move, he pinched the tip of the sword and flicked his finger, forcing Lin Yu to retreat. Thank you, Brother Lin Feng. Lin Yu walked down the stage thoughtfully. It seemed like she had a new understanding of this sword's skill. Lin Xian had been watching the whole process. At this moment, he was still thinking about the different forms of returning wind-whisking willow sword. This returning wind-whisking willow sword was also a special sword skill of the Sword Pool Palace. The sword moves were erratic, like a willow in the wind. It was strange and changeable. There was also a soft force in it. Lin Yu had only mastered the changeability of the sword skill, but she had not understood the soft force. Little White, go and get me a willow branch. Lin Xian took the little white monkey out. Woo 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 woo, the little white monkey hummed twice and shook its body unwillingly. When it came back again, it was holding a green willow branch in its hand. Wow, what a cute monkey! Lin Xinger and Lin Yu's eyes lit up. They were fighting to hold the little white monkey. Lin Xian held the willow branch and kept swinging it, trying to understand its shape. Chapter 300. Lin Xian, get down here now, I will let you know the difference between us. You dare to challenge Brother Lin Feng, you really don't know how to spell the word death. Both of them were clamoring, claiming that they would teach Lin Xian a lesson. Some people only say nice things, but when it comes to the real thing, they are scared. This kind of courage is not worthy of being a disciple of the Lin clan. Many disciples of the Lin clan joined in the clamor. Trying to goad me into action? Lin Xian laughed. This young master really likes that. Since you want to compete, no problem, I will play with you. I will go first. Lin Yang sneered. No need, come at me together. Lin Xian said indifferently. I don't want to waste time. Everyone was stunned, many of them touched their ears. I didn't hear it wrong. Lin Xian wants to challenge two people at the same time. This is too crazy. Even Lin Feng has never done this before. Pretentious, he must be pretentious. He must know that the competition will not allow two people to fight at the same time. That's why he said that. Lin Rong and others sneered. These two are half-step harmonious spirit experts. Isn't Lin Xian a bit too arrogant? Elder Song was a bit worried. Second Master Lin also pulled Lin Xian and whispered, Don't get too excited, be careful not to fall into their trap. Don't worry, second uncle, I don't put these two in my eyes. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Lin Yang and Lin Rong were even angrier. They couldn't wait to pounce on Lin Xian and beat him up. At this time, Lin Xian sneered. Since he has such a request, we will satisfy him. Lin Yang, Lin Yihe, both of you go together. This is the clan competition, you must go all out. Yes. Both of them were excited, then they revealed a sinister smile. Brat, you are courting death. The surrounding martial artists were also stunned. They didn't expect a situation of 1 versus 2. Lin Rong and others clapped their hands and laughed. Ha ha, this time you are done for. In the distance, Lin Feng looked indifferent. He didn't pay attention to Lin Xian. From his point of view, Lin Xian had challenged the two of them by himself because he wanted to show off and prove himself in front of everyone. Only people without strength and confidence would do such a thing. Moreover, he possessed an earth-rank martial art and possessed extraordinary strength. There was simply no need for him to use this kind of boring competition to set himself off. He did not put Lin Xian in his eyes at all. Lin Xian, come down, we brothers will teach you a good lesson. Lin Yang sneered. His black robe fluttering, Lin Xian floated down, drawing a perfect arc in the air before gently landing on the stage. I advise you to use your strongest martial arts, or you won't have a chance. Lin Yihe's body emitted a terrifying pressure. Lin Yang went to the side and pulled out the sword in his hand, forming a terrifying sword momentum. Brother Lin Feng doesn't need to do anything. I will cripple your cultivation. Lin Xian played with the willow twig in his hand and said casually, You talk too much. Let's get started. You're courting death. Both of them were furious. Their bodies moved at the same time. The terrifying aura of a half-step harmonious spirit exploded and spread in all directions. Waves of chi rolled and the wind blew like two volcanoes erupting. So terrifying! The two of them together can fight against a harmonious spirit expert. That Lin Xian is in danger! Most of the people were not optimistic about Lin Xian because he did not have any aura and was holding a willow twig in his hand. He did not look like a competitor at all. Setting the prairie ablaze starlight sword technique, both of them attacked from the front and back. Their sword auras were like rainbows as they crashed down. With this kind of aura, even a half-step harmonious spirit expert would be seriously injured and vomit blood. Lin Xian only waved the willow twig in his hand, forming a few sword circles around him. Returning wind brushes willow sword, a gentle breeze blew, causing the willow twig to dance in the wind and surround him. Puff puff. Two soft sounds were heard, like a sharp sword passing through boiling water. The air slightly vibrated like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. The two figures quickly retreated under the astonished gazes of the crowd. Finally, they fell heavily onto the arena. What? The crowd could not come back to their senses. The two who were originally arrogant and insufferably arrogant were now lying on the ground like dead dogs, vomiting large mouthfuls of blood. If they did not know that both of them had a grudge against each other, they would have thought that they were acting. On the huge grandstand, a group of elders frowned. They were all harmonious spirit experts, so they naturally knew what had happened. At that moment, the willow twig produced an invisible soft energy that went through the wind and penetrated the two's defense, hitting their bodies and sending them flying. This guy, what a terrifying sword technique! Many of the elders took a deep breath. Lin Yu stared blankly at the figure on the stage. Her eyes were somewhat infatuated. This is the real returning wind-whisking willow sword. Second Master Lin also felt relieved. Lin Xian was much stronger than he imagined. In the distance, Lin Xian frowned deeply. Defeating two half-step harmonious spirit experts in one move, this kind of strength was enough to threaten Lin Feng. It's just a trick, Lin Feng said disdainfully. I will let him know that trash will always be trash. Lin Xian did not have any joy after defeating Lin Yang and Lin Yu in one move. He looked at the grandstand and coldly shouted, Lin Feng, get down here and accept your death. Hua, the crowd was in an uproar. Lin Xian was the first person who dared to speak to Lin Feng like that. Now, everyone knew that Lin Feng's strength was valiant, and he even mastered an earth-rank martial art. If there were no accidents, he would definitely become a peerless expert in the future. Although Lin Xian's performance was valiant, compared to Lin Feng, there was still a big gap. After all, not everyone could master an earth-rank martial art in the legends. Lin Feng's face turned gloomy. You can only make your mouth feel good. Since you are ready to die, then I will fulfill your wish. Hearing this, most of the martial artists below the stage were excited. Lin Rong and the others raised their arms and cheered. Lin Feng was going to fight, and his opponent was Lin Xian, who had just shown his strength. This will definitely be an exciting match. Many martial artists were looking forward to it. They had come here to see Lin Feng fight. With big brother Lin Feng fighting, Lin Xian is dead for sure. Lin Yang and Lin Yu were full of resentment. They had been defeated by Lin Xian and were very unwilling to accept it. If they could see Lin Xian lying on the ground like a dead dog, it would undoubtedly make their mood much better. Big brother Xian, you can do it! Big brother Xian is the best! Lin Xinger and Lin Yu both waved their little fists. Second Master Lin was also nervous. He was already prepared to deal with all kinds of situations. Although Lin Xian was very strong, his opponent was Lin Feng after all. Moreover, he had mastered an earth-rank martial art. His strength was even more terrifying. Although he hoped that Lin Xian could win, his subconscious told him that it was impossible. It was not just him. In the entire martial arts practice field, almost no one was optimistic about Lin Xian. As long as Lin Feng used an earth-rank martial art, there was probably no one who could resist. Lin Feng came to the stage and looked down at Lin Xian. This time, I won't give you any chance. Put away your arrogance. In front of me, you are nothing. Lin Xian's lips curled up slightly. If you kneel down and kowtow, I can consider letting you have 3 moves. Arrogant, too arrogant. Who was Lin Feng? He was a big shot of the first generation of Xia country's younger generation, and in existence who had mastered a legendary earth-rank martial art. And Lin Xian actually wanted Lin Feng to kneel down and let him have 3 moves? The surrounding martial artists' mouths twitched. If nothing unexpected happened, this would be the most dreamy day of their lives. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.